Hello, my name is Jeremy Gilley. I'm the founder of Peace One Day, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to hashtag EVAW 2024, the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Thank you for joining us. As a peace organisation that created a day of non-violence, we're committed to supporting the elimination of violence against women, and we've been honoured to have been able to work with the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC, for nearly 20 years on these issues, and we're delighted that we'll be hearing from her at the start of the show. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partner, No More, the most incredible organisation. Please visit their website, nomore.org, if you need their support. Thank you also to Avon, a long-term sponsor of Pod, and of course CPI, who have helped make today possible. Thank you to the teams at Peace One Day, No More and CPI, who have all worked tirelessly on today's show. Thank you also to the participants that we'll hear from during the broadcast. Thank you also to everyone at home for watching and supporting on social media for what will be an informative, inspirational and engaging event. Your support means everything. Today, we're bringing you interviews with leading figures from around the world to raise awareness of the importance of preventing gender-based violence. Ending all forms of domestic violence is a fundamental issue to our survival, which is why I'm proud to produce and direct this experience for you today. Please use the hashtag EVAW, to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Without further hesitation, it's my pleasure to introduce to you one of our hosts, Lady Denta Amoating, MBE, President, CEO of Grow, Unite, Build Africa Enterprise. It's an absolute honour to have Lady Denta join us today at hashtag EVAW. I am truly grateful for her continued support. We actually have two hosts today. Lady Denta will be joined by Madeleine McQueen, Global Executive Coach, Speaker, Trainer and Entrepreneur later in the broadcast. It's such an honour to have them both as part of hashtag EVAW. Well, without further ado, over to you, Lady Denta.
Thank you, Jeremy, for introducing us to EVAW hashtag. I, for one, I am thrilled to be here at the Peace One Day studio. It's amazing. Thank you for asking me to host today's experience. It's a huge honor, and it's going to be a broadcast full of information, inspiration, and education opportunities. For our first interview of the day, it is an honor to welcome the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC. Now, let's go to that interview right now.
Secretary General Patricia Scotland, KC, welcome to hashtag EVAW.
Thank you so much. It's good to be back, Jeremy, and talking with you at this really important time of the year.
The first question I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey to becoming the Secretary General of the Commonwealth?
Well, I became Secretary General of the Commonwealth in 2016. And I'm the sixth Secretary General, but the first woman to hold that post. And it's strange, really, because for so many areas, I seem to have been the first. I was the first Black woman to become Her Majesty's Queen's Counsel, the first to be Attorney General since 1315, so more than 700 years. But really, the desire I had was to serve, and particularly in relation to those who are vulnerable and those who are in need of help and succor. So domestic violence and violence against women and girls has been something that I've devoted my whole career to. When I became a barrister at 21, it was one of the areas in which I worked. And so becoming Secretary General has meant that we have been able to weave the issues in relation to women, the enabling women to achieve their real potential has been something which has been key to everything I've done throughout my whole career. So it's good that now I'm Secretary General, we've been able to mainstream that in all our programs.
Secretary General, why is the day for the elimination of violence against women so important to you?
Well, I think it's because I have made the elimination of domestic violence and sexual violence against women one of the campaigns of my life. And we know that if we come together, we can make a difference. This is something which affects 1 in 3 women a year. And we know that this is not just one country, it's across the globe. And that's a desperately sad and horrifying figure. If you think of every third woman you know and thinking she could be subject to this violence, and violence of this sort is so disabling. It is costing us, according to those making assessment, about 1.5 trillion a year in terms of economic loss. But it's not just loss of money. It's the damage it does to families, to children, to men and to women. And so we have absolutely committed ourselves to its eradication. You remember that before I became Secretary General, I created the foundation to eliminate violence against women and girls. And this is something we've continued. And in the Commonwealth, we've launched the Commonwealth Says No More campaign with the No More Foundation. And we want to eradicate this violence from every single corner of the world, but particularly in the 56 countries who make up our Commonwealth, who represent about 2.7 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30. So it's vitally important to everything we do.
Could you now tell us about what the Commonwealth is doing to support the issue of the elimination of violence against women?
Well, the initiatives go far beyond the issues simply of domestic violence, because we know that women are overrepresented in every sphere where there is dysfunction. Tragically, when climate crises happen, when disasters happen, we find that women are disproportionately affected. When a disaster happens, now I'm being told that people are frightened of putting women in the refugee shelters because of violence against women. So we've been looking at climate, we've been looking at debt, we've been looking at their ability to work, we've been looking at every sphere. And what we're finding is that women are always disadvantaged. And that's something we have to change, because women are half of our world. And if we want to really be a just society, a fair society, an equal society, then we have to make sure that women have an equal share in all of those opportunities. It's fantastic when you see what women have done recently. It was a group of women who were responsible for putting another place on the right side of the moon. Women were instrumental in bringing together the science in order to help us combat COVID-19. Women have been instrumental in changing so much in terms of peace and negotiations. And so if we don't have women at the table sharing responsibility, sharing leadership, then we're never going to get all of the solutions which are possible for our world. And violence against women is one of the most disabling things to enable brilliant women to really commit and do their best. So this is an issue which is of fundamental importance in everything we're doing in the Commonwealth, whether it's climate, trade, young people, education, health, all these issues. Fundamentally important that we have women at the forefront, sharing responsibility, but also not being left behind.
Finally, if people would like more information about what the Commonwealth is doing to eliminate violence against women, where do they go?
Please go on our website, which is thecommonwealth.org, and also please go and look at the work we're doing on Commonwealth Says No More. We have a No More initiative in almost all our Commonwealth countries, and this is a whole cycle. It means we need everybody to be involved. We need families, friends, organizations, foundations, businesses, local government, central government. Every organization can be part of this fight. And it's a fight we can win if we all work together.
Secretary General Patricia Scotland, KC, thank you for joining hashtag EVAW.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. See you soon.
Thank you so much to the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC, for your thoughtful words and incredible work. We are so grateful for your continued support. Next, we are thrilled to welcome the CEO of No More, Pamela Zaballa, who is the global leader in gender equality space. Please join me in welcoming Pamela Zaballa, hashtag EVAW, interviewed by the one and only, the founder of Peace One Day, Jeremy Gibell. Let's go to the interview right now.
Welcome, Pamela, to hashtag EVAW.
Thank you very much for having me.
Could you tell us about your journey to becoming the CEO of No More?
Wow, that's an interesting question. I was moved by issues around gender-based violence. I think to do this, your heart has to be broken to be this kind of advocate. And I did everything on the spectrum, frontline services, comms, policy, and all the way to find myself 20 years later, more than I care to admit, as the CEO of No More.
Incredible, absolutely amazing. And we've known each other almost that amount of time, and it's been an absolute pleasure to get to know you, but also to have your support for anyone tuning in right now in this moment. If it wasn't for No More and CPI and Avon, but if it wasn't for you, Pamela, today wouldn't have happened. So a huge thank you to you.
It's a pleasure to work with you and your team.
Great. So why is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women so important to you?
It is so important because it really, in the personal sense, it marks my career and the reason why I do what I do, right? Which is, trying to eliminate gender-based violence. I had a chance literally 10 days ago to be at where it all started, at the House of the Hermanas Mirabal in Dominican Republic. And it was another level of understanding why I do what I do, which is trying to help women raise their voice, fight against violence. So it's a very interesting journey, but it is important for all of us to have a moment of reflection in this day about the global pandemic that the issue of violence against women is.
Yeah. I mean, I remember all of the work that we did with Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, and we talked a lot about in those days awareness. I mean, awareness of this issue, people finding out about No More, finding out about helplines. I mean, this is crucial, right?
It is. It is. I guess the more that we talk about it, the more then people can look and research, the things that might help others. But I think also the more that the problem with this issue is that it's been silent for too long. So the more that we talk about it, the less acceptable it becomes. It's not acceptable anymore to keep this in your house, to not tell anybody. Now we know that more people are speaking up. Great.
So I can understand why you do the awareness work that you do. Amazing. Talk to us a little bit about No More. For those who don't know about No More, tell us the top sort of 3 facts. What's the mission?
No More is focused on preventing gender-based violence. And the way that we do that is trying to, raise awareness and change culture. One of the ways is through events like this, where we can bring people together, thought leaders. The other way is through grassroots work. We make sure that we have a wide network of grassroots organizations, around 1,800, and we also have localized campaigns or No More chapters. So it is very important to keep grassroots by one side. By other side, provide services. We have the only global directory on domestic and sexual violence, trying to get there to people and give them resources, try to give help. And then finally, we work with corporations who are also trying to find their ways in how to support gender-based violence.
Amazing. So for people who need support, what would you recommend they do? If they're in a situation now which is really difficult, they're seeing this. What's your advice?
Always first try to talk to somebody, right? Make sure that if you're starting to think that you want to maybe leave a relationship or just questioning it, try to see if there is somebody that supports you, or try to find information. And then finally, look for help. There is a lot of organizations out there. There's hotlines. You can go to our nomoredirectory.org, look for your country, look for what hotlines are there, and try to get professional help. Sometimes victims don't know how bad the problem has become until they talk to a professional.
Yeah. So No More, I mean, it's around the world. You've got a global directory.
Yeah.
I mean, talk to me about hope. Talk to me, about, you're the CEO, you're dealing with something that's so difficult for so many, so sadly. Where do you get your hope from? What are some of the successes that you've seen at No More that make you think, I am just in the right place and I'm very proud to be doing this?
Well, I'm full of hope. Okay. If we don't deal with this issue with hope, then we will probably, get nowhere. But this year we celebrate 50 years of the first shelters ever done, right? So if we think about it, just 50 years ago, a woman didn't have anywhere to go to, no help. And so I came in to do this work where this already existed. All of the support mechanisms were there. So I feel like it's my generational duty to move the banner to another place. And then there will be fantastic people that will take over as we have and move it forward. So just in the space of 50 years, there's been a lot of progress. So I'm sure the next 50 years will be the same or even better.
And whoever I talk to in this space, and as you know, we've really cared about it for a long time. We've done anything we could at whatever time it was to raise awareness, whether it's at the shows or whatever it might be. I'd love you to talk to me. Whenever I speak to different people, they talk about No More. I mean, it's amazing. We've got Avon's working with us, CPI's working with us. We've done lots of work with the Commonwealth. I mean, it's kind of incredible, really, that you are really there on the front line with so many orgs.
Yes, I think in terms of No More, I think that's our approach, right? We make sure, that we're focusing on prevention of gender-based violence. We don't provide a direct frontline service, so we can take the time to think efficiently about prevention. And that means our work straight with the public or actually with grassroots organizations. How can we enable them to do their work better? How can we help out people who are there out in the front lines? And then, of course, our work with other actors, corporations, films, anybody who wants to talk about this topic, we start working with them and we start seeing where they're at and where can we take them.
That's amazing. Listen, there's a question I want to ask you that is quite important to me, but before I do that, I just want to ask you, we've got to make sure that everyone knows where to go. What's the social media? What's the websites? Where do we go for more information?
Please visit nomore.org, and in our social media platforms is @nomore.org.
Okay, great. Nomore.org. That's where we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, the work you do is so incredible. I'm sort of wondering, how do you look after yourself? I mean, it's tough stuff that you're dealing with, right? Day in, day out. Must be incredibly sad at times. So I'm just interested, how do you keep strong?
That's the hardest question you could have asked me. I think the first thing is, it's over 20 years doing this work. I've seen sad stories, I've seen also amazing success stories. And those success stories are the ones that keep me going. It was very hard working in a refuge and allowing women to come in who were at that moment their most destroyed. Nobody goes into a relationship to end up in a refuge, Jeremy. We all go in full of hope, we give our heart out, we fall in love. And trying to convey that that's a tunnel and that there was light at the end was hard at that point, but just seeing the success stories, how many people reach us and say, I've read this, I've left my partner, I'm doing better, or I know how to cope better, or I got help, makes, all the difference. It makes worth all the stresses that this job can take.
Right. I guess, yeah, that makes complete sense, doesn't it? The falls that you have, it's all about getting back up and getting to the top and taking people with you and changing their lives, and it just must give you meaning every single day you wake up.
Resilience, the resilience that victims show in terms of getting up makes whatever we do child play. Yeah. We need to find in their resilience our strength.
So I've just turned around to see there's a minute left. To anyone out there, what would you like to say to them if they're,
I would like to say that in first place, this is the day of the elimination of violence against women. Please join. A lot of organizations have so many activities. Try to figure out what is happening locally. It starts something that's called 16 days of activism. So there's 16 days to get involved, learn. You know, you don't have to do lots. If you don't know too much about this topic, just start to learn and be ready, because it is very likely that in your lifetime, somebody will come to say to you, this is happening to me. I'm in a relationship and I don't know where this relationship is heading. And you need to be informed to give them that piece of advice, even if it's, there are hotlines, let's grab the phone, I'm with you, I believe you. And I think even if it's that minimal, you can do it. You could also volunteer and do so many other things.
Pamela, the CEO of No More, thank you for supporting #EVAW and Peace One Day and making today possible. And we wish you the very best and your incredible team at No More. Just keep doing the amazing work you do. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Jeremy.
Good luck.
Absolutely brilliant. And I love the bit about resilience, which is so important. So thank you so much, Pamela, for your inspiring words, and thank you to No More for partnering with us on today's broadcast. We are so incredibly grateful for the support of Peace One Day. We are delighted now to welcome the former global CEO of Avon, a board member, Angela Cretu. Angela has been a long-term supporter of Peace One Day, and we are so grateful to hear from her for our #EVAW. Please join me in welcoming Angela, interviewed again by the wonderful founder of Peace One Day, Jeremy. Now, let's get that interview on.
Angela Cretu, welcome to #EVAW, the day for the elimination of violence against women.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Angela, I'd like to start by asking you, can you tell us about yourself and your journey?
So for 25 years, I have had a fascinating journey of working and living with women of different cultures around the world through my job of being at Avon. Our mission has always been to empower women and create not only products that would serve their beauty and well-being, but as well a business model that will share the wealth creation with 5 million representatives around the world. So I've had the chance to work with women in Philippines, in South Africa, in Brazil, in US, learn so much about the diversity of thinking and their perspectives, and equally understanding what unites us all. And that would be the desire for a safe life for themselves and for their children.
I'd like to ask you, why is the day for the elimination of violence against women so important to you?
I mean, Jeremy, we discuss this every year, and every year I could see its symbolical power. This year, somehow I feel there are so many more dimensions that we need to add to it. I mean, humanity cannot evolve without having a safe environment for its people and children. And we do see year in, year out. And for 25 years, I'm fighting against domestic violence around the world with legislators, with NGOs, with companies, trying to raise the awareness and as well find means and ways to support victims of and survivors of domestic violence. Yet this year, it thinks that we are going. Looks like we are going backwards. We all see the news from Afghanistan, with women not being able to speak in public, so their voice shouldn't be heard. With the recent news just a few days ago from Iraq, I still cannot believe that could be a real news, where there is a law right now about to be promoted, where the age of consent would decrease to the age of 9, and women would lose their right to inheritance and would lose their right to introduce a divorce, and this tells me that humanity really needs people like yourself and like myself, businesses, politicians, social society leaders, opinion leaders, to come together to not only talk about that, but actually do something about this.
Angela, I was very lucky to be asked by you to make a series of films to raise awareness of the issues of domestic violence. Why is this so important to Avon? And could you talk to me about some of the work that you've done?
Over all these years, have I worked in Middle East and Africa, or in Russia, or in Central Eastern Europe, or in US, I've been involved in our companies' actions to secure not just the access for women to beauty and to become financially independent, but as well, helping them to live life with dignity, a life in safety. I mean, we cannot simply talk about beauty, and we always mention that, as a color and scent when the soul is bruised, when as a woman, I wouldn't have the basic rights or equality or the right to self-expression. I think these are fundamental human rights that have to be protected for both men and women everywhere around the world. Situation is that really calls for our radical action, because 1 in 3 women around the world suffer from domestic violence at least once in their lives. So what I've done over these past 25 years was, first of all, to look at the systemic set up in our society. So working with legislators, making sure that there is enough, not just support, but as well prevention, educational campaigns that would support a safer environment for families and really have peace at our own homes in every country where we've operated. Then we worked with NGOs to offer women access to shelters, access to legal advice, ways for them to find alternatives, yes, in terms of jobs and financial security when they make the decision to leave an abusive home. And as well, through our network of 5 million representatives, we have not used our reach to our micro communities just to share beauty and sell products, but as well to instill hope, to create a network of support, to really tap into that power of relationship that women create one to another, to advise, to support, to really guide women who are going through these hard patches in their lives. So I continue to be a keen advocate for the cause, and if nowadays more than ever, being by your side, continuously doing actions and speaking out to not just to raise the awareness, but really move us all into concrete actions to eradicate violence against women globally.
Angela, we discussed that we'd made films together. You do so much at Avon to eliminate violence against women. Why are all of these things so important to put constructive narrative into the world?
Look, I am a woman. I lived and worked with women from all walks of life. When we opened and we talked about beauty, we haven't talked just about the products, the lipstick and the mascara. We talked about our own lives. We talked about the fears and the hopes and the stories I've heard, thousands of stories around the world. They all are telling me one thing: as different as our upbringing can be, as different as our cultures can be, women globally are united in desiring a safe environment and equality of chance. They want to live lives in dignity. There is no difference, no matter the religion, the age, the cultural environment. Women want safe lives. And we have to, and I'm counting here, not just on women to raise their voice, I'm counting on the real men of this planet. Those who understand the value of the complementarity of our genders and the beauty of our human ecosystem, to really protect women's rights like they protect their own fundamental rights. So the reason I'm really fighting for this is the reason I am looking at with hope, but my own future and my child's future. Yes, that's the reason. There is no future for us all unless we find ways to stop the violence. And before we even go to talk about the violence on the war zone, in the war zones, we have to talk about the violence happening in our very own homes, on our streets, in our schools. If we can't stop that, where we have an arm's length reach, how on earth can we stop all this terrible violence around the world that we see on TV?
It's an incredible point that you make. And I think, Angela, some people don't realise that 90% of the violence that will happen today will happen in our homes, schools, communities, and places of work. So we all have a role to play, don't we, in the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world.
Indeed.
Finally, Angela, if people need support and advice, what advice would you give them?
Look, I've listened many stories. And I've seen life situations where victims would believe that there is no way they can escape an abusive father. Either they've been married too young, they haven't had a chance to finish their studies, therefore no chance to get a job. Their own families would not get them back nor support them once they got married. So for many of these women, it's like a vicious circle of not finding the right solution for them to escape the abusive home. And I want to tell them that there is always a solution. We have amazing NGOs like the one partnering us today, the No More, who would know what to do, who would know how to support women. I would say reach out, speak out. We either to a friend or from a friend to an association. It must be a way to interrupt this aggressive cycle. And then it's not just about self-protection, it's also about the right premises for our own children to grow up in a non-violent environment. Because the reality is, every child growing up in a violent environment, no matter how much they hate it once they are small, many of them end up being abusers themselves later in life.
Angela Cretu, thank you for participating in #EVAW, the day for the elimination of violence against women.
Thank you so very much, Jeremy, and keep doing what you're doing. It's an amazing movement that stands behind Peace One Day, and I wish all here and join this amazing campaign of eliminating violence around the world.
Thank you, Angela Cretu, for all your incredible work that you do. It's so inspiring. We are so grateful for your continued support of our #EVAW and Peace One Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit us on peaceoneday.org, or for more information, knowmore.org if you have been affected by any of these issues highlighted today. The next guest we are going to hear from today is the Assistant to the President and Director of the White House Gender Policy Council, Jennifer Klein. We are honored to share her special statement of her support of our #EVAW. Let's go to that interview right now.
I'm Jennifer Klein, and I have the honor of serving as the Director of the White House Gender Policy Council. As we commemorate the 25th anniversary of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, we reflect on the progress we have made and the work that remains to prevent and end gender-based violence once and for all. Working to end gender-based violence has been a cornerstone of President Biden's career. As a U.S. Senator, President Biden wrote and championed the Violence Against Women Act, legislation that fundamentally transformed our nation's response to violence against women and girls. In the 3 decades since, he has worked across the aisle and alongside courageous survivors to strengthen the law 4 times. As president, he secured record funding for domestic violence and sexual assault services and support, advanced bipartisan reforms to the military's investigation and prosecution of sexual assault and sexual harassment, and directed his administration to address online harassment and abuse. The administration also issued the first ever U.S. national plan to end gender-based violence, which laid out a comprehensive government-wide approach to preventing and addressing gender-based violence across America. Globally, the Biden-Harris administration has invested a record $250 million per year to support programs to address gender-based violence, and updated our U.S. strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally, which guides our efforts to combat all forms of gender-based violence in communities around the world. We launched the Global Partnership for Action on Gender-Based Online Harassment and Abuse, which has grown to 15 countries, to advance online safety and prevent and respond to technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And under President Biden and Vice President Harris's leadership, we've taken historic steps to strengthen justice and accountability for conflict-related sexual violence. In 2022, President Biden issued a presidential memorandum directing federal agencies to promote accountability for sexual violence in conflict. Since then, the United States has imposed nearly 24 sanctions against perpetrators of this crime. And earlier this year, we announced the Dignity and Documentation Initiative, which supports civil society-led efforts to investigate and document sexual violence in conflict. This is just some of the work that the Biden-Harris administration has done to address gender-based violence wherever and whenever it occurs. As we reflect on the tremendous progress since the first International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women a quarter century ago, we also know there's much more work to do, and we recommit ourselves to the work ahead. Ending gender-based violence will take all of us, but together we can and will achieve a world in which all women and girls can live free from fear, free from violence, and free from abuse.
Thank you, Jennifer Klein, for that important message. It is an honor to have you support us today. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this important broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit our website, peaceoneday.org, or for more information, go to knowmore.org. If you have been affected by any of these issues highlighted today, please make sure you visit the website for more information. We now move on to an exciting Get Love Strong panel with Avon, our incredible sponsor. Thank you for sponsoring. We will hear from Gemma Brightman-White, Nikita Kanda, Leanne Miller, and Marianne Terrell on the topic of domestic violence. Let's go to that panel right now.
Welcome everyone to today's Get Love Strong with Avon panel. I'm Gemma and I'm your host for today, and I'm joined by some incredible guests where we'll be discussing the topic of intimate partner abuse. This year marks Avon's 20th year of commitment to help end violence against women and girls. And throughout this time, we've donated more than $91 million through our programmes and partnerships, supporting more than 15 million women and girls worldwide. Before we dive into today's conversation, we're going to play a short film that sheds light on the strength and resilience of women who choose love rather than control in relationships.
And who are you trying to impress? Can't she do anything right? How much was this? You wasting our money again?
Abuse doesn't come with a big warning sign. It's often subtle and can progress over time. To be love strong is to know what is and isn't love. When we're love strong, we can protect ourselves
and each other.
Get love strong. Learn more at avonworldwide.com.
Okay, so it's super crucial that we actually understand the scale and the scope of intimate partner abuse right now. So Nikita, I'm going to come to you first, if that's okay. You are a TV presenter, radio host, but you're also a newly ambassador for Refuge Charity. Can you just give us a bit of insight into the scope of intimate partner abuse today and what we're seeing?
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of women going through this. Actually, 1 in 4 women are going to be experiencing this in their lifetime, which is a huge number. And it's not just physical, it's mental, it's emotional. I have friends that are going through it right now. You know, this happens daily. The police are getting calls every 30 seconds about, you know, domestic abuse, domestic violence. And I feel like it's something that is it's getting out of control, especially in the UK. So, you know, places like Refuge are getting thousands of calls where women are feeling unsafe.
Yeah, it's truly incredible, isn't it? I mean, I know that you said there 1 in 4 in the UK. We know globally it's 1 in 3 women that are affected by this. And I think, like you just said, abuse is not just physical, and we're definitely seeing a rise in more emotional abuse, more coercive control, which is really frightening, right, for a woman that could be in that situation.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also, you know, maybe going through her phone and looking up into her bank account and going through her social media. I think social media is another thing that plays a big part in what is going on, and the rise of the abuse is through that. So it's quite scary how much.
Yeah, and it's definitely things that we just don't expect, right, as well, to show up within our relationships. And actually as well, some things that we might just portray as, oh, that's a bit normal, but actually these things are quite subtle and really, really difficult to recognise, aren't they? Yeah. And as we saw there in the film, you know, 3 of these signs that we've highlighted with getting love strong are controlling your money, controlling what you wear, but also knocking your confidence as well. So shall we talk about those 3 signs a little bit more in detail? Maz, I'm going to come to you first. Obviously, you are an incredible member of the Avon team, one of our members of our Allies Against Abuse networks as well. One of the signs that was mentioned in there was about controlling what you wear. Could you just share a little bit more about how this might show up in a relationship, and actually how can we control that within ourselves?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think for one of the things, like what you wear and your style is really personal, and it's kind of like that's what makes you you. It's like your uniqueness. So to lose your identity, I think is really hard. Like, and it happens slowly. Like, you're probably not gonna all of a sudden change, but it'll be like little comments. It could be, don't wear that, or they'll portray it as something like to protect you, which I think is it's a societal norm. Like, you dress like that, you're going to get attention from other men, or you dress like that, you're after it. And it's like that kind of old-fashioned style that's kind of like inbuilt, like the misogyny that we've got, that we have to fight against, that keeps on coming, that you probably won't notice it, but then slowly your identity, slowly how you are as a person will soon change and soon go, and you kind of like your confidence will be knocked, and who you are will be knocked. And I think kind of like raising the awareness, or like thinking about it, like you say, we're not saying that if somebody says don't wear that, or they don't like it, there's kind of different things, and there's different respect to how it can be, how that conversation come up in relationships, whether it is something that your partner has instinctively been told, or that's what they think, or whether it is something that they're a bit more sinister and they are controlling. And I think kind of having that awareness, or just having that little noticeability that actually this isn't right. I want to be who I am, and I want to wear what I want to wear. I want to be who I am, and you should love me. You should be in my relationship with me. Like, I'm not going to change for you, and you don't expect them to change either. And I think having that open conversations at the start to set your boundaries, to set what is going to be acceptable and what isn't, then you both know, is it something that needs to change, or is it something that you need to kind of escape and come away from?
Yeah, because boundaries are so important there, right?
Yeah.
Especially within those early situations in a relationship. And sometimes you think, well, I've just got with this person. How can I possibly set a boundary? But actually, that's so important. And it might not necessarily be as obvious as someone going, don't wear that.
Yeah,
but
don't
actually
wear that
someone
lipstick or don't do that.
maybe alluding to this, isn't it? Wear this perfume, or I think you should wear this. And it could actually be really subtle.
Wear this outfit on a night out. Like, it'd be nice if they like buy you gifts and stuff. But yeah, at the same time, it can be actually why. If it's not me.
Yeah, if it's not you, and just really staying true to who you are, I think, and what works for you is so important. And Leanne, if you don't mind, I can come to you now. Now, you are an amazing Avon sales leader, an incredible entrepreneur. You've built your business from scratch with Avon. You've got 2 young children as well, which is amazing. Can you talk to me a little bit more about the financial control side of things? You know, you've built your own business, but how has this potentially shown up for you maybe in the past, and actually how important is it as a woman to have your own financial independence?
Yeah, it's the same with all the other signs. It starts very small and, like you say, sometimes not even noticeable. Then it goes on to things like subtle comments like, I'm going to go and do the shopping because you buy rubbish, and I'm going to go and buy the kids' clothes because you get rubbish, that kind of thing, you know, and it builds up over time and over time. And I got to the point where I'm not going to be able to get a job, you're not capable, you haven't got any skills, and it just really breaks down your confidence.
Yeah, I think that's so important what you mentioned there. It's not just about having a bit of control over the shopping. Actually, this could lead on to them taking away your full economic independence. And we know that it's so important for us as women to play a part in the economy and to have our own financial independence. And for you, what steps did you take for yourself coming out of that relationship to ensure that you had that for yourself and your children?
It was when I joined Avon. It just completely changed my life from day one, just having something that I could call my own. And my girls as well, to show them that, you know, you can go out there and you can be a successful woman, that you don't need to rely on anybody else. It's all within you. Yeah, definitely. Just having that own independence and something of your own for you and your children is absolutely vital, right, into what we do. And Nikita, the final sign that we saw there was about knocking your confidence. Now, Maz and Leanne have spoken about this, and I think it does all interconnect, doesn't it? But how does knocking your confidence show up? Because again, I think this is a super subtle sign that actually sometimes we can be like, is this abuse, or is this person just not quite understanding? So how can knocking your confidence show up, and actually what can we do to identify that?
Yeah, I think from what both ladies said, it's so true, everything that they've both said. And also it's like gaslighting. So women will be gaslighted and not realise that that's happening. Like, it is like these little comments that get made, you know, and knocking someone's confidence. And, you know, they could be a really happy, bubbly, confident person, and then these little comments every single day will chip away constantly at them. And it's that emotional abuse. So they might not be physical, but emotional abuse is still abuse. And you're essentially changing that woman, you're changing that person from who she was to something that she might not even recognise herself. So it's, you know, and also making that woman feel like she's not good enough. You know, she might start feeling guilty about things that she shouldn't feel guilty, like going to do the food shop, like you said. You know, that's a nice thing to go and do for your partner, isn't it? Or to do for the household. But then somebody's coming back and telling you, oh, that's rubbish, you know, you're going to start to believe what they're saying if they're saying it every day.
And how can we overcome that? And how can we even begin to identify it, like you said?
I think it is telling someone, because you're not always going to realise it's happening to yourself. And if you're in it every day, you're living with this person, you've got children with them, you're not going to realise what they're doing. You're going to just essentially take it, aren't you? So I think opening up and telling somebody, that friend or that colleague, might be able to recognise the signs for you, because most times women won't be able to recognise what's going on, especially if they've been in a marriage or relationship for however many years. It just might become the norm for them. So for me, I always say to somebody, if you've got someone who you feel like you can open up to, I think that's the most important thing. Even if it's just one person, it will help.
It will help. And you're so right. And I think, you know, it's almost become normalised. Yeah. And I think sometimes as well, you know, we could be sat within our friendship group and that partner will be there and little digs will be made or little comments will be made. But even the people around you aren't necessarily thinking this is wrong. So I think it's so important, isn't it, for you to be able to identify it personally to be able to set those boundaries and to hopefully put a stop to that knocking of confidence, because like you said, it does chip away over time. We're now going to hear from one of our incredible survivors who has bravely shared her story.
I wish I could tell you when my relationship turned abusive. In all honesty, I don't know. I wish I could tell you that I noticed when the violence started and when the verbal abuse started, but I don't. I was left confused, lonely, unsure of myself, and completely unconfident in all my decisions. After the relationship, I went on a self-empowerment journey that was years of therapy and working with Refuge to help other women who were in my place. The advice I would give someone if they didn't know their relationship was abusive or not simply is someone who loves you wouldn't hurt and traumatize you. This isn't your fault. It's not your job to fix them or excuse their bad behavior. I really wish that someone would have told me that.
We've talked a little bit about this, but how do we empower ourselves and each other, not only to recognise when these signs are showing up, but also to take those steps to freedom, financial freedom, whatever that looks like for that person? So I'd love to talk with you all a little bit more about that now. Leanne, just coming back to you in your business, I mean, let us know how many amazing women are within your team at Avon, first of all.
I've got 100 reps and sales leaders in my team.
Which is phenomenal, right? So it's honestly amazing, because you've built that from scratch and you've empowered all of these incredible women and a few men, I'm sure, to obviously learn and embrace their own power. But how important is it for you that you're giving your team the resources and the knowledge to be able to support with this issue, but more so as well, like your customers and your children as well? So how are you within your community empowering women on this issue?
I just share really openly, and I always make sure there's an open, safe space for everybody to reach out to me. I'm very open about my story, the things that I've been through, just so they know that they can reach out to me. I mean, just yesterday when I was delivering books, I had my customer give me a big hug after I told her what was happening. And she started talking to me then about how her husband, he's now passed away, and things that he used to do to her. And it was just really nice to sort of, know that you're helping other people open up and to give them support, even if it is in the past.
Yeah, I think that's safe space, isn't it? Yeah, and definitely having that safe space to be able to just talk openly, because again, it can be quite, when you first start to realise, I guess it can be quite embarrassing, it can feel quite lonely. So to know that you are there as that open support to signpost in the right direction is amazing. Thank you. And Maz, as we said at the beginning, you are an incredible member of the Avon Allies Against Abuse network. Could you just explain a little bit more about what that is, what you do as part of that network, and how that network empowers other employees just like you within Avon?
Yeah, of course. So we're an amazing group, and it's the highlight of my job at Avon. I think just to be part of a team of like-minded people who want to end violence against women and girls and do everything they can to be a voice, be an ally, be a partner and be a safe place for someone to come and open up. To share that there is something better at the end, and you're not ever going to be alone in your journey, and to be there and being part of what we've done at Avon with our protocol. Like, it's incredible to know that as a woman or a man, if you're going through abuse, that you can reach out, and we're there to support you, to give you that safe space. And the biggest thing is to believe you. Like, we're not going to question you, we're not going to judge you. We're going to be there for you. The biggest one in Avon is when we have our paid leave, because it's going to be incredibly difficult. Like, how you then see your future without the person in your life, that you've got the security of a job, you've got the security of income, you've got security of the financial safetyness around you. Like, you're not going to worry about having to come into work and potentially lose your job at the same time as you're having to go through such a difficult time in your personal life. So for me, that's one of the biggest things that that we offer, and like the safe space and just believe in you, like having that step to say that something isn't right, or you're hurt, or you're in danger, or you don't feel comfortable in your personal life and at home where you should feel safe, to be able to come into work and kind of know that there is that place for you, I think it's amazing. And it's so important for other businesses to realise that as well. We spend most of our time at work. Like it's for some people, it will be their safe place to come to. And if they can't open up or can't be themselves or can't get that refuge or that support, then I think you're missing out. You're missing out on that level of security and the level of empathy that you can give your employees. So yeah, it's incredible.
I mean, I think you said it there. We spend most of our times working, right? And I think, again, you know, with the rise of just working from home, there's a lot more women and men that potentially are experiencing this, but from, you know,
and I guess
like you can't see that.
If you're at home with your partner as well, you're not going to be able to escape. They're going to be watching you. They're going to be they'll be watching you at home on your personal, on your socials, but then they're now watching you while you're at work and how you interact with people at work as well, which can be really scary.
Yeah, really scary. So I guess just to have that person to go to at work that actually is your colleague, but your trained associates as well.
Yeah, so we've just finished some amazing training with No More, where we're learning about the different signs, learning about the more common signs, like all the more current signs, because obviously as society changes and as we change in technical advances with like social media, what to look out for, like world of online dating, knowing don't give your phone to someone to put their contact in, because you can turn on location services. Like when I think everybody in our call was just gobsmacked that we didn't know that to start with. So yeah, having that awareness and kind of like bringing a survivor's guide to it, and just having that trust and knowing that we're there.
Yeah, it's truly amazing, isn't it? I think just to create that safe space for people to be able to thrive within work. But I think most importantly of all, like you said, implementing something like paid leave is so vital for a survivor or someone going through this. To know that they aren't going to lose out on income, for example, is so important, and so reassuring for that person to know that actually that business is there for them through that whole journey. Incredible, thank you. And Nikita, as we said, you know, you are an amazing ambassador for Refuge, and there's so many NGOs around our world, but also in the UK. Can you tell us a little bit more about that charity support and what that journey might look like? Because again, I think when we're maybe first realising, it can be quite daunting, quite nerve-wracking, feel quite lonely. Who do we speak to? Where do we go? What is that journey going to look like? So can you just share a little bit more about that journey if you reached out to an NGO?
Yeah, so if you do reach out to an NGO or somewhere like Refuge, you will receive like 24-hour helpline, so you can call anytime. There's so many volunteers that work with Refuge, you know, someone there to listen to you, whatever your needs are. Also, you know, if you need housing, you know, Refuge have just done this amazing brick by brick campaign, so basically building houses for women that need to escape essentially from danger. So if they have pets or they have children, and you know, I think for a lot of women, the reason why they can't leave certain situations is because of financial situation. You know, they might not be able to afford it. They think, how am I going to be able to survive with my kids and my pets? So I think that's a really big factor. So it's somewhere safe that women can go if they need to physically get out and leave. If they need someone to just talk to and just let it all out, you know, someone to speak to on the phone. Another amazing feature that Refuge have is on their website, if you are talking to them, it won't show up on your browser history. So I know a lot of people have gone through situations, relationships where their abuser is going through their phone, social media, web browser, search history. So, you know, like you said as well, people working from home, they're always on a laptop. Their partner or abuser might go and search what they're looking at, and it won't come up. And I think that's a really important thing to highlight, that that can keep you safe, because that's obviously another factor. A lot of women might be scared to even search for something like a Refuge or another NGO because they don't want to get found out that they're trying to get help, and then they think it might make it worse for themselves. So it's, you know, really important that everyone knows there is somewhere like Refuge, because I know in my community, in the British Asian community, don't always know that there's somewhere they can go, and a lot of times they will hide the fact that something's going on with their partner or abuser, and they often feel like they can't go to family because so often, the mindset is a little bit different. They might feel like, you can't air what's going on. They might feel embarrassed, scared, alone. They don't know that they can talk about what's going on. So I think that it's important to highlight there are so many amazing places that you actually can turn to, and you can feel safe when doing so.
Absolutely. I mean, Refuge 50 years just over in the UK, which is truly incredible. And I think as well, it's so true, isn't it, of any NGO really, there will always be confidentiality. There will always be the right resources, right through from legal support, like everything that person could ever need. And it's not about being fearful to speak to someone, but these are totally unbiased. People will believe you. And it's just about taking that step, isn't it? To think, okay, these resources are here. Let me have a look and let me reach out for some help. And I think after that initial conversation with an NGO, you instantly feel better and more at ease about the next steps. Is that right?
And I think, just to add, that I think it's women that have been through what you've gone through. So it's not just like people that are just working there or just volunteering there just for the sake of it. It's women that really understand what you've gone through. It's, survivors. It's people that have a personal, relationship with something like domestic abuse and been through it themselves. And, even for me, I'm not just an ambassador for it for the sake of it. It's genuinely something that I've personally gone through, grown up in a violent environment. So I really know when I've met with survivors, it's like you just get each other, because it's talking about something that you've all been through and you kind of all bond over it. But it also feels good to speak about it, and it does feel empowering to just kind of let it out, and in a safe space, a safe environment where you know that nobody's going to judge you and you all actually do understand.
Yeah, I think that's so important, isn't it, about having those safe people to speak to, because you're so right, like you will feel judged maybe, or a little bit even embarrassed sometimes that this has happened to you, and it's like, who do I speak to, where do I go? But to know that there's a group of women or another woman or anybody that's gone through the same situation, you can really relate to that person. I just think it...
Especially if your friend groups, they're going to know your partner, right? They're going to be like, oh, no, he's not like that. Like my dad told me that my ex was a really good guy, and I'm like, maybe to you, but not to me. So like having that, you've got that barrier, and you've got, like you said, you've got somebody who's, or a group of people who are there to support you, that know what you're going to face. They know what you think people are going to think about you, even though that's not necessarily the case. But like you play it in your head that you're not going to be, you're making something bigger than it is, and they'll be like, actually, no, we're here for you.
What you're saying is so valid. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, your feelings are valid. What you're experiencing is valid. Yeah,
100%. I just love it as well, just being able to speak about this issue, and just to know that there's other women in that situation ready to support you. And it's so right about the NGOs, No More have an amazing directory online, no matter where you are, no matter what country you live in, all of the services are listed on there, which again, just have that one-stop place to go, to think, right, if I do anything, I'm just going to go and have a look and see what's available in my area, is so vital, just to raise awareness of that.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that we're coming to the end of our conversation, but I would love to just ask you all, if you could share one piece of information with somebody that is maybe just starting to recognise that this is happening to them, or that their relationship is unhealthy, what do you think that advice would be? Maz, I'll come to you first.
So I would say that if you've got a close group of friends, or your friends, like, start the conversations, just have that initial, this has happened, what do you think? And if you're thinking that your friend is in a situation, like, have that open conversation and share what your boundaries are, share what your expectations of a relationship is, so that you can go to your friends and go, actually, not am I overreacting, or like, did that actually happen? What do you think? And if you lay out where your boundaries are from the very beginning, you're kind of able to put your self-worth out there. Like, you're not going to take a step back, and you're not going to go, actually, I'm going to accept anything less. This is what I want, and this is what you want for your friends. Like, we want the best for everybody in our lives, who are close to and who we love, and we should be able to, like, share and go, this is what I want. Can you help me find it? But I think if you're open, and if it's a discussion that we have out loud, it's gonna kind of like set the precedents for all your relationships going forward and what other people should think as well.
Yeah, and it's not even, it is about what you want, but it's almost just what everyone deserves, right?
Yeah.
It's this like basic level of respect from their partner. And I think that's so important just to mention those boundaries early on. And it's not about going to someone saying, this is what I expect of you, but actually just having that open discussion with your partner is so important.
Yeah, partner and friends. I think the minute something feels wrong and trust your gut, you know that actually you can share. You go like, this is what I was this is what I was hoping for, this is what I have, and this is what's happening. So yeah, your gut is your biggest, your gut and your boundaries I think are your biggest two.
Amazing, thank you. Nikita, I'll come to you next.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Maz said, but it's also just putting you first. And, you know, if you are going through a certain situation that you feel like is, you know, damaging to your mental health and physically as well, and you feel like you're changing and you're not who you feel like you are as a woman, I think it's really important that women put themselves first. And like, I know it's not easy to recognise the signs, but if you feel like mentally you're not feeling 100% and you're not as happy as maybe you used to be, or maybe as happy as you are when you're with your girl mates or your colleagues, just recognising that, putting yourself first and your happiness comes first. And also, like we've said already, but just speaking to somebody. And like, I know it's not easy to just open up and talk about what's going on in your home or in your relationship, but if you do have anyone at all that you could let it out on, that will really, really help. And just if you are recognising the signs for a friend or for a colleague or somebody you work with, just being that kind of shoulder or, you know, that ear to listen to, that would really help, I think, because I've gone through it recently with my friends, and I've had to be that person to be like, look, what's happening to you is not right, and I'm going to be there for you. But I think it always takes another woman to kind of tell that friend or colleague, like, what's happening to you is not okay. So just kind of being aware of people around you, I think, and just having that person to be open with is really important.
And that's it, just being like, because you know yourself ultimately, right? So I definitely think that you'll notice if your confidence starts to diminish and, you know, you can pinpoint those reasons. I think that's just so important, just remembering who you are and standing by that. Amazing. And Leanne, last but not least.
Yeah, mine's a mix of both, really. It's reaching out and understanding what is your normal. If something feels a bit off or you get a bit of an icky feeling in your tummy, like, really listen to that. Also to understand that you're not going mad. I spent 3 years thinking I was going mad. I couldn't reach out to anybody. I didn't even reach out to any charities because I just thought, well, they're not going to know, they're not going to understand, when in actual fact they've been through it as well. So they're the best people that you could reach out to. If you don't have any friends or family around, just reach out to somebody and go with your gut.
Yeah, I love that. Just go with your gut and trust your gut for sure. A huge thank you to all of our panellists today for joining us. And remember, abuse doesn't come with a big warning sign. It's often about recognising those subtle signs. But we do welcome everybody to head over to the Get Love Strong platform at avonworldwide.com to learn more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll watch it myself. So carry on, Nick. Carry on with your job.
Fantastic. Thank you, panellists Gemma Brightman-White, Nikita Kanda, Leanne Miller and Marianne Tyrrell for your inspiring words and for being part of #EVAW. And of course, thank you so much to Avon. We are so grateful for your continued support. Well, hello, my name is Madeline McQueen. I am one of your hosts for today, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here for #EVAW. That's the elimination of violence against women. So next, I'm honoured to introduce one of today's sponsors, the Interim Executive Director of the Centre for Public Impact, Dr. Pierre Bartine. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pierre to #EVAW, being interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
Pierre, welcome to #EVAW.
Thank you.
So the first thing I wanted to ask you is, tell us about working at CPI.
Yeah, my journey to get into CPI.
Please.
Yeah, of course. I'm an immigrant from Peru originally, and I moved to the United States at a young age when I was 11. And since a very young age, I became obsessed, if you will, with the reasons that my family left Peru and that I left Peru. And so my entire studies, both in high school, if you can believe it, in undergrad, and then my master's, and going on to graduate school, was really all about understanding violence and societal violence. And as I said, I became obsessed with it. And so over time, I realized that the more, that any time a country has any type of upheaval, be it social upheaval, climate change challenges, gender-based violence goes up. And I dedicated my career for over 15 years, to working around violence against women, specifically domestic sexual violence and sex trafficking. And I did it at the level of direct services, working with survivors directly. I did it at the level of policy, level of research, communications, and then I worked for some national organizations on this issue. And all around systems change as well with governments. So by the time that I came to CPI, I thought I have a pretty good array of systems change tools, if you will, and I've done quite a bit of work with governments, and I'd love to expand that repertoire of knowledge around systems change and apply it to issues outside of just gender-based violence. And so CPI works on a number of issues, ranging from public health, climate change, innovation in local governments, and of course, violence against women.
Wow, what an amazing story. Thank you for telling us that. Can I ask you, why is the day for the elimination of violence against women so important?
Yeah, globally, violence against women, or 1 in 3 women experience gender-based violence or domestic violence. The rates skyrocket when you look at native populations in different contexts, when you look at folks of color, when you look at survivors who are part of the LGBTQ community, which I'm part of as well. You see a high level of violence, and a question might come and say, why is that? Is it these communities are more inherently violent? And of course the answer is no. It's oftentimes that we don't have systemic protections, responses, systems that work for folks that allow these kind of crimes to go without punishment or without some type of response. And so this is a particularly important day because we raise the awareness around this issue, and we collectively can think about what are the conditions that we can create to eradicate violence against women.
It's amazing. It's incredible, Pierre, to hear your stories of CPI, and I do want to take this opportunity of thanking you massively, because if the audience have just joined us now, CPI is fundamentally important to allowing this to happen. You've supported Peace One Day to put this broadcast on, and together as partners with our great friends at No More, and of course with Avon. And so I just want to thank you and acknowledge you and CPI for all your team for the hard work you've done to make this possible for us.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I want to ask you, talk to me specifically. Somebody's heard about CPI for the first time. What are some of the services? What are some of the ways in which you're really on the front line helping?
Yeah, I'm going to talk specifically around our portfolio in gender equity. So we have, as I mentioned earlier, work around climate change. We have work around government innovation with local governments, right, public health, but specifically around gender equity. I can go down the list of a number of projects that we've had, but I'll highlight one, and that is that we are part of the Safe Access for Victims Economic Security. It's a mouthful, but it's a SAFES Center, and it's sponsored, or it's actually funded by the Department of Health and Human Services. It's a 5-year program. And the idea is to look at 13 sites, or 12 states and 1 tribal territory in the United States, that are trying to experiment with how to improve the child support system so that it is safer for survivors of domestic violence. And CPI is part of that initiative, right? And it's such an exciting initiative because it allows us to work directly with communities, directly with states that are trying to improve a government system, that we can then take those learnings and amplify it nationwide and say, if we want to create best practices on how to prevent the re-victimization of people of survivors going through the child support system, here is how you do it. Here is how we've learned. Here is the research that we have. Here are the policies that we that we recommend, right? And doing that in partnership with a number of other really well-known organizations and the federal government, HHS, in the United States, has been completely rewarding. And I know we have a panel, I believe, later on today, specifically dedicated to this topic, so I hope people can tune in.
Yeah, and see you leading that panel. That's going to be absolutely amazing. Yeah. So much going on today. So yeah, lots for people to watch and find out more about. Yeah, I just want to ask you, I mean, you know, Peace One Day, we put a lot of constructive narrative out into the world. As I said earlier, we're honoured to be working with you to be able to do that today around the elimination of violence against women. And you know, obviously we're really concerned about the amount of refugees that's increasing. We're very concerned about the way in which we're treating our planet, and we're really concerned about the increase of wars. Where are we on the issue of domestic violence? Are we getting on top of it? Is it coming down? Is it going up? I mean, what are some of the facts that we might want to share with us?
Yeah, well, we can go down that road, but I think what is more interesting for us, which we work again with governments, is this question of, yes, gender-based violence happens at the individual level, but there are social conditions and systemic conditions at the government level, societal level, that perpetuate violence against women through policies, through laws, right? So I'll give you an example from the United States, which is abortion bans, and that have happened all across the United States. And we forget oftentimes the unintended consequence of not giving access to reproductive rights for women, for instance, right? And that women are dying because they don't have access to comprehensive reproductive health. These are regardless of where you land on the question of abortion, what I'm concerned about is the impact that these type of laws have on women's health and women's lives, right? And so that becomes an example of policies that, again, threaten women's lives or end up killing women, that require special attention, that in my mind becomes state-sponsored violence or state-perpetuated violence because the state is responsible in a way for those deaths.
Yeah. So it's very interesting. You're CPI. You're working from the very top, you know, all the way down, you know, through the whole system, right at the community, right at the home, right at governmental level, to kind of change these systemic issues. I mean, that's really incredible. I guess the partnership with them all must be amazing because, of course, two of you are probably complementing each other in quite a big way in terms of outreach.
We do love working with No More, and in fact, I'll just put a plug in, right? That for those watching around the world, that if folks need resources, if they need to know where they can get help, right? I would encourage people to visit the nomore.org website, nomore.org, to find resources in multiple countries all around the world.
Okay, and if they want to find out more about CPI?
Yeah, of course, centerforpublicimpact.org, and we have a page that is just dedicated to our gender-based violence or gender equity specific work.
Yeah. Somebody out there might be watching, is having a tough time right now. What would you say?
What would I say? Well, first is do try to go to the nomore.org website, and two, know that you're not alone. I think that for those of us who have gone through gender-based violence, myself included, you feel alone, and it is not until you reach out to someone and say, hey, I have something that I would like to confide in you about, or that I need a little bit of help in, that you realize that you have an entire village behind you that is willing to support you in your healing and in the next steps of your life.
Amazing advice, Pierre. CPI, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierre Bartine, for sharing your insights, and Centre for Public Impact for sponsoring today's podcast. We are so grateful for your support of #EVAW, No More, and Peace One Day. Now, to all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them, because every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information, or nomore.org if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today. Now, we're honoured to introduce the CEO and founder of the WOW Foundation, Jude Kelly, CBE. We're honoured to have her support today, so please join me in welcoming Jude Kelly, CBE, to #EVAW, being interviewed
by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
Jude Kelly, CBE, welcome to #EVAW.
Pleased to be here.
As you know, we're raising awareness of the elimination of violence against women, an incredibly important day. Before we talk about that, I'd love the audience to find out a little bit about you. Could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, I'm a little girl in Liverpool and I have 3 sisters and all of us are very ambitious. I wanted to be a theatre director, but I didn't know anything about theatre and I hadn't ever seen women directors and I had no kind of journey that was obvious for me. But one way or another, with a lot of encouragement from people and some people pushing me back saying that girls don't direct, nevertheless, I found myself in the theatre. And I've spent all my life creating stories. And I suppose about 15 years ago, when I founded the WOW Women of the World festivals, I realised that there just weren't enough stories that were being told about girls and women that put us centre stage. And actually, unless women's stories are mainstreamed, then actually, in a sense, their rights aren't mainstreamed either. So it became very critical to me that I used my theatre making skills and my festival making skills to celebrate everything that girls and women have achieved in history, everything they're doing now, and everything they could do in the future if we had gender equality. So I suppose my journey has been making my own dreams happen and then really, really wanting to make sure that other people's dreams weren't crushed.
Incredible. So inspiring. I mean, of course, we all know about your work and it's just amazing. So congratulations. Now, all of these issues, gender equality, the elimination of violence against women, raising awareness of the issues of domestic violence are incredibly important to you. Why is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women so important?
Because it's an epidemic. It's right across the world. There is not one country in the whole globe that doesn't have this as an absolutely fundamental problem in society. And unless we raise awareness and say, this is something which isn't just about a country that has poor rights. This is about the way that society views the entitlement of men to take out violent instincts on women. Not all men, but too many men. And of course, violence against girls and women is something which happens in all walks of society, every class, every background, etc. So we have to draw attention to it. It becomes, I think, a critical part of changing our lives as civilizations to be able to tackle this issue. It's not something we can just say, well, it's been there, it's always going to be there, what can you do? No, we have to say zero tolerance. We will do something. And it's focusing people's minds and attention onto it on this particular day that's crucial.
Amazing. Incredible. Thank you. Can I talk to you about WOW Foundation? How exactly does WOW Foundation support raising awareness of this issue? Talk to us about some of the incredible work that you've done in relation to this.
Well, I started the WOW Foundation 15 years ago because I wanted girls and women to feel that they could talk about everything that was part of their lives, the positive things and the negative things. The more joy you build, the more optimism, the more courage you achieve to be able to discuss things that are strictly taboo in many societies. And right at the core of women's ability to realize their full potential is the fear that actually violence might come to them if they walk out of line in a way, if they do something inappropriate, if they do something which people don't approve of. Some of it is extreme violence, but some of it is actually just aggression, hostility, disapproval. I mean, it all is a spectrum that you're on when you're a girl or a woman, trying to fully realize yourself and realizing that society often is punishing you if you do realize yourself, or your partner might punish you, or a stranger might punish you. So I wanted WOW to be a place where, everybody could come and have a great time, discuss all kinds of ideas, all kinds of topics, and where nothing was taboo, where you were encouraged not to feel shame about things. And it's become this extraordinary movement. It's probably the biggest movement of its kind in the world, where we've been in 45 countries, we perform all over the calendar year. And it's really I suppose instead of being a specialist area where people go specifically to talk about violence against women, because it's a place where you can talk about all manner of things, where you'll bump into so many subjects, gradually people realise that something they thought maybe wasn't to do with them, actually maybe they do realise that it is affecting them, or it has affected people in their family, or it's something that they have covered up and never discussed. So, it's different than going to a specialist conference or a policy-making area. It's just for ordinary people. It's not just about violence against women, but in the context of discussing women's lives, violence emerges inevitably. And that makes people feel freer and more able to discuss things with each other and less lonely.
Incredible. So, Jude, can I ask you, if people want to find out more about the WOW Foundation and come to a festival, where do we go for information?
Well, go onto the website, the WOW Foundation. It'll tell you everything you need to know. And wherever you are in the world, there's a way of connecting up with WOW. And the more girls and women, men and boys join us, then actually the more vital the movement becomes. There's millions of people part of it now. So, yeah, if you're watching this, then please join us. And I wanted to stress this issue. It isn't just for women. Celebrating the lives of girls and women is something that men who love women can do very easily. And eradicating violence against girls and women is something that absolutely has to have men's attention and determination. It isn't something that is a solo activity for a woman on her own to try to solve. That just cannot be done.
Amazing, Jude. Well, I can't wait to come to the next festival. I want to ask you one last thing, and one incredibly important thing. To somebody watching who might be in a difficult situation, what would your recommendation be in relation to where they should go for support?
Well, go before it's too frightening. A lot of people don't go and seek help because they think, well, it's not that bad. But all the evidence is that once you're in a relationship that has got violence simmering in somewhere, even if it hasn't reached a physical crisis, then it's going to be accelerating, and it might be too late to do anything about it unless you do it soon. I think that people should ring helplines. Helplines sometimes are busy. There's not enough staff for the helplines, so keep trying and trying over again. You can go to your doctor, you can go to a hospital, you can go to a police station, you can go to anywhere where somebody in authority will be able to say, look, we understand about this, we'll find you some help. And I know that people are frightened to do that because they're ashamed sometimes, and also because their circumstances are very difficult. You've got children, you think, well, where will I live? What will I do? But for your sake, for your safety's sake, you have to reach out and start telling people. The greatest problem is that you've been encouraged, if you're in an abusive relationship, to be absolutely secretive and to be absolutely held back from asking for help. But, you have to find the courage to break through that. You owe it to yourself. It's your human rights that count, finally.
Great advice, Jude. It's incredible to see what you've done with narrative, constructive narrative. You've informed, you've inspired, you've engaged people all over the world. It's absolutely incredible. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you. Lovely to speak to you.
Thank you, Jude Kelly, CBE, for that fascinating interview. It is an honour to have you and your support. We're excited to introduce our next guest, Carol Fisher, survivor and host of the popular podcast, The Girlfriends. Please join me in welcoming Carol Fisher to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by Global CEO of the No More Foundation, Pamela Zaballa. Let's go to that interview right now.
Hi, Carol. Let me make a little bit of a confession. Carol, every time that I see you, I am at my happiest. You are such an amazing character, such a role model for all of us. And so I'm so excited to be here, to be interviewing you today. It's such a pleasure. Let me ask. Let me start by asking. You are a global ambassador for No More. You're the first ambassador with that role. What does that mean to you? Like, and why did you even say yes?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Peace One Day, and I want to thank No More for raising awareness and doing this today. I couldn't resist saying no to you. To be your first ambassador, and it's been an absolute privilege. My story's interesting in that I hosted a podcast, a real true crime podcast, called The Girlfriends, and it was a sisterhood of women that came together to solve a crime. There was a woman who was murdered. I had been in a relationship with her husband prior to that, or after that murder. I just want to mention Gail because Gail Katz was the one who was murdered, and I feel an honor to be her voice. Little did I realize that when Anna Sinfeld from Novel and iHeartRadio put this podcast together, that millions of people would hear it, and it became #1. And so what I learned from that is that women feel alone and often don't feel empowered to have a voice about domestic violence. And so all of a sudden women were reaching out to me and thanking me for sharing my story, their story, and it's been an honor. And at that point I had a moral obligation to continue these efforts and to work with you and your team, and you're doing amazing work. So thank you for allowing me to be your first ambassador.
And Carol, I want to come to the podcast, but before that, I really want to kind of delve in something that you just said, which was you didn't expect, that outcry or that outpour. How did you take that in? How did you kind of feel that was happening, and how unexpected was it?
It was so unexpected for me, and it still really takes my breath away. 1 in 3 women will experience some type of domestic violence during their life. And so the fact that we're in what I would call a silent epidemic, a health crisis, is overwhelming to me. And it really speaks to the fact that women don't feel empowered to share their story. And so the learning has been great for me. It's just been absolutely amazing.
And for anybody who hasn't heard the podcast, it's a must. It's The Girlfriends, and it's an incredible story of women that come together because many of them have dated the same man who goes on to, murder somebody. And I want to, if I can get, a minute from you around the friendship that was formed in the community that all of you actually come together. How did that happen, and what impact did that have on you?
We had a West Coast contingency of girlfriends. I was in Las Vegas when I dated this man, and the woman who was murdered, Gail, was in New York. So it was coast to coast reach. We have become fast friends. It's been just wonderful to be friends today with Gail's sister, Elaine, who is just this amazing force, bringing awareness to domestic violence. But I think the important thing is that Girlfriends, we band together to right a wrong. And, I think there's power in that, and there's learning in that, Pam. What we see today is that women supporting other women can be the best thing for supporting women that have experienced domestic violence, that are in a domestic violence relationship. There's so much to be said about the power of friendship, honest, pure friendship.
In this day of the elimination of violence against women, for us it's a bit of a season because we're preparing for it, and for the 16 days of activism. I've had a lot of thinking about especially family members of people who have been murdered or injured. And you mentioned a little bit about Gail. Let's talk a little bit about Elaine and the role that she had, and it's almost like the cross that she carried. What impact did that have on the case and on yourself?
Elaine is an amazing woman who understood that her sister had been murdered and they had no evidence to prove that. And it took close to 20, 30 years to make that proof a reality. Elaine took a tragedy and turned it into her everyday work, but she sits with that pain every day. And it motivates her to do good in the world, but it is an overwhelming feeling of despair for her each and every day. And I know that she just really appreciates the fact that you're shedding light and raising awareness, and that other women are joining her in these efforts.
And I know she runs a fantastic charity, or she supports a charity called Gail's House, if I'm not mistaken, right? So just doing a big shout out for it and all the amazing work they do. I know Girlfriends kind of moved on to a second season where they were talking of more women that were murdered. And today, in this day, why do you think, based on all of that and the fantastic ending Girlfriends first season had, why do you think this day is important, and why should we should be all talking about it?
You know, at the end of season 1, you'll remember in that last final episode, we read a list of names of hundreds of women that have gone missing, unsolved cases, and we remember them with passion and compassion and respect, and we honor them. And there were so many people who reached out. They were so moved by that we then moved on to season 2, and we solved another crime. And it was important. The girlfriends in the episode turned out to be larger than one might imagine, because I have so many new girlfriends now from the girlfriends that it really is mind-blowing. Women feel this amazing bond, and they want to come together to support one another. And that's what we're seeing through season 1, and that's certainly what we have seen and experienced in season 2. And almost daily, Pam, people reach out through my social media and ask what they can do to be part of the solution. So I would say to women looking to get involved that are listening today, please reach out to knowmore.org. That's NOMORE.org. And you can make a difference. And if you need help, we want you to reach out. If you're feeling alone, if you're feeling that embarrassment and stigma and shame, please reach out, because all of us are here to support you.
And I would love to count myself in your kind of girlfriends newfound, team. So, thank you so much for the support. And I have a couple of seconds. If there was one message that you want to leave to everybody today, Carol, what would that be?
Well, first of all, you are a big girlfriend of mine. You are an important girlfriend of mine. You're amazing, Pam. That one message is you're not alone. You're not alone. There's help out there. You didn't do anything wrong. If you're experiencing domestic violence, please know that doesn't have to be your entire story of your life. That there's a light out there, and we're all here to help.
And that's the great Carol Fisher for everybody. Thank you so much for your love and your support.
Thank you.
That was incredible, Carol Fisher. Such an amazing figure from the world of ending gender-based violence. Now, to all of our viewers around the world, please share this broadcast with your friends, your family, your colleagues right now. Just send them the link, as every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information, or know more if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today. Now, our next guest that we're going to hear from is actor Hamil Camille. We are honoured to share a special statement of support for #EVAW. Let's go to that video now.
Hola a todos, soy Jaime Camille y es un honor estar con ustedes hoy. Decidí unirme a esa transmisión porque creo firmemente que necesitamos que más hombres sean parte del movimiento para ponerle fin a la violencia contra las mujeres. La violencia contra las mujeres no es, ni nunca ha sido, solo un problema de mujeres. Es un problema que afecta a nuestras familias, a nuestras comunidades y a nuestra sociedad en general. Detenerla y prevenirla requiere del esfuerzo de todas y todos nosotros. Este día es una oportunidad clave para unirnos. Hombres y mujeres, juntos, debemos alzar la voz y decir no más a la violencia doméstica y sexual. Por mi parte, seguiré usando mi plataforma para generar conciencia y los invito a ustedes que me están viendo a que también se sumen. Unidos podemos construir un mundo donde todas las mujeres y niñas vivan libres de violencia. Gracias.
Thank you, Hamil Camille, for your wonderful words. We are so honoured to have your support of us today for hashtag EVAW 2024. That is the elimination of violence against women. Now, again, viewers around the world, we want you to tell your friends and your family and colleagues about this broadcast right now. Please share the link with them because every view helps. And why not? Visit peaceoneday.org for more information or nomore.org if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today. Now, next up, I am delighted to introduce our guest, Anna Isacson, Senior Vice President, Social Responsibility at the NFL. We are thrilled to have her support, so please join me in welcoming Anna Isacson to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by Chair of the No More Foundation, Jane Randall.
Thank you. Welcome, Anna Isacson. We are thrilled that you can join us for this broadcast to raise awareness for the Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, hashtag EVAW. We've worked together for a number of years on addressing domestic and sexual violence. And if you could just briefly introduce yourself, and then we can go into some questions.
Sure. Happy to be here. My name is Anna Isacson, and I am the Senior Vice President of Social Responsibility for the NFL, the National Football League.
Excellent. So tell me, how did the league first get involved in it's really a leading organization in addressing these issues. How did you all first get involved?
So the truth is, Jane, and you know this, but we first got involved in a time of crisis for the NFL. Back in 2014, we found ourselves in a really challenging time where several of our players were accused and found themselves in a situation where they had committed acts of violence. And we really looked in the mirror at that time and said, you know, what should the NFL be doing in this space? We knew and we learned quickly from experts that violence against women, domestic violence, sexual violence wasn't something that was unique to sports or unique to the NFL. But we still, you know, needed to be reflective in that moment and say, is there something more that the NFL can be doing to help move society forward on these issues? And thankfully, we had great leadership in Commissioner Goodell, who said, yes, we should be in this space and we should help to lead. And so that's what we did about 10 years ago.
You know, it was interesting because like with most crises, it wasn't the act itself, it was the response, right? And that was what you all learned was not to be so insular, right? To look outside for advice. And I think you really set a tone for a lot of other organizations, which is amazing. So what steps did you take once you realized you needed to do more?
You know, I think to your point, we knew and we realized really quickly that we did not have a deep enough understanding of the topic. And that's where we stepped into hot water and where we made mistakes is we really had a lack of knowledge. And we realized there was a lack of awareness within our entire organization, within the NFL family. And so we started to think about our work in this area in three categories. We said, okay, what do we have to do internally? Right? Mm-hmm. How do we have to look in the mirror? How do we have to educate the NFL family? What training do we have to do? What policies do we have to put into place? We also looked externally, and we said, what is our role in society? How can we help move our fans forward? How can we help move young people forward in this space? How can we use the NFL platform to make a difference? How can we use our resources to make a difference? So we looked internally, we looked externally, and then we said, and also we have to really beef up our personal conduct policy and our discipline and make sure that people are being held accountable. And when we looked at our policies, it wasn't just about the discipline, but really about how do we do more to protect and to help people who are survivors of violence, who may be victims of violence. And we created a whole set of policies to address those needs.
Right. And those are not just for the players, but potentially for the players' families and other people who may be impacted. Yes?
Correct. I mean, it's for anyone who is connected or affiliated in any way with the NFL family. And those policies stay in place now 10 years later.
Yeah, it's really incredible. So can you talk a little bit about the education? You all do something that is unusual, is that you have, for the last 10 years, educated every member of the NFL from top to bottom on domestic and sexual violence for an hour every year. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's something that we learned from advisors and experts early on in the space. They said education is obviously critical, but what is more critical is repeating that education and not assuming that you're going to educate people once and they're going to be experts on DVSA. And so we really took that to heart. I don't think at the time we realized that most companies weren't doing this, but we said, okay, we're going to set out and we're going to educate every member of the NFL family every year. And, the first year we worked really hard to, it was really a domestic violence, sexual assault 101, making sure people really had an understanding of the topic and the issue and making sure that people had the resources if they needed them. But then every year after that, it became, what do we do to keep this fresh, interesting, so that people who sometimes are working for the NFL for many years or players who are playing in the NFL for many years aren't seeing the same exact thing over and over and over again? How do we make sure that we're getting the main points across again, that we're driving home the most important things, but we're also bringing new topics and new areas into the space, right? So one year we focused on being an active bystander, for example. Another year, we focused a little bit more on child abuse. One year, we talked about being a bystander as it relates to sexual violence. And so we've really tried to think about the different areas of this issue and bring those to light in our education. We're now on year 11 of education. We just completed it for all NFL players and are going through education for all NFL staff and NFL club staff as we speak. And we're doing things this year more on healthy relationships and other really, really important topics.
That's great. So you mentioned, you do a very thorough job. You do internal, you look at policies, you work externally, you work with nonprofits. It really is sort of the perfect circle of how to address these issues or any issue. How do you work with your nonprofit partners? What is some of the most impactful work you've done over the years?
So early on, we formed two major national partnerships in the U.S. And one was with the hotline, the National Domestic Violence Hotline, and the other was with the National Sexual Violence Resource Center. And from that relationship was formed a sort of consortium of the biggest sexual violence organizations in the country called Reliance. And so we wanted to make sure that we were both investing on both sides of the topic, on DV and on sexual violence. And so we formed long-term multi-million-dollar partnerships with each of those organizations and really spent time working with them on how to take on some of the biggest challenges that those organizations were facing. So for example, at the time, the hotline, believe it or not, struggled to answer all the calls that were coming in. And it still remains a struggle to this day. And so our dollars really went directly to that. How can we help the hotline answer more calls? And, I think from those two relationships, we really learned that we did not want to be a check writing organization. We wanted to be a partner in this space and have an ongoing relationship. And so from those two big national partnerships, we started then looking at small local grassroots organizations that were reaching the underrepresented communities throughout our country. And so we now probably have funded, I mean, it's probably more than 100 organizations that are working in this area all across the country in different communities, but still with our two anchor partnerships being Reliance and the Hotline.
You also do something every year in the communities you enter into, whether it's for draft or kickoff or the Super Bowl, where you engage the local community on these issues. And can you talk just briefly about Unsung Heroes? Because you've done it for the last 10 plus years, and it's really has grown to be quite an amazing event on lots of different levels.
Sure. So one of the earliest moments I had in this space was actually visiting the domestic violence hotline in Austin, Texas, and having an opportunity to watch advocates answer the phone and see with my own eyes. I was with, NFL leadership and commissioner, and he was there too, seeing how hard people work and how emotional those calls can be when you're answering the phone and when someone is relying on you to help them in an instant. And so from that experience and several others, we decided to create Unsung Heroes every year at Super Bowl, which is our biggest event, and make sure that there was a moment Super Bowl week every year where people who are on the other end of the line are being recognized and where those advocates are being celebrated and being lifted up for the work that they're doing. And just an acknowledgement that this one, brunch for them, is to say thank you for being on the under end of the line, for being an advocate, for working in this space, for choosing to work in this space when you could do something else, because we know how taxing that is and how hard it is. So that's an event that is really uplifting. It's meant to celebrate these people in the community who are focused on trafficking and violence against women and sexual violence and intimate partner violence. And it actually is one of our most uplifting and celebratory events of Super Bowl week every single year.
It's an amazing event, and I have had the privilege of attending, and it's lovely to see. The advocates just love it. Anna, thank you so much for taking time. I know you have an incredibly busy schedule, but we really, really appreciate your taking the time to be with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Anna Isacson, for sharing your incredible thoughts. We are so honoured to have you join us for hashtag EVAW. That's the elimination of violence against women. Our next interview is with Zainab Salbi, co-founder of Daughters for Earth. Please join me in welcoming Zainab Salbi to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilley. Let's go to that interview now.
Zainab, welcome to EVAW, the day for the elimination of violence against women.
Thank you. It is always good to be in conversation with you and in this community. Thank you for having me.
Great. The first thing that I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, I am someone who was born and raised in Baghdad, Iraq, and came to America when I was around 20 years old. And at a very young age, I realized, honestly, from my own childhood to then coming to America and realizing there's so many wars, the most informative thing that's in what I do in life is how do we understand wars and peace from a woman's perspective. As a child, I grew up in the Iran-Iraq war, and I was very early stage. I was like seeing the news only covering wars as men are fighting it, which is weapons and politics and all of that. But women run the backline discussion of war. Women keep life going in war, in the midst of war. They're not necessarily involved in the politics or in the fighting as much as they keep school open, and they keep the birthday parties, and they keep the food on the table, and all this life that keeps on happening in wars that we do not talk about it are run by women. And so at a very young age, I realized, wow, the world actually doesn't understand what women role in wars and in the definition of peace. And when I was 23 years old, I started an organization called Women for Women International that particularly focused on working with women survivors of wars and help them rebuild their lives after wars destroy them in so many different ways, both in terms of violence, displacement, rape, all of that, killing, all of that. So we help them in a very practical way, the financials, the emotional, the community, and we help them stand on their feet. And honestly, now I work with women on the front lines of climate change. If I am to summarize my journey, my life journey for you, Jeremy, and the rest of the world, is I am someone I am blessed to know my dedication in life, to know my purpose in life, and my purpose to be in service for women's voices and marginalized voices all over the world. And I'm blessed and I'm grateful for having worked in war zones for 20 years, building Women for Women International from scratch to helping 500,000 women directly and mobilizing another 500,000 women to support these other 500,000 in 16 war zones and raising $150 million that went into the hands of women to help them rebuild their lives. I'm grateful that I'm working with women on the front lines of addressing climate change to be in service. And honestly, if you have impact on only one person, is the biggest blessing and a gift in my life. And that's my life.
Incredible. I mean, I know about your life, and it's an absolute honor to be in your presence and to hear your story. It's inspirational, and thank you for everything that you do. I want to ask you, why is the International Day for the elimination of violence against women so important to you?
It's important on many different levels. Obviously, I'm a woman and I come from a generation from families of women where every woman made sure, my great-grandmother, grandmother, mother, and me, every woman made sure to push the new generation to a better day, for a better life. But there is one thing, Jeremy, that stays, honestly, throughout our generations, not only my family, but the generations of all women all over the world, is that there is, for some reason, a tolerance of violence against women worldwide. And I can't fathom that. Right? I just don't understand that. I don't understand why it is acceptable, why more people are not outraged about it, why there is so much tolerance of it in so many different countries. Here's my thing. Not only as a woman, I care about that, ending violence against women and all violence, of course, but also I see women as a bellwether to society. It's because it's the class, it's the sector of a population, even though we are more than 50% of the population in the world and in most countries, right? It's a sector of a population whose life is not valued equally as men, to put it simply, in laws and economies and all of that. And so when the violence happens to them, it's also more tolerated all over. And so for me listen, the principles is wrong to start with, right? That should not be a big argument. That should be a basic sense, common sense that everyone should buy into it. But the second thing, if you can't be outraged at that, then they'll see women as a bellwether for society. Authoritarian regimes, dictators, oppressive leaders always constantly start testing their violence and their oppression on women and on minorities. And they know this, and God knows we're seeing that living life in our history in many. I mean, I grew up with that with the dictator Saddam Hussein, but now we're seeing it all over the world. They chip away women's rights and they make it more and more tolerable to have violence against women and to verbally, physically, emotionally, and, subtly, all of that. And then they notice how the society tolerated. And then, but here's the thing I tell people, it only starts with women. It will never end with women. It will go on and on and on to other people. So we need to stop it. We need to pay more attention to it with different lenses, not only because no one should experience violence, but also it is an indicator for a larger political and economic strategy that these governments and these politicians and this individual it could be a corporate person. It's an indicator of a larger story of how they abuse others and their intention to abuse others, that we need to pay attention to it. And I would say the opposite is also correct. Progress often starts with women. You look at the sort of the subclass, and then you see what's happening, how these governments are addressing that. So I'm trying to explain that it is important for me on a personal level. It is important to me on an ethical and moral level. And it's also important to me on a political and a larger international and national political level. This is a much bigger story than only violence against women and girls.
Let me ask you directly, in relation to Daughters for Earth, an incredible organization, how are you specifically, what are some of the kind of processes that you're carrying out in relation to the elimination of violence against women? Talk to us about some of that work that you do.
It is fascinating, Jeremy, actually. So Daughters for Earth is dedicated to finding, funding, supporting, mobilizing, celebrating women on the front lines of addressing climate change and biodiversity loss. And what we're noticing is that honestly, one of the biggest solutions to climate change, which does not get enough airtime at all, is protecting nature itself, right? Like nature is the fastest solution to addressing climate change, more than any technology, more than any capture of carbon. And when it comes to the protection of rivers and lands and water, Amazons and this species, women are truly leading this effort and truly on the front lines of defending them. The thing is, but they're also doing, as all women leaders would tell you that, right? They are protecting that, which is all of us need to do that, whether it's women in the Amazons in Ecuador, or whether it is women in Brazil, or whether it's women in Kenya, it doesn't matter. But they're doing that as they're also getting, the more women rise in their leadership, now we have enough studies about that, the more they are getting violent, harassment, threat, physical threat, social media threat. It's so when we talk about climate, for women, it's not an isolated issue. It's an intersectional issue where they are both protecting our earth and nature as the most important solution, actually, as if they are dealing with harassment and attacks. I mean, some of these women, their crime is protecting this land or this Amazon from any extraction of fossil fuel or dumping of chemical waste. Their lives are threatened. We have sometimes they have to move, like the support they need is for a secure car, basically, or to get them out. It's so interesting for me that the multidimensional challenge that women face just by rising as women leaders. The more she owns her power and speak up and speak with her heart, the more she is seen as a threat to her, which makes me feel even more dedicated to addressing the multiplicity of what women go through. We cannot only have one-dimensional intervention, whether it is only climate change or only economic issues or only educational intervention or only it is a woman. The more she rises, the more she stands on her feet, the more confident she becomes, the more she becomes outspoken, the more that she is seen as a threat. Honestly, this is a universal issue. Unfortunately, this is not a cultural issue. It's not one culture or the other. We live in a time where we see that this is a global phenomena. It is not a cultural phenomena.
It's incredible that you are one of the leading women in the world, tackling these issues. And I know that there are many women like you that are within your network. What's really important, I think, to finalize and finish, this amazing interview on is if people want to find out more information or want to support, where should they go and what advice can you give them?
I think, I'm going to end with a story that we use at Daughters for Earth. And it's an African fable that tells a story of a forest fire and all the animals panic that their home is going to be burnt, basically, except for a tiny hummingbird. The hummingbird rushed to the local river, took a drop of water, rushed to the fire and dropped the drop of water on top of the fire and kept on going back and forth fiercely, as a hummingbird would always do, fly so fast. And all the animals laughed at her and said, "Your drop of water is so small, it's insignificant. You will never be able to turn off the fire with this drop of water." And she looked at them and said, "But I am doing everything everything I can to turn off the fire. Why don't you join me? And with that, she inspired the other animals to join her, and they each did their own drop of water, whatever they could carry, the elephant and the zebras and whatever. The point of the story here is that do not judge, whoever you are listening to this, do not judge your actions and compare them to how big or small they are to other people. You are the hummingbird. Everyone needs to be a hummingbird today and do whatever drop of water that you could carry, no matter how big or how small it is. Do not judge or compare or measure or value or whatever. That drop of water is the most important thing. So if you want to join, do whatever. I always say, honestly, obviously I have to tell you, go to womenforwomen.org and help a woman survivor of war. Go to daughtersforearth.org, and for $11 a month, 100% of that money goes to a woman on the front line of climate change. And you get a graphic novel that tells you the stories of what the women are doing, the science behind their work, and how you can do what you can do to reorient yourself to a new relationship with nature. But also, I would say, anchor yourself in community. Anchor yourself in community. That's it. The graphic novel shows you how you can engage in your community in ways to relate to nature and to protect nature in a new way. I started my story here by telling you I grew up in Iraq, and, I grew up with a famous dictator, Saddam Hussein, who said the mother of all battles, if you all remember. I don't know if you remember. I think the mother of all battles at the moment is the health of Mother Earth. That is what unites us. It doesn't matter who we are, our differences, what unites us. We have an existential crisis right now. It's real, it's scary, and we all have to be the hummingbirds at the moment. And so I not only invite you to come, of course, to Daughters for Earth and contribute to, and they really, honestly, these women really do need the support, but I also encourage you to do everything you can in your community to protect the nature in your community.
Incredible. Well, I wish you the very best on your journey and doing such incredible work. Women for Women, Daughters for Earth. Amazing. Good luck. Lovely to see you. Take care.
Thank you. Always lovely. Thank you for all your great work. I really appreciate it. And it's very impactful to have the microphone and the megaphone to help everyone join the movement, all the movements.
Thank you, Zainab Salbi, for your inspiring words and for such an important interview. And for your insightful thoughts you've just shared with us. Thank you so much. We are grateful for your continual support of Peace One Day. Hello, my name is Lady Denta and I'm your co-host for today. It is my pleasure to be here for #EVAW. Next, we're pleased to introduce Karma Cottman, the Executive Director of UGMA. We're so grateful for your support today. Please join me and welcome Karma Cottman to #EVAW, being interviewed by the Global CEO of No More Foundation, Pamela Zaballa. Let's go to
Hi, Karma. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here today. And for everybody who's seeing us, Karma Cottman is a leading advocate for Black communities impacted by domestic violence and is serving as CEO to the fantastic organization UGMA, who deals with these issues. Karma, again, a pleasure to have you. We're here celebrating the day of International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. What do you think that represents or should represent for all of us, but particularly for women of color?
Well, first, let me say thank you so much, Pamela, for bringing voice to these issues and for highlighting this very important day. The International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women makes I'm almost choked up about what it means for us as women of color, and particularly for Black women, because what we know is that we are disproportionately impacted by violence, that we experience domestic violence and sexual assault at higher rates, that we are murdered at rates higher than other women, that we experience barriers at incredible rates, and that there is the need for education, for a shift in the way that we approach violence against women, and particularly how we talk about the experiences of violence for women and for women of color.
And Karma, I think it would be great for people who are seeing us right now to try to understand some of those particular barriers that Black women face when they're trying to get help or just even understand that domestic violence.
Absolutely. So, you know, I always want to start with talking about the impact of oppression and bias in the lives of Black women. Here in the US, what we know is that Black women are 3 times more likely to be murdered by an intimate partner, particularly when there is a firearm involved. Across the world, we know that Black women experience violence at higher rates. And one of the things that is important for me to highlight is that that does not mean that our communities are more violent. And I will say that over and over again, that does not mean that our communities are more violent. What it means is that Black women and women of color in general are positioned to experience violence at higher rates. It means that the social constructs that occur across the world to ensure that we experience poverty at higher rates, that we don't have access to education, that we don't have access to things like clean water and housing, position us to experience violence at higher rates. And then when you add the layers on of systemic bias, so that when we call law enforcement, we're not believed, that we're sexualized, so that when we talk about having experienced sexual abuse or sexual assault, that people think that we have done something to bring that sexual assault on ourselves. So we're asked questions like, what did you do? How short was your skirt? Why were you walking in this place at this time? When it happens in our families, what did you do to bring this on to yourself? When we're experiencing violence, we're asked, why are you doing this to this other person, as if we're not people ourselves? And then we're not seen as victims, not in our own communities and not by systems. We're expected to be strong. And so then that strong moniker, that we don't see ourselves as victims when we're asked about our experiences. Very rarely do you hear women of color expose or talk about having been victimized. We talk about what's happened, but we don't personalize it in that same way. And so those barriers then mean that when we try to seek help, we're not believed. We don't receive it. When we tell in our own communities or our families, people tell us to just grin and bear it. When we talk about it amongst each other, we don't talk about the experiences of victimizing. We really rely on, well, how can you help yourself, right? And so all of those things end up being barriers to us, one, seeking assistance. Our ability to seek assistance look different. But then when we do seek assistance, the ability for systems to respond effectively.
I think you touched a point around bias that is very important because some people might feel like they don't have that, or like the community at large might not have that. And I want you to, like, if we can in a minute, talk a little bit about you spoke into some of the impact that bias has, but what become then the real challenges as a consequence of that? You know, for example, somebody going to the police and not being believed.
Right. So, you know, for women of color, there are things exactly what you said, Pamela. We go to law enforcement and we're not believed. Or we reach out and we may not speak the same language. And so materials and information are not available for us to navigate systems. When we go in front of courts, we're not believed. And so we don't have the same remedies. We're not expected to receive the same economic support. So we don't get things like child support and other kinds of economic benefits that women see. When we think about even the economic system, because we are expected to live in lower socioeconomic levels, or we're expected to be impoverished, right? We're not expected to achieve. Then when we reach out and seek financial assistance, again, we experience those same barriers. And all of those things are signals to survivors, right? All of those things are signals to survivors to just bear the violence that they're experiencing, in whatever form, because you won't be believed or you won't receive the assistance that you need. It can be something as simple as when you call law enforcement and they respond, do they see you as the victim or do they see you as someone who's aggressive, right? Or when you are seeking assistance from a child welfare or a child support systems, then they say, are you putting your child at risk versus what can I do to help you to keep your family safe? Those are the kinds of things that women and women of color experience when they're seeking assistance and seeking help.
Karma, I would love to learn a little bit about UGMA does, but before we get there, there's a lot of organizations that support women of color that might be seeing you today. And we know organizations have challenges when supporting minority groups. It's the type of organization that we see that drops off more quickly, that gets that support. But just your experience of leading an organization that supports women of color, what are some of the challenges that, organizations face?
Absolutely. And thank you for lifting that up, Pamela, because that's a very real challenge for what we call culturally specific organizations. And from us, that's organizations that are led by and for communities of color. And so one of the things that we experience and we see, again, the same biases in the systems that we're talking about respond to survivors exist for those organizations seeking to serve those survivors. So things like when we are looking for and seeking for financial assistance, again, the idea that culturally specific organizations can't manage their funds, so they don't receive the same assistance. We often hear that those culturally specific organizations don't have the capacity, and I'm starting to just feel just very almost get this visceral response when I hear capacity for culturally specific organizations, because it's used to kind of keep those organizations down. So we don't have the same philanthropic support. We don't have the same governmental support. We experience bias in things like banking and financial institutions when trying to get loans and other kinds of assistance. And so those same kinds of biases that exist in systems when we're talking about the individual survivors exist for culturally specific supports, for culturally specific organizations. The other thing that I will lift up, Pamela, is that right now, what we're seeing is a backlash, a very real backlash around communities of color and women. And so culturally specific organizations are experiencing that, where entities may have invested in them for the last, 3, 4, 5 years are now pulling back on those investments. And that's impacting culturally specific organizations as well.
Which are groups that need the most, and organizations, suffer the most. So that is an important message. In a minute, Karma, what does UGMA do, and what message would you like to leave everybody with on this day of elimination of violence against women?
So UGMA is an organization, we are a culturally specific organization that addresses domestic violence, sexual assault, and community violence in the Black community. We do training, we provide technical assistance, we do policy, advocacy, and most importantly, systems change and community engagement and community awareness. At the center, as is evident in our name, at the center is mobilizing our community to address and end gender-based violence. And so what I would leave our listeners with today is that this is possible, but it requires that we all come together to address and end gender-based violence. It means that we work together to change the narrative. It means that we work together to protect women and girls. And it means that we center those women and girls that experience violence and are the most vulnerable.
I love that. Ending violence against women is possible. Karma, thank you so much for your love, your support, and your wisdom on this topic.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you so much.
That was incredible, Karma Cottman. Thank you for such an inspirational words as well. It was an honor to have you as part of hashtag EVAW. Next, we are honored to share a special interview from Leslie Morgan Steiner, an author, businesswoman, and a survivor of gender-based violence, and Rita Smith, senior advisor for the NFL. Please join me in welcoming Leslie Morgan Steiner and Rita Smith to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by the global CEO of No More Foundation, Pamela Zaballa. Let's go to that interview right now.
Hi, how are you?
Hey.
It's
Good to see you.
Sorry, it's amazing to see you both today. I feel blessed because a lot of the people that I'm seeing are people that are either friends or people that I just admire so much, and it's both your cases, and we'll come to that. But I'm gonna start by talking to Leslie a little bit. And Leslie, you have a best-selling book called Crazy Love, and I know we always talk about this a little bit, but I find that fascinating when we talk about domestic violence specifically. The fact that I think that we miss talking about love a lot and what crazy love feels like and can make us do. I would love to kind of start talking to you about that a little bit.
Well, I think it's such a great point that you're making, that abusers are hiding in plain sight all the time. They're not monsters, and we wouldn't love them if they were monsters, and we wouldn't be trapped by them. And my story starts in my own family, where I adored my mother. She was the hero of my life, and my family was very misogynistic. And my father, who I also loved, did not respect her. And then I became a victim of domestic violence myself right after I'd graduated from Harvard College and moved to New York City to work for 17 magazine. And I married a wonderful, amazing investment banker who unfortunately had been terribly abused as a child. And I loved him, and for years he tried to kill me. He held loaded guns to my head, he strangled me, it was horrific. And nothing in my life had ever prepared me for the mix of violence and love. It's what made it so hard to survive it and so very difficult to leave him.
And Leslie, you've taken this to the next step in a way, where you have written about it, you have a very successful TED Talk, but you're also a board member for One Love Foundation and the DC Lawyers one. I would want to kind of try to understand what made you take that step. Not every survivor decides to do advocacy. So how was that journey for you?
Well, I think in some ways it's two big factors. One is that I'm not a private person at all, and I never thought that the abuse was my fault. And also, I feel like I come from such incredible privilege that it was my obligation to speak out. I didn't have children with my abuser. I'm not financially dependent on him. I had no cultural pressure to stay silent. And so when I was called upon, after Crazy Love was published, and my TED Talk did so well, I thought I want to just keep on speaking out about this and connecting with other survivors. It's very healing for me too. In addition to what you talked about, I'm on the board of the Conference on Crimes Against Women in Dallas, Texas, and Chessie Proud's foundation, I Have a Right To. These are organizations that are just deeply committed to breaking the silence about abuse. And it's something that every person can do. Every man, woman, and child on this planet can talk about the experience of being human and being a victim of abuse, because abuse is everywhere. Anyone can be a victim. You can have gone to Harvard and Wharton, as I did, and still be an abuse victim and still have a very hard time leaving. And I believe the way that we connect with other people and the way that we end global abuse against women is by speaking out about it. And I've committed my life to doing it. It's all that I write about. If you come to my website, lesliebooks.com, you'll see everything that I'm doing, and in some ways how simple it is to speak out.
And Leslie, I am sure that you have many people that come to you, especially after that super powerful TED Talk, or read your books, ask, that they're ready to leave, but they're unsure. Like, what is your advice to survivors if they're thinking about leaving an abusive relationship?
The best and most important thing to do is to tell somebody who you trust about what is happening to you at home, that you're being hurt, or if it's at work or a dating relationship, it doesn't matter. Confide in somebody who you can trust. And I also would say, because my advice is not just for victims, but for people who love us, is that if somebody in your life, if you suspect they are being abused or hurt emotionally or physically, and it doesn't matter how old they are, it doesn't matter their gender or their sexual orientation, this happens to everybody. Talk to them about it. And don't pressure them to leave. Don't shame them. Don't demonize their abuser. Just look them in the face and say, I care about you, and I need to know that you're safe, and I need you to know that I'm a resource for you. Because that's what saved me in my darkest moments, when I wasn't telling anybody, when I wanted to protect my abuser because I loved him. I had two people in my life, a man and a woman, separately confront me very gently and say, I need to know that you're safe. And that's all it takes to help somebody. This is a massive problem. It's much more common and widespread than anybody realizes around the world, but it's also easier to reach victims and help people just by speaking about it, which is what we're doing today.
Thank you so much, and I'll come back to you, but now I would love to talk to Rita a little bit, and we go so far. And Rita, you've worked in a crisis hotline. You were the executive director of the National Coalition for Domestic Violence in the U.S. for many, many years. So you've done your whole span of your career on this topic. What changes have you seen through that time?
Well, Pamela, I have seen some pretty enormous changes, I think, and some that I wish I knew how to activate. Things that I think should be very simple seem to be the hardest to do. But early on in the very early 80s, when I first started this work, nobody knew what we were talking about. We called it battered women. And so we didn't have language for it. We didn't have resources for it. We just found, as women talking to women, that there was a need to provide safety. And so shelters started to be created, and coalitions started to be formed, and laws started to be passed, and women do really well collectively. And so we built an enormous network of services in a pretty short period of time when we got focused on it. And I think that for me, the thing that really got me rooted in this work is because I didn't think I was going to be doing this work. It really wasn't a thing to do. It wasn't a career path when I just got out of school. But my first year or two working in a shelter, meeting with women and their children, and the stories that they told me, and the people that they were, and the strength and resilience that they experienced and showed me, just hooked me. It was like, this matters. This work matters. And what it felt like was that if we could figure out how to disconnect love and abuse, then we could really make a difference. People mistook what was happening, or said to people what was happening. Well, if he didn't care so much about you, he wouldn't do X, Y, or Z. Those things are not compatible. If you're being hurt, they don't love you. It's not, as Leslie said, it's crazy love. That's not love. That's not real. And we needed to disconnect those two things. So the changes, happened gradually, but, we got to a place where we had language for it. We actually started to get influence in our communities and in our states, and then eventually in the nation. And so those changes have been real. And And I think that it's due to the hard work of not just advocates, but survivors who were willing to share their stories, because it is not an easy process. And a lot of people don't believe you. And the courage that it takes to actually share that publicly has always been awe-inspiring for me. And I thank Leslie and everyone like her who educated me and made me the expert I am, because that's where I learned it. I learned from survivors.
No, thank you so much for that. And we'll make it here today. Complete public record acknowledged. I don't believe I would be the CEO of No More if it wouldn't have been for Rita's intervention and support of me when I was starting my career quite young into this. So, Rita, what should we be doing better to support young people who are coming into this space, who want to be advocates, who are our future leadership?
Well, I think what I want them to know is that this is really good work. This is work that has value, and that you will be absolutely blessed if you want to choose it as your option. They're the most amazing people I've ever met are the people who work in this field, who need our help and then come back to lead in this field. So it's a great career. It's also a place where you can make a significant difference. It's really important that you understand that it's what will create better spaces for all of us in our communities, because the violence that happens in a home, it doesn't stay there. It starts there. Violence in our community starts in the home. And if we do not address it, if we do not reduce it, if we do not take it seriously, then we end up with mass murders and other kinds of gang violence and other kinds of violence, homelessness, there are all kinds of things that spin off from the issues that are created by people not feeling safe at home. And so for me, it's, if you want to make a difference, if you want to have a career that puts you in spaces like, for me, ending up in the White House, being invited numerous times, I didn't expect that to be a part of the process, but you can do amazing, creative, interesting work and actually make your community and your country better. And I don't know that you can do that in other career paths. So come be a leader with us. We need you desperately.
So for everybody seeing us, we need you. We need your help. This is the only way that, this kind of global problem will end. Leslie, to start closing, I have like a minute or so. Why is marking the Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women important?
It's so important because it's a way of breaking the silence about abuse and about the experience that women go through as victims of gender violence throughout our lives. And abusive partners and abusive political regimes try to do two things, and this is a stand against both of these things. The first thing that they try to do is to isolate and divide women, to prevent us from connecting with each other. Because as Rita said, there's incredible strength in women connecting with each other, believing each other, and supporting each other. The second thing that abusive partners and abusive political regimes try to do is that they try to silence us. Mm-hmm. It's literally why abusive partners strangle us. It's why my ex-husband strangled me. It was just to silence me. So I couldn't talk, so I couldn't scream, so I couldn't ask for help. So don't let those things happen. And that's what we're doing here, is that we're breaking the silence, we're communicating about it, we're believing each other. And also, it's really important to get men involved in this, whether it's a political leader or Justin Baldoni or Anderson Cooper or anybody else who can help us amplify our message. We need men in this fight too. Women are incredibly powerful, but this is not a women's issue. This is an everyone issue, it's a human issue. And we are all fighting it together today, thankfully.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your inspiring words. Rita, we literally have 20 seconds. One key message you want to leave the audience today with in this day.
Well, I will add on to what Leslie said, which is that we need men. We need good men. They need to start taking the courage of their convictions. It's why I ended up at the NFL, because I started that path in 1998, saying we have to have more men say this is not acceptable behavior, and you have to say it to other men.
Thank you so much, both of you, for being such great advocates in this space. Lots of love. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amor. Thank you, Rita.
Thanks, Leslie.
Pamela.
Incredible. Thank you, Leslie Morgan Steiner and Rita Smith, for your moving words. We are truly grateful for your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org, or for more information, nomore.org. If you have been affected by any of these issues highlighted today, I am honored to introduce the CEO of Valor US, the remarkable Sandra Hriz. Please join me in welcoming Sandra to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by the global CEO herself of No More Foundation, Pamela Zaballa. Now, let's go to the interview.
It is amazing to be here with you, Sandra, on the day of elimination of violence against women. But for everybody who is seeing us today, Sandra is a CEO of Valor, where she has led transformative efforts since 2010 to elevate the profile of sexual violence and amplify the voices of marginalized communities. Sandra is just an amazing human being, and it's amazing work the organization does. Sandra, I'm going to start by one question we are asking everybody, like, why do you believe it's important for all of us to mark a day of elimination of violence against women?
Thank you, Pamela. I'm happy to be here. I think it's important because a lot of times as women, and particularly around the issue of violence, we don't get a lot of attention. It's not something we want to talk about. And I think if we hope to prevent it, which is what we do, that we need to mark a day like this and bring it to the world's attention.
Thank you so much. Been in the Dominican Republic recently, and I went to see the Mirabal Sisters Foundation, which inspired so much to see, especially family members that are left behind after violence. But what led you to focus on supporting, centering marginalized voices, trying to push for change?
What led me? I'm a Latina woman of color. I was born in South America. And so that experience is one that I carry with me every day. I really can't separate myself from it, right? My work, and I can't separate my work from it. So I think that it has really helped to inform and enrich the work that I do and that the organization does by ensuring that we have communities of color, those who are marginalized, at the table with us, helping us to set the direction, helping us to recognize and understand the ways in which violence touches their lives, the very many layered ways, and also to identify what are the appropriate solutions for communities that are marginalized and traditionally unserved. Because when we find those solutions, we're actually going to help everyone.
What are some of the challenges communities are facing when they're trying to either seek support or even just trying to admit or report that they've suffered sexual violence, for example?
I think one of the things that the challenges is, first of all, lack of information or misinformation, and the distrust of, law enforcement or the criminal legal system. I think that's very real. So as a field and movement, we have largely offered support for survivors through that process, through the criminal legal process, that we will be there and support them and help them to navigate it. However, for many survivors, it's not an option. And so if they don't feel safe, then it's not an option. If they don't feel that they're going to be served, or if they feel that there could be any kind of retaliation, for example, LGBTQ communities or immigrants or folks who have had negative experiences, communities with law enforcement and the criminal legal system, then it becomes something that is not an option. And so we are not serving them well when we focus exclusively or primarily on that as a solution.
What areas do you believe need a bit more attention or maybe even innovation to be able to support victims of sexual violence in general?
Well, first of all, I think we should be including survivors and survivors who come from marginalized communities and helping us to identify what are the appropriate solutions. Largely, I believe that we should really be working to prevent violence. That means changing attitudes, changing behaviors, helping people to learn how to communicate and talk about these issues that they're not things that we generally talk to young people about as they're growing. And so, again, because I believe in prevention, I think we should try to prevent it from happening in the first place. But I also believe that we shouldn't throw folks away if they have caused sexual harm, that we really need to take a focus or an interest in helping them to learn differently. Because we believe in prevention, we believe that people can learn to behave differently with proper interventions and with help. There is research that shows that with intervention and help, folks will not reoffend. They will not repeat that behavior. And so I believe in that as well. I think that is something that's more innovative. Lots of indigenous communities have believed in that for many years, but it's not something that our field has really embraced. So I think it's an area that really needs attention and focus because, Pamela, in addition to it making sense, many survivors have wanted that for many years. And it's because we know that a lot of folks who cause sexual harm are known and loved by survivors themselves.
Of course. And let's talk a little bit about leadership and representation, right? I think it's an interesting one. I think one of the things that, and maybe this might be the opposite way, that always attracted me of thinking about this day was the story. I don't think I had seen another day that was marked by Latino people or Latina women. And they've done such great work on doing that. So I think I want to spend, a couple of minutes talking about leadership. Like, why do we need to be represented better? And what can we do to bring more young people, really bring them up to be leads on spaces of sexual violence or gender-based violence in general?
Well, I just want to start by saying I think that a lot of us are already natural leaders because we have to provide that type of informal leadership in our communities, in our homes. One of the things that, and I do agree with you, Pamela, that it's very important that we pay attention to and really extend our hands to those that are maybe Latinas in the field and movement, in any field and movement, and really bring them in and mentor them and coach them and be there to support them. Because one of the things that we have found, I know this also from experience, but one of the things that we have found is that a lot of leaders of color, Latinas, we don't have access. We don't have somebody that gives us the opportunity, that shows us the ins and outs, so that then when we get there into a leadership position, we may not have all of the experience that we need in order to be successful. It's not that we can't get it. It's that we haven't had it, that it hasn't been extended to us, that somebody hasn't reached out and said, let me take you under my wing and show you, or at least demystify some of these things that feel scary when we haven't had any exposure to them. So with that, we have found that a lot of us can be successful. We can go and we can contribute everything that we have to bring, but we really do need folks to pay attention and to reach out and embrace us and welcome us in and also give us that access.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the work that you do at Valor and what does your organization do?
Sure. I'm the CEO of Valor. I joined in 2010. I had worked at the local level for years before then, and I loved that work, working directly with and on behalf of survivors. at Valor or Valor, our work is really more systemic, working towards systemic change. How can we improve and strengthen the systems that survivors interface with? How can we strengthen the systems that can work to prevent it? So we do a lot of that kind of systems change work, trying to make sure that where survivors will go are going to be more survivor friendly and not re-victimizing or engaging in victim blaming, etc. Because we believe so much in prevention, we're like, what can we do to recognize that this happens and that it has happened, but also put in policies and practices to prevent it from reoccurring, to minimize the likelihood that it could reoccur in the future. So our work is really, we work with businesses. We work with, people in the corporate sector. We work with other nonprofits. We work with members that are doing the work at the grassroots and local level. Really, we want to work with anyone that has a reach and influence over others in order to create a change in their own communities. So we work with service workers, farm workers, community LGBTQ communities, people who are formerly incarcerated. We work with those systems also to improve and strengthen the experience that those survivors may have.
That's amazing work, and it is so needed. And just to wrap up in less of a minute, Sandra, can we end violence against women? And if so, what will you tell people watching that they can do?
We have to believe that we can. I don't know, but we have to believe that we can. And I think what it takes is everyone to get involved. It doesn't require a special type of person. It means that everybody has to know that every single individual has a role to play in standing up, in doing their piece to prevent violence and to create a different environment about what is and what is not acceptable.
Sandra, thank you so much for your leadership, for being an example not only to the community, but to so many other women who want to engage, who want to do what you do. So thank you so much for your work, for your also partnership to know more. Lots of love and thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you to everyone that's joined too.
Thank you, Sandra Henriquez, for sharing your fascinating words. We are honored to have you join us today for #EVAW. Next, we're pleased to present an informative panel, Child Welfare as it relates to GBV, moderated by Candice Lewis-Wilson, Senior Program Manager at the SAVE Center, a part of the Center for Public Impact, who are one of EVAW's sponsors today. We will hear from Aswa Thomas, Vice President of the Alliance for Safety and Justice, Dr. Alison Jackson, Division Chief for the Adolescent and Children Protection Center at the Children's Hospital, and Dr. Sharon W. Cooper, Founder, CEO, and Developmental and Forensic Pediatrics, PA. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to #EVAW. Let's go to the panel now.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women broadcast. My name is Candice Lewis-Wilson, and I'm the Senior Program Manager at the Center for Public Impact on the SAFE Center program. The SAFE Center is a national research center funded by the Office of Child Support Services to expand safe access to child support, establishment of parenting time services through training, technical assistance, research, and resource development. This is for states, tribal, and local child support agencies and partner organizations in the United States. It is an absolute honor to facilitate this important conversation about child welfare, trauma recovery, and breaking cycles of violence. Today, I'm joined by three distinguished panelists whose work is shaping the future of child welfare. Dr. Alison Jackson, Division Chief at the Children's National Hospital, is a leader in trauma-informed care for abused and neglected children. Dr. Sharon Cooper, a developmental and forensic pediatrician is renowned for addressing child maltreatment and technology-facilitated exploitation. And Mr. Oswald Thomas, Vice President of the Alliance for Safety and Justice, is a survivor and advocate dedicated to healing and justice for communities impacted by violence. Before we begin, I'd like to invite each of them to take one moment to introduce themselves and share what brought them to this work in child welfare and trauma recovery. Dr. Jackson.
Well, hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Again, my name is Allison Jackson, and I'm a professor of pediatrics at George Washington University here in Washington, D.C., and a division chief of the Child and Adolescent Protection Center at Children's National Hospital, also in Washington, D.C. And really what brought me to this work is just the joy of being a pediatrician. And being privileged to experience patients at their highest moments and at some of their lowest moments. I've been caring for children impacted by abuse and neglect for over 24 years now as a child abuse pediatrician. And through this work, I witnessed not only the results of child abuse on my patients, but also the impact of generational trauma, much of which we know is gender-based. And how it impacts not only the family, but also the community. I've learned so much from my patients, and that is really what has driven me to tell their stories in an effort to help interrupt cycles of abuse and to advance the healing from trauma for my patients and their caregivers.
Thank you. Dr. Cooper.
Hi, my name is Sharon Cooper, and I'm a developmental and forensic pediatrician. And I migrated from seeing primarily child maltreatment cases in the early 80s to the middle part of 1990 when we began to see technology-facilitated crimes against children and adults. And I've spent now more than 25 years working in the areas of internet crimes against children and the challenges and the long-term impact. I continue to follow children who have been abused sexually and who have had images made of that form of exploitation, as well as I follow those who have been sold online through internet sites, where therefore we see amazing long-term victim impact to include significant health problems, not just mental health problems, but physical health problems, not just problems related to sexually transmitted infections, but long-term conditions that often are going to be findings like rheumatoid arthritis and connective tissue disorders and autoimmune disorders, which tells us that these individuals have really elevated cortisol levels forever. And because of that, we really want to stop this form of victimization. And if we can't stop it, we need to find ways, the best ways, to rehabilitate survivors who have been victims in cyberspace. So it's been really an honor for me to participate in this conversation, and I'm looking forward to providing some further information.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Mr. Thomas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oswald Thomas. I'm based here in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. I'm currently the Vice President of the Alliance for Safety and Justice. We are an organization that aims to replace the overuse of incarceration with more effective public safety solutions rooted in crime prevention, rehabilitation, and support for crime victims. We partner with state elected officials and advocates to pass public safety reforms. So far, we've been able to pass over 100 public safety reforms that have reduced incarceration, expanded access to support for crime victims, that also have stopped cycles of crime, and also allow more than 10 million people with an opportunity to clear an old criminal record. And like many of the 500,000 members that we represent, I came into this work after becoming a victim of gun violence in 2009. I was shot twice in my back, and those bullets ended my professional basketball career and nearly my life. Like so many survivors, I never received any help after that shooting. So once I recovered, I joined our flagship program, which is called Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice, where I now organize victims of crimes across the country.
Thank you all so much. Once again, I'm so honored to be and share this space with such great leaders in this work. And so I'll start with you, Dr. Jackson. With trauma being so prevalent, especially intergenerational trauma, how can we create healthcare environments that feel safe for individuals to disclose trauma at their own pace?
Well, I think we have to ensure that the workforce in healthcare, whether those individuals are clinical or administrative professionals, that they are first aware how prevalent it is and the impact of adverse experiences that can result in trauma in individuals. There was a groundbreaking study in the 1990s called the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, which many people are aware of. And it really affirmed that childhood trauma is common. Of course, I'm a pediatrician, so what I like to say is, even if you serve adults, every adult was once a child. And so what I'm speaking to really affects anyone and everyone. And I think statistically, we understand that trauma is so common. We know that 1 in 3 women and about 1 in 4 men will experience physical violence by an intimate partner. And we also know that child maltreatment and intimate partner violence co-occur anywhere from 30 to 60% of the time. And in the United States, that means about 15 million children experience IPV with their caregivers each year. We also know that child maltreatment will be confirmed in about 1 in 8 children in the United States before they are 18 years of age. And sadly, every 5 hours, a child dies from abuse or neglect in the United States. Now, I don't have the statistics for across the world, and I know we're speaking to a global audience, but it's important to know what's common here is common in other places as well. And we also have learned and come to learn that adverse experiences are not limited to the individual or family domain. Other adversities also impact individuals, such as poverty, racism and discrimination, homelessness, and even natural disasters. What was also a profound outcome of the ACE, or Adverse Childhood Experiences study, was that it showed that experiences such as child abuse, caregiver domestic violence, caregiver mental illness or substance misuse, parental separation or incarceration of a parent, all of these things seem to increase the risk for poor physical and mental health outcomes, including the leading causes of death. So what some healthcare professionals might have thought where these experiences or events in the lives of our patients could be just simply psychosocial issues has been demonstrated to be health issues. And so they're health issues, not just in childhood, but across the lifespan. And so health professionals must also be aware that individuals who have experienced violence or abuse don't have a profile demeanor. There is no standard way that trauma shows up in the clinical setting. And so we must convey a message from the front desk to the clinical suite that we are a safe space. It's important to have things like universal education, could be signs or posters or even little cards that are available to all patients. Staff must be able to recognize potential signs of violence and abuse among patients of all ages, from infants to the elderly.
And Dr. Jackson, I wanted to
sure.
jump in about the different amplifications, and you were talking about the different things that kind of amplified this. And I wanted to get Dr. Cooper's input on that. And we talked about how technology has amplified both the reach and impact of child victimization. So what unique challenges does this pose in addressing child maltreatment, and how can we better support victims who experience such technology-based harms?
Thank you so much for asking me that question. Technology-based crimes are the gift that just continues to give forever. We know that many times when images have been made of children or adolescents or young adults and placed in cyberspace, they're almost impossible to retrieve. And this causes a really severe ongoing paranoia for the victims. They're always afraid. I would strongly encourage everyone to download the Canadian Centre for Child Protection study called the Survivor Survey. It was done in 2017 and really had reflected survivors from around the world, not just in Canada at all. This was a really excellent first-person narrative from survivors. And we now recognize how paranoid they are, how they frequently are unable to gain employment because they're always so nervous that they'll be recognized by other people. And in addition to this, what we found from the survivor survey is that the majority of victims who had images made of them were actually abused in their own homes. It wasn't as if it was somebody else who was a stranger who had kidnapped them or anything of that nature. And we also learned that a very significant number of victims started being sexually abused by multiple offenders who were brought into the home in order to be able to pay money to those who were in the home as parents or caregivers, and that these victims continue to be abused from as young as 3 to 4 years of age all the way up until their teens. So it doesn't follow that criminology thing that we think about, well, there's one person who only wants 12-year-old victims. No, these are individuals who will sell their children to all types of consumers, and that is what makes it so difficult for them. They have growth retardation as a result. They have difficulty specifically with education because they have so many problems with complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which includes dissociative identity disorder. So violence in cyberspace, very often promoted by family members, is a dynamic that is really something we're dealing with.
Yeah. And so as you talked about just the different impacts, I just go back to one of the conversations that we previously had as we talked, the many weeks before this. And one thing that I just thought about was just, Oswald, how you talked about, and there were so many victims, and specifically victims of color, like the access to resources after victimization, like the access to those things. And so they don't have access to services in their own community. So what do you see as the key barriers to access, and what steps can be built to support victims within these communities?
Yeah, the majority of crime victims, especially African-American crime victims, don't access services to help them heal and recover post-victimization. And our organization as well did a survey of crime victims. What we've learned that over 96% of crime victims do not receive victim compensation. It's because they weren't aware of the program or were denied because of the policy barriers that exist. And some of the barriers are as simple as awareness. Too many victims don't know about these services that are available. And also, there are also conditions to receiving victim compensation that prevent many people from being approved access to the program. And that includes like requiring victims cooperate with law enforcement, or if law enforcement says the victim contributed to their own victimization, or in some states, if a victim has a past felony conviction or is on probation or parole, they can't access victim compensation. And most crime victims are managing that trauma that follows after victimization instead of submitting the paperwork or cooperating with law enforcement, where there are often very tight time constraints. For example, in the state of Arizona, the program requires that victims must report a crime within 72 hours eligible for services. So some of these policy barriers is why our organization, Crime Survivor for Safety and Justice, works in states and also nationwide to increase awareness about compensation, also to pass laws that provide more opportunity for victims to get those support. So we've been able to change compensation laws in about 12 states, and we've played a major role in dependent changes at the federal level. And that all happened by listening to crime victims, training them to be advocates, and training them to change laws in their states that impact their lives.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you all for this incredible conversation. As you know, 20 minutes is not enough to even touch the surface of the depth of child welfare and just services and just policy and procedure for survivors. So I just want to thank you for your insight, your expertise, and your personal stories shared with us today. Your contributions have not only illuminated the challenges within child welfare and trauma recovery, but have also inspired hope and action for meaningful change. So as we conclude, I'd like to leave our audience with one final reflection from you all. What do you believe is the most critical step forward in addressing child welfare challenges in a trauma-informed and supportive way? And I ask that you all keep it to 30 seconds. Dr. Jackson.
So teach others and learn from survivors, listen to survivors. Remember that even those who are struggling have strengths, and so take note of their strengths and tap into them. Remember that disclosure is a process, it's not an event, so don't force it. And making sure that you realize you can't do it all by yourself in your own agency. It's important to partner with other agencies or other professionals to help survivors to the maximum capacity and to support them. Trauma work can take its toll, so you can't pour from an empty cup. Take care of yourselves too. And the good news is that violence is preventable. So engage in efforts like these to foster resilience and foster the protective factors beyond the bedside.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas.
All survivors need a right to heal. And this right to heal is about guaranteed care for all victims. We need universal crime prevention. Also, we need effective accountability. And we all play a huge role in stopping the cycles of violence and ensuring survivors get services. So if you want to be part of our movement, you can text the word survivor to 27061. Or if you want to donate, you can text the word donate to 27061 to join our movement of survivors.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Dr. Cooper.
I would say that the important thing for us to remember is that we have to have realistic expectations for survivors. Delayed disclosure is the rule more so than the exception. I would encourage you to look at the work of Child USA, which has helped us to recognize that the average age of disclosure of child sexual abuse is 52 years of age. Very important for us to have realistic expectations. And the other piece that I'd like to really make sure you understand is that when you have been a victim in cyberspace, you are it's very unlikely that you will disclose, and you will always be paranoid because you're looking over your shoulder hoping that you're not going to be identified. So keep this in mind when we try to help rehabilitate these survivors.
All right. Well, thank you all for your powerful closing remarks. Let's today's discussion remind us of the collective responsibility that we share to create systems that are equitable, compassionate, and effective for the most vulnerable among us. Let's continue to listen, learn, and act together to break cycles of trauma and foster a future where all children can thrive. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And a special thank you again for our distinguished panelists. Have an amazing day.
Thank you.
Dr. Alison Jackson and Dr. Sharon W. Cooper for your thoughts on the effects of gender-based violence on children. And thank you so much to our moderator, Candice Lewis Wilson. We wish you all a very best future in the work that you do in this crucial area. So hello, I am Madeline McQueen, and it is an honour to be one of your co-hosts today for #EVAW. That is the elimination of violence against women. Now, we're excited to welcome Joanna Rice, Senior Vice President, Global Head of Social Impact at Match Group. Please join me in welcoming Joanna to #EVAW, being interviewed by Chair of the No More Foundation, Jane Randall. Let's go to that interview right now.
Joanna Rice, welcome, and thank you for participating in #EVAW to promote the elimination of violence against women and raising awareness for this really important day. I am thrilled to be here with you. Can you just tell me in 2 seconds a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Thank you for having me here, Jane. I appreciate the time to talk about corporate social responsibility at Match Group and why it is important for companies to be involved in having an impact beyond their day-to-day business. I am the Senior Vice President and Global Head of Social Impact at Match Group, and I have been at the company for a little over 10 years now. And I lead our initiatives on social activism, engagement, and philanthropic giving, employee volunteerism, and environmental sustainability.
Wonderful. You have a great, huge portfolio. Social responsibility is really the cost of entry at this point for companies. They need to address things from education to climate to disease. But still, gender-based violence issues are much less common and much more problematic, I think, for companies to think about. So why is this an opportunity? Why is this a priority at Match Group?
So Match Group's mission overall is to spark meaningful connections for every single person worldwide. So as a company whose focus is creating relationships, we want to ensure that those relationships are safe, respectful, healthy, and fun. Period. Ending gender-based violence is a focus area of social impact for Match Group because we have a platform where this is important and where we can make a real difference in this area.
That's great. Again, not many companies are willing to take on this issue. And I give you a lot of credit because in your space, it could be particularly nerve-wracking for companies to take on this issue. So organizations have addressed the gender-based violence in a variety of ways. They've created PSA campaigns, billboards. They focused internally on policies and protocols for employees who are in abusive situations, even some trying to push the legislative agenda. What approach has Match Group taken to address gender-based violence for online and offline interactions, especially because you're so global?
So Match Group has done a variety of things to help raise awareness of gender-based violence online. So as a company, we see our role helping to influence social change. We educate our users, our employees. We think we can do things both internally and externally. So we have done both. We educate users on green flags and red flags and consent. And we've worked with gender-based violence orgs like No More to support survivors and offer resources. And so, for example, we've worked closely with No More over the last several years. You were a founding member of our industry first Match Group Advisory Council. So the MGAC has been around for over 6 years. And we've worked with you and other GBV organizations to educate employees and educate users on external campaigns pushing for legislative change, like the reauthorization of VAWA or Violence Against Women Act. We've provided internal support and sent company-wide emails about offering assistance. We've led workshops and Zoom webinars and self-defense classes. We've done so many things. I mean, and then globally, as you know, we partnered with No More in 2023 and again this year in 2024 to launch healthy dating guides across 8 European countries. I have them written down. So Germany, Spain, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Italy, France, and the Netherlands in native languages on several of our platforms, Tinder, Hinge, Meetic, Our Time. As you know, gender-based violence happens everywhere. And so it's really important for us to be global. These guides are culturally nuanced in local languages. They provide actionable steps and considerations for every stage of the dating journey, from online to in real life, from before you go on that first date to while you're on that date and beyond. They've also influenced further work outside of Europe, and we've released similar guides in India and Japan. We have an Are You Sure feature that started on Tinder. It moved to Hinge, Plenty of Fish, Meetic. I mean, we know that these initiatives and steps that we've taken and product enhancements that we've made change behaviors. We have data on it. We studied it. And I mean, I can keep going and provide even more examples to the nail salon that we just launched, our pop-up about nailing dating. To provide tips, you know, like nail tips, the pun, I love a good pun, for safe dating in London. There are just so many examples of ways that we have partnered with you and No More over the last several years, and it's not going to end. You know, we have to be consistent. This isn't a one-time a year thing. This is ongoing and has been for many years, and we think it is really important.
What has been the reaction of your users to this? Have they appreciated it? Have they pushed back?
No, we have not seen much pushback. We've seen a lot of acceptance and behavior change. Are you sure has led to a 17% user behavior change in language, a prompt that you receive before you send a message, making sure, do you really want to send this message? Does this sound right? And it's interesting because we want to give users options. Something that may feel offensive to one person, someone else may like or be interested in. So we want to make sure, dating is personal, that people have options to feel personal. And the resources are there for users who want to use them, and everyone should check them out. Safety is proactive. It's not just reactive. You don't need to wait until something bad happens. And we have these resources available online to think about before you meet someone in real life or go on a date. And so I think we've seen that users really appreciate that. Our green flags have received a lot of positive feedback. And so we just want to keep going and provide support and content to our users where they're at, and they can receive it in a manner that feels good to them.
That's amazing. And I appreciate the fact that you guys are not a one and done. That's very common. So thank you for that. So last question, what do you want to tell other companies, either in the tech space, business in general, who are watching, hear this, considering, thinking about, potentially doing work around gender-based violence? What do you want them to know?
This shouldn't be limited. We know that gender-based violence, sexual assault globally affects, what was the statistic, Jane? 1 in 3 people?
Yep. Yes.
I mean, that is just an issue that affects everyone. And so every company should think about the people who work there, their employees, their users, and how they can make them feel safe and protected, and the steps that they can take to make people safer. We are working with organizations like No More. They can partner with organizations like No More and take active steps consistently to do something. I mean, we have advanced our safety features. We've taken user feedback. We've expanded ID verification globally, share my date, anti-harassment features that, we know work. And so other companies can do the same thing that makes sense in their space and figure out what feels right, what feels personal, and what feels accepting and makes sense. These partnerships like No More around the world make sense for our platforms and our users to provide our users with the safest possible dating experience that they can have. That is our goal. That is important to us. And every company could think about what makes sense in their industry, whether they're in Latin America or Asia. We're working to expand our work globally and make sure that the response to violence against women is culturally nuanced, that it makes sense. And so just thank you for No More and all of the great work that you do globally. And we're proud to partner with you and support it.
Well, thank you. We're thrilled to be working with you. And thank you for doing the plug for No More for me, so then I don't have to do it. Much appreciated. But thank you, Joanna, for your time and for participating and for really all the work that you do. It is really pioneering in a lot of ways. And we and everyone else really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm echoing Jane Randall and saying thank you, Joanna Rice, for that incredible interview. We wish you the very best in your future work. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. We've had incredible views, but we really want to get to 1 million. So the more you share, the more we're able to hit that number, and every single view helps. So why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information, or nomore.org if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today. Now, we're honoured to introduce the High Commissioner for Antigua and Barbuda. She's the Commissioner to the UK, Her Excellency Karen-Mae Hill, OBE. We're honoured to have her support today, so please join me in welcoming High Commissioner to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilley. Let's go to that interview right now.
High Commissioner, welcome to hashtag EVAW, the day for the elimination of violence against women. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for having me and for giving Antigua and Barbuda and our people a chance to share with the world how we commemorate this day and what actions we are taking to support our women and girls to become equal citizens, to be safe, and to live fulfilling lives in their country and anywhere in the world they are.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Can I first ask you, could you tell us about yourself and your journey to becoming the High Commissioner?
My journey began in a tiny village in Antigua called Potters. It's not a village that is particularly affluent, but it's a village that has produced some incredible people in music, in sport. And my parents always felt that as a young woman, nothing should be a barrier to what I wanted to achieve. My father had a motto. He had 4 children with my mom and 2 other children. We have six children in total. And he always had a motto that whatever one child got, all of us had to get. And so my brother, who was the oldest from with my mom, whatever school he went to, we had to go to. We went to piano class, we had to go to piano class. We went to dance class, we had to go. All of us had the same, we went to a particular school, we had to go to the same school. And that was planted in me as a child, that anything I wanted to be and do, there would be no difference between my brothers and myself. And that's what my father and my mother raised us. And so I went through life with a father who was a police officer, a mother who was a teacher. They're both retired now, still very alive and doing well. But they shared with me the importance of service and of giving back to community. And all my life has been about service and community. And so when the Prime Minister asked me to serve 8 or 9 years ago as High Commissioner, the answer was obviously yes. He said he saw in me leadership. He said he saw in me a young woman, well, a younger woman at the time, Jeremy, who could help to set our world alight with my vision and with my drive. And that's what I'm seeking to do even today as we speak about this important issue of eliminating violence against women and girls.
High Commissioner, why is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women so important to you?
It is important to me because I am aware that there are too many instances still in a 21st century world where women and girls are the victims of violence, oftentimes at the hands of people who should be their protectors, their guardians, family members, partners. And we're not immune to it in the Caribbean. As a matter of fact, I think the basis upon which a lot of our societies are still structured in the Caribbean is based on the church. And I am aware that over decades, the churches have, in some respects, sought to keep traditional families together by glossing over challenging issues like domestic abuse, not believing in divorce or separation, seeking to press reconciliation. And I've lived to see a shift change in that sort of naive approach to how we counsel our women and girls to understand that they're worth more than a ring on their finger. They're worth more than trying to give a public uptick that all is well, that they have a right to live decent life without being abused. And so it's an important message for us to constantly articulate across society. And there's nothing Christian in our context about being abused. There's nothing shameful about standing up against abuse, and that we absolutely must recognize that it's happening, that it's happening too often, and that we need to ensure women and girls are aware that if it's happening to them, they have a voice and they have options, and society will stand with them to out it and to eliminate it.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Incredible. I'd like to respectfully ask if you could talk about some of the work that you're doing to eliminate violence against women at the government of Antigua and Barbuda.
Well, if I could start with our constitution, which we received in 1981, became politically independent. our Constitution recognizes the rights of everyone to have a decent life. And that is the basis upon which the rights of women and girls and all people are enshrined, that our Constitution protects and recognizes the right to safety, corporal safety, mental safety for all people. That's the first thing. Secondly, we have acceded to the major conventions that the world have recognized on this issue. So in 1989, we joined the CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And in 1998, we also ratified the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women. So we've signed on to the world's two major conventions on this issue. But it doesn't stop there. In local law, in our legal system, we have ratified the Sexual Offences Act and other legislation to protect women. So that's happening sort of on the legislative side and on the convention side. But our police force, which oftentimes were the first responders in these situations, needed to also have some reforms done. So we now have a sexual victims unit within the police force, staffed by trained officers, men and women, who understand the sensitivity of this sort of situation. We no longer should we have cases where someone is being abused, let's say even in the context of a family setting, and officers are saying, well, it's a domestic matter, or diminishing the importance of it because they see it as between this couple. This unit is staffed by trained people who are continually being trained, because that's one of the obligations under the legislation, under the conventions that we've signed. There must be continuous training. And so we have this special victims unit now within the police force. I think as well, one of the areas that I'm particularly excited about for Antigua and Barbuda is that we set up the Sexual Offences Model Court in 2019. And under this model court arrangement, we have sought to ensure that cases involving gender-based violence are brought before the court as quickly as possible, that the case management procedure is as short as possible, that the victims can actually give virtual evidence if appearing in court in person could be too traumatic for them. So we have also sought to ensure that the persons who are treating with this case are trained or sensitized to the impact of violence on women and girls. We've sought to ensure simple things like the holding area, where victims can wait before they're called before the court. It's a private, confidential space where they feel safe and protected before they face it. Our Directorate of Gender Affairs also has set up a crisis center, which is a 24-hour hotline that anybody can call to report a situation where they feel unsafe, whether through verbal or physical violence. And this crisis hotline is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right throughout the year. And I think the third thing, when you mentions, you look at the work happening within our police force and sensitizing officers on this important issue. When you look at our model court order in 2009 that I mentioned, there's also important groups like Women Against Rape. I'm particularly proud of their work. WAR, it's an NGO that works alongside the Director of Gender Affairs, works alongside the police, works alongside the family division of our government to provide advocacy for women. It was set up at a period of time in Antigua when we had a spike in rapes. And there was a serial rapist running loose, violating women across our country. And WAR, as they call themselves, Women Against Rape, was set up and still is functioning as an NGO that holds government and society to account around how we treat women. They treat women. They provide educational workshops. They provide support for victims. They ensure that what we have in our legislation, what we say we're going to do, we're actually doing it. And they're not just talking the talk, they're putting the work and the muscle behind it. And so at several levels, government level, the NGO level, the legislative level, Antigua and Barbuda is playing its part in ensuring we protect our women and our girls.
High Commissioner, that is absolutely amazing work, and congratulations for all of your efforts. Can I ask you finally, if people want information or need support Where should they go? And what advice would you give them?
You know, where people should go is often not as easy as it sounds. You know, we send them to websites. We get them to go to the Directorate of Gender Affairs website. That the crisis hotline is there, 463-5555. Put the area code in front of it for Antigua 268. That number is there to call. But I encourage people to also do that. But I also say to people, go to your nearest police station. Go to your nearest church. Go to a trusted family member whom you think can support. Just have a whatever your network is, whom you trust and feel comfortable with. Raise issues with them. So there are formal ways you can raise it. There are informal ways you can raise the issue. Our High Commission is a space as well for all people, any persons. We have a large diaspora here in the United Kingdom, can come and speak with us and share with us privately and confidentially about any challenges that they're having. But the important thing is for people to raise their voices. The NGOs are there. I mentioned Women Against Rape as an example. You know, they also have a hotline. Contact them. Reach out to them on social media. Reach out to them in their offices and raise these issues. And I'm certain that help will be available.
High Commissioner, thank you so much for your support of #EVAW and all you do for the elimination of violence against women in Antigua and Barbuda. We wish you the very best with that important work, and thank you for today.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And we wish all women and girls and all men, all of us who support this important initiative, every success. We must never get weary of doing what we need to do. We must never tire. We must fight daily to ensure that the respect for women and girls is a reality and not just an aspiration.
Thank you, Her Excellency Karen-Mae Hill, OBE, for that fascinating interview. It is an honour to have your support. Next is a panel that will discuss the increasing violence against women politicians, moderated by Head of Content and Partnerships at the Apolitical Foundation, Rebecca Ison. Now, we're going to hear from Nazita Lejavardi. We're also going to hear, she is the Associate Professor of Political Science at Michigan State University. Sophia Colligon, Director of the Mile End Institute at Queen Mary University of London. Peyton Ihemi, former White House Senior Advisor and Advocate, and Senator Manka Dhingra, Deputy Majority Leader of the Washington State Senate. Let's go to that panel right now.
Thank you so much, Madeleine, and hi, viewers. As Madeleine said, I'm Rebecca Ison, Head of Content and Partnerships at the Apolitical Foundation. The Foundation's mission is to update political leadership for the 21st century. And when we were founded in 2019, we thought that would mean helping people with the skills and knowledge they need to enter office. And what became very clear very quickly, especially with women, is that talented young leaders were getting into office, but then they were facing so much harassment or violence in some cases that they were burning out. We did a report last year into politicians' mental well-being called Mere Mortals, the State of Politicians' Mental Well-being and Why It Matters. And we surveyed about 100 politicians from around the world. And we found that 41% had low or very low mental well-being. And we know from other studies that 63% of female parliamentarians in Australia, for example, have experienced sexual harassment. And 80% of women parliamentarians in Africa have experienced psychological violence. So I am so pleased to have you here, and I'm so pleased to have 4 great women to discuss this topic with. They've already been introduced, so I'm going to start straight with the questions, and I'm going to start with one that is a bit general and perhaps a little controversial, but hey, that's who I am. And that is, in a world in which everyone, including women with far fewer means and power than politicians, are struggling every day Why should we care about violence against women politicians at all? And Sophia, I might start with you for that, as someone who has been researching the state of women's political leadership in numerous countries.
Great. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm very happy to be here today, even if we are discussing this very green topic. Well, why do we care? That's always a big question. And I get it asked a lot about whether, what is the scope and the reach of this problem? And one of the first things that I would like to emphasize is that the amount of harassment, abuse, and intimidation experienced by politicians while doing a public service, because we have to remember that they are there to represent us, is significantly higher than the harassment, abuse, and intimidation suffered by the general population. So in a way, by doing a public service, they are putting themselves in risk. We know, and my research has shown over the years that in different countries, that women are systematically being abused. So they are victims of abuse, harassment, and intimidation, psychological, physical, and online, but also in different countries. So this is shown and is consistent in countries in Latin America and in Europe as well as it is in the US. But also it has shown that women, not only, that women also feel significantly less safe than men when they participate in politics. And I want to emphasize the importance of looking at feelings of safety, because even if someone hasn't experienced any form of violence, or a politician doesn't experience any form of violence, just by knowing that being there makes you a target and being a woman makes you even more of a target, then that really leads them to change their behavior. So what we are observing now is that women change the way that they campaign, which puts them sometimes in disadvantage. That women are sometimes considering 2 or 3 times whether they run for office, that their families are starting to discourage them from running for office, but also that they are reframing, once they reach office, that they are reframing from discussing certain issues. So I will say that why do we care? Well, this is a fundamental issue for the well-being of a democracy and for the representation of women and other minorities in the democratic process.
Thanks so much, Sophia. Nisida, I'd like to go to you now, because you also have been researching women political leaders, specifically, I believe, in Sweden, but also with women of color in the US. So can you speak to any unique forms of harassment that you found kind of different groups face compared to others in your research?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my work with Dr. Sandra Håkansson at Uppsala University, we have actually examined the experiences of different types of psychological and physical violence in both Sweden and the US. And just taking Sweden into account, we're finding that representatives with immigrant backgrounds, both men and women, are facing significantly more physical and psychological violence than representatives without such backgrounds. But what's really worrying is that for those of us who are concerned about democratic inclusion and representation, as Sophia was saying, we're finding that these high levels of violence are disproportionately pushing politicians who are women with immigrant backgrounds out of office much earlier. And women with immigrant backgrounds are basically our best proxy for women of color in Sweden. So we've since extended this work to the US with really generous funding from the Bloomberg Center for Cities. And we surveyed local politicians, and we found that, again, women of color are reporting experiencing more types of insults, harassment, threats, malicious impersonation, property damage, and physical attacks over this past year. And so just a brief example, 70% of women of color reported facing insults over the past year, compared to about 61% of white women, 66% of men of color, and 53% of white men. We might think that insults might be the least severe type of violence, but if you extend this and look at physical attacks, which is sort of the most severe type of violence that we inquired about, 7% of women of color reported experiencing a physical attack over the past year. These are local politicians, compared to about 2% of white women, 3% of men of color, and 1% of white men. So again, in the US case, our findings are showing that women of color politicians are facing more political violence in absolute terms in the US, but also in Sweden more than other groups. And this is pushing them out of office.
Thanks so much. I want to go now to Senator Dingler. You were the first Sikh state legislator in the US. So I'm really interested to hear whether your personal experience matches with what you've heard from this research, first of all. And then I have a follow-up question from you if you would like to first tell your personal story.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It is unfortunate and so true that the research does match the reality. I've been a first in many times in my life. I was one of the first South Asian prosecutors with King County. I trained law enforcement in crisis intervention. But the sexism and harassment that I faced when I decided to run for office was something I did not expect at all, especially on social media, in email, and even in person. Like, people feel empowered to say things they would never say in real life or to anyone who they don't think of as a public figure. There's a sense of entitlement that people feel towards women politicians, especially women of color. And my seatmates are two white men. So when we have had town hall meetings, it's actually been very, very easy to see the sexism and the racism. And the last time we had that, I actually stood up and I called it out. And I said, can I ask you, why is it that you're speaking to me like this and don't use the same tone and words for my two seatmates? And the audience yelled out, racism, sexism. And so I think it is so imperative for us to call it out whenever we can.
And how have these experiences kind of impacted how you legislate protections for women generally regarding harassment?
Well, I'll speak specifically around a code of conduct that I created for the legislature. Because I had an unusual take into politics, I was a prosecutor for 20 years. I went to my first Democratic Party meeting in December 2016 and decided to run for office in February 2017. So very short time period. And when I came in, because of my history on working on gender-based violence, I had staff, senators, representatives, lobbyists come to me individually to share stories of harassment and sexual harassment that truly shocked me. I recognized some scenarios that actually rose to the level of criminal conduct. And so I actually worked to create a code of conduct for the legislature, which sets expectations on how anyone conducting business with the legislature is expected to conduct themselves. This included training, infrastructure to report and investigate violations of the code and consequences for it. We need our workplace culture to shift to reflect our values of fairness and respect to everyone. And so one of the things that people really wanted was to actually have the physical code of conduct posted all along the hallways, and really wanting to make sure people could see it, whether having conversations or going into meetings. And I can tell you that a lot of women told me that when they were subjected to it, they would point to the code of conduct hanging on the wall, and that made people change their opinion. So we bring our experience to the work that we do.
That's really interesting, because something we've kind of asked ourselves when we were doing the report last year at the Apolitical Foundation is, why don't we think about parliaments, legislatures, etc., as workplaces? They don't have the same, who is the HR manager for elected officials? And it seems like you're bringing kind of this systemic approach, HR approach to your legislature. So thank you. We have about half the time left, so I really want to go, we've already started a little bit on solutions, but Peyton, as someone who has been in so many different sectors, including tech, including the public service, including military, have you seen a difference in how this issue is tackled in various sectors? And also, how do you think that we can all work together to kind of deal with this issue? I'll just get you to unmute, please, Peyton.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's just a really important discussion. I think I want to start with, unfortunately, I would say, and maybe fortunately, but also unfortunately, I've been in the rooms, very powerful rooms with key stakeholders, and have been the fly on the wall and seeing these things happen in real life, whether that was when I was staffing federal senators, whether I was staffing White House officials, whether I was staffing people in global government bodies in combat, in humanitarian disasters, and you see the same type of activities play out. I think one difference that I would like to make when we talk about government and tech is, first of all, these things happen in real life. And when they happen in real life, they show up in technology. So if we're not tackling the items in real life, you're going to continue to see them and continue to try to, in a futile way, to address them on tech. And I just think that's really, really important. So I have so much respect for the different parts of this ecosystem that are attacking this. I've had the opportunity to work in tech and see the constant Frankenstein of the platforms and systems to try to address these items. I've seen the ebb and flow, too much. Now they're getting in trouble. Oh, they've done too little. Now they're getting in trouble. And then the idea of that it is something that is quantified, like you're making money off of it. And I really truly believe is once you're profiting off of something and you're not spending that same amount of money on moderation and mitigation, that is an issue and you should be held accountable. I want to repeat that again because there's a lot of discussion about whose responsibility that is. But if this is baby formula, if this is lead-based paint, right? If this is a code of a building and how it should be structured, those who are building it are required, full stop. But then that also takes me back to let's not forget that we also live in a real world too, where this is occurring. And if there are not things that are being addressed there, we're not being held accountable for saying things inappropriately in real life to a person, that's going to show up on the internet. If the prosecution doesn't have the right laws, or they're not strong enough, if they're not defended in the same way, that's also going to show up on the internet. So that's the differences that I see. But the big string there is if it's happening offline, it's going to happen online, and they have to be tackled in that way. Another thing that to take away is that women deserve to have an opinion. And what this really is about is making sure that you're silenced and that you don't get an opinion. We have lots of terms that we call this, violence, online aggression, et cetera. I've run legislation for years, passing some of this work. I've worked on it many times, but the ultimate crux here is they don't feel like you deserve a voice. And that's why I really think one of the solutions here is to think about it in that way, right? They are trying to silence you. You have the same amount of right to have an opinion, to shape government, to shape laws, to shape corporate. It happens in corporate America too. The women don't get to voice, have their voice. They can be ostracized in that same way. And that's why I think that the working together can be, and that's why I really love the ecosystem of trying to tackle this from what are we teaching our young men? What are we teaching our young women about what respectful dialogue looks like? How are we behaving in corporate areas where they're making decisions at the boardrooms about what is allowed at the companies and what's not? And does the shareholder have more value than the consumer who's affected by this? And then, of course, in our government setting as well. So that is the solution, is to keep moving towards the ecosystem, attacking this as an ecosystem, and not forgetting that this is not just online, but it's offline behavior that's showing up.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are almost out of time. So I want to ask you all if you can give our viewers one sentence to take away and to spread with their colleagues, friends, and family, what would it be? Sophia, I will start with you. One sentence.
In one sentence, I will say that to end violence against women in politics, we must challenge the culture that normalizes it, enforce accountability at every level, and ensure that women do not stand alone.
Thanks so much. Natsira?
Women of color are still underrepresented in politics, and violence is disproportionately pushing them to consider leaving elected office. And this means we have a huge, huge problem for democracy, democratic inclusion, and whose voices are represented in politics.
Thank you so much. I'm going to let the senators speak last. So Peyton?
I would just like to suggest that there's no one coming to save us. So we have to save ourselves, and we need to work together and bond together so we can show up in our private and our public spheres.
And finally, Senator Dinkler.
Thank you so much. Respect women, believe women.
Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me here today. And thank you, viewers, for taking the time to think about this important topic.
Thank you so much to our panelists, Nazita Lejavadi, Sophia Collignon, Peyton Ihimi, and Senator Mankra Dhingra for your thoughtful words and for that great discussion. And thank you so much to our wonderful moderator, Rebecca Ison. It is truly an honour to have your collective support today. So we wish you all the very best in your future work. Now, to all of our viewers around the world, we're asking you to please tell your friends about this broadcast and do it right now. Please share the link with them because every view helps. And whilst you're there, you can go and visit peaceoneday.org for more information or knowmore.org if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today. So, for our next interview, it is an honour to welcome the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, KC. Having a little bit of a moment today, it seems. So, please join me in welcoming the Secretary General to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilley.
Secretary General Patricia Scotland, KC, welcome to hashtag EVAW.
Thank you so much. It's good to be back, Jeremy, and talking with you at this really important time of the year.
The first question I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey to becoming the Secretary General of the Commonwealth?
Well, I became Secretary General of the Commonwealth in 2016. And I'm the 6th Secretary General, but the first woman to hold that post. And it's strange, really, because for so many areas, I seem to have been the first. I was the first Black woman to become Her Majesty's Queen's Counsel, the first to be Attorney General since 1315, so more than 700 years. But really, the desire I had was to serve, and particularly in relation to those who are vulnerable and those who are in need of help and succor. So domestic violence and violence against women and girls has been something that I've devoted my whole career to. When I became a barrister at 21, it was one of the areas in which I worked. And so becoming Secretary General has meant that we have been able to weave the issues in relation to women, the enabling women to achieve their real potential has been something which has been key to everything I've done throughout my whole career. So it's good that now I'm Secretary General, we've been able to mainstream that in all our programs.
Secretary General, why is the day for the elimination of violence against women so important to you?
Well, I think it's because I have made the elimination of domestic violence and sexual violence against women one of the campaigns of my life. And we know that if we come together, we can make a difference. This is something which affects 1 in 3 women a year. And we know that this is not just one country, it's across the globe. And that's a desperately sad and horrifying figure. If you think of every 3rd woman you know and thinking she could be subject to this violence, and violence of this sort is so disabling. It is costing us, according to those making assessment, about 1.5 trillion a year in terms of economic loss. But it's not just loss of money. It's the damage it does to families, to children, to men and to women. And so we have absolutely committed ourselves to its eradication. You remember that before I became Secretary General, I created the foundation to eliminate violence against women and girls. And this is something we've continued. And in the Commonwealth, we've launched the Commonwealth Says No More campaign with the No More Foundation. And we want to eradicate this violence from every single corner of the world, but particularly in the 56 countries who make up our Commonwealth, who represent about 2.7 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30. So it's vitally important to everything we do.
Could you now tell us about what the Commonwealth is doing to support the issue of the elimination of violence against women?
Well, the initiatives go far beyond the issues simply of domestic violence, because we know that women are overrepresented in every sphere where there is dysfunction. Tragically, when climate crises happen, when disasters happen, we find that women are disproportionately affected. When a disaster happens, now I'm being told that people are frightened of putting women in the refugee shelters because of violence against women. So we've been looking at climate, we've been looking at debt, we've been looking at their ability to work, we've been looking at every sphere. And what we're finding is that women are always disadvantaged. And that's something we have to change, because women are half of our world. And if we want to really be a just society, a fair society, an equal society, then we have to make sure that women have an equal share in all of those opportunities. It's fantastic when you see what women have done recently. It was a group of women who were responsible for putting another place on the right side of the moon. Women were instrumental in bringing together the science in order to help us combat COVID-19. Women have been instrumental in changing so much in terms of peace and negotiations. And so if we don't have women at the table sharing responsibility, sharing leadership, then we're never going to get all of the solutions which are possible for our world. And violence against women is one of the most disabling things to enable brilliant women to really commit and do their best. So this is an issue which is of fundamental importance in everything we're doing in the Commonwealth, whether it's climate, trade, young people, education, health, all these issues. Fundamentally important that we have women at the forefront, sharing responsibility, but also not being left behind.
Finally, if people would like more information about what the Commonwealth is doing to eliminate violence against women, where do they go?
Please go on our website, which is thecommonwealth.org, and also please go and look at the work we're doing on Commonwealth Says No More. We have a No More initiative in almost all our Commonwealth countries, and this is a whole cycle. It means we need everybody to be involved. We need families, friends, organizations, foundations, businesses, local government, central government. Every organization can be part of this fight. And it's a fight we can win if we all work together.
Secretary General Patricia Scotland, KC, thank you for joining #EVAW.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. See you soon.
Thank you, Secretary General, for sharing your incredible thoughts. We are so honoured to have you join us for #EVAW. That is the elimination of violence against women. Now, to all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them, because we are aiming to achieve 1 million views, and every single view helps. Now, if you want more information, please go ahead and visit peaceoneday.org, or if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today, visit nomore.org. Now, our next guest is the incredible actor Esme Bianco. Please join me in welcoming Esme Bianco to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by the CEO of No More, Pamela Zaballa. Let's go to that interview now.
Hi, Esme. It's a pleasure to see you.
Hi, Pamela. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Very excited to be here seeing you today. And Esme, let me start by asking you. You are a survivor who have come out and you've shared your story with all of us. And I wondered, why do you think it's important for people who are ready to share their story and tell others what has happened to them?
Thank you for the question, Pamela. It feels really important to me because it took me a long time to self-identify as a survivor of domestic violence. I think that was because some of the experiences that I had were not the experiences that had been reflected in media, in television, in film. And so I think it's really important that we share stories of all different kinds of domestic violence so that other survivors can self-identify and so that other survivors can start to recognize that either they're in a relationship that's unhealthy or they might have been in a relationship that's unhealthy, and give them an opportunity to start to heal or to find the resources and the help that they need.
I love you saying that, the fact that not a single domestic violence story is the same. I think it's very important for anybody hearing us, because maybe we've heard what domestic violence is, or we just have an idea, and then we get told the story, and we might find it just hard to believe it. But I want to ask you, how was it for you? How did it help your own healing process to come out and share your story?
I think the main thing for me was realizing that I was not alone and that my experience was sadly far from unique. I think that there's so much stigma and silence around domestic violence that often when a survivor starts to come to terms with their experience, it's very easy to feel like you're alone. And it's also very easy to feel ashamed of what you went through or what you're going through, and that somehow you brought it on yourself or you should have known better, and which is really a part of the violence and the cycle of abuse itself. So for me, having this community of other survivors and seeing other people speak of their experience really helped me realize I wasn't alone. I hadn't done anything wrong, that there was nothing for me to be ashamed of. And it was just so liberating. And then realizing that by sharing my story, I helped other women come to terms with their stories. It was just so fulfilling in a way, because it was like I didn't go through this for nothing. There was, I don't want to say silver lining, because we should never talk about silver linings of violence, but in a sense, it was like at least I could make some meaning out of what had happened to me.
And Esme, you have had a key role in co-authoring the Phoenix Act, which helps survivors of sexual abuse have more time to come out and talk about their experiences, report their experiences. And I would love you to tell us a little bit about that and why that was important to you, but also this role as an advocate that comes with, you've had an experience and you've chosen to be an advocate. So it's a double question, right? A, around this piece, and two, around, why then give that step forward and become an advocate?
Well, so the Phoenix Act was very, very important to me and meaningful to me. It was born out of my experience, the experience of several other survivors. We came together and we worked with Senator Susan Rubio here in California to extend the statute of limitations. And it was so important to us because the amount of time that it takes for a survivor to get out of a relationship and find not only physical but emotional safety, it's not a set time. Like we don't conform to arbitrary timelines as survivors in our healing journeys. And not only do you have, to find physical safety, not only do you have to heal yourself and come to terms with your experience to a point where you can actually start talking about it to authorities or going through the justice system, which can be very grueling. But a lot of survivors need time to fight for custody of their children, to find financial stability, and that cannot happen quickly. It can't happen on a 1 to 3 year timeline, which is what we were looking at here in California. So we really need to give survivors this vital time that they need to heal and be safe. I think for myself, why I chose to take on this advocacy piece came from this experience of being told, when I started speaking of my experience, being told, you're outside of this timeline for domestic violence. And to me, that just didn't make sense, that I should have suffered something so horrendous and which caused me to have immense trauma that took a long time to work through. And then to summon up the courage and to be told it's too late was just really fundamentally wrong to me. And so it was almost like I felt this calling, like this need. We have to do something about this. We have to fight for the women yet to come. And so that's really why I chose the path that I'm taking.
And Esme, in the gender-based violence space, we talk about the 3P system, which is prevention by one side, so this never happens, provision of services to help survivors, and protection, which are legal remedies, which is where you've kind of placed your attention. Why do you think that this protection or provision of the law side is so important for survivors of violence?
Because I think at the moment, our understanding as a culture of what violence against women is so often, I would say it's a trickle up and it's also a trickle down effect. So if you're thinking about, the legal system, which sets a precedent for our cultures as to what is acceptable behavior and what is not, what is considered domestic violence, that sets a precedent and an understanding for generations to come. And right now, the justice system has got a lot of catching up to do in terms of the reality of what domestic violence looks like. And so by bringing things like, statute limitations, extensions, understandings of coercive control, understandings of different kinds of abuse that go beyond the physical abuse, which oftentimes is where, the spotlight has been shone, but there's all kinds of abuse. There's financial abuse, there's psychological abuse. And so really by having a justice system that reflects the realities of the violence that women are facing, we can start to educate and better hold to account the perpetrators of this kind of violence.
Today we mark the day of the elimination of violence against women, and that kind of trail of thought that you just have given us reminds me of the women for which this day was set, who were fighting political violence, but they were very clearly in the understanding that women are kind of undermined. Why do you think it is important for us to mark a day such like this?
Because I think we need to be having these sorts of conversations. I think we need to be coming together across, the gender spectrum, across the sexuality spectrum, across cultural spectrums, to be having these global conversations, because we know that this affects women in every corner of the world. And so we need to be coming together and starting thinking collectively. I think there's not like one solution that works for like every country. There's not one solution that works for every culture. So by having these conversations, we can learn from each other, but also we can draw attention to the fact that violence against women is an epidemic, and it's almost, if not more pressing than some of the big issues that we do talk about a lot together, like climate change, because without the safety of women, we really have we have no future as a human race. And so it's so critical. So days like today just bring people together and make these amazing global conversations happen.
Esme, thank you so much. I'm always humbled to see you, to hear your story, the way that you advocate and like really encourage others. It's amazing. And with people like you, we know we definitely will, end violence against women. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Esme, for your inspiring words and for being part of the hashtag EVAW. We are so grateful for your support. Hello, I'm back. I am Lady Dentar and I am your co-host today. It's been a pleasure to be here for hashtag EVAW. Now, I'm honored to introduce the Undersecretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations, Melissa Fleming. We are honored to have your support today. Please join me in welcoming Melissa Fleming to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by the Peace One Day founder, Jeremy Gilley. Let's go to that interview right now.
Melissa Fleming, Undersecretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations. Welcome to hashtag EVAW, the day for the elimination of violence against women.
Great to see you, Jeremy, and great to be with you. Thanks for focusing on this really important topic.
Yes. Well, the first thing I'd like to ask you, Melissa, because I know how important this is to you, could you tell us about what motivated you to focus on this issue?
My work, I've worked throughout my whole career in war zones and in refugee situations. And probably the most egregious form of sexual violence and violence against women is conducted in wars. Rape is being used as a weapon of war systematically. I remember it happening in the theater of Bosnia and Herzegovina, in many places where I worked at UNHCR, Democratic Republic of Congo, Libya, and now in Sudan. It is, so many women and girls are reporting being abducted, being raped, and not only having to suffer the horrors of fleeing for your lives, but also having to live with that horrific violent act, some of which is resulting in shame. It's resulting in sense of hopelessness, in unwanted pregnancies. So it is a form of violence that is being used not just as power, but to silence women, to divide societies, to break families apart. And it's something that we really have to put an end to. So I feel really motivated by that. But just one other area, since I've been working here in New York as Undersecretary General for Global Communications, I've been working very much on trying to make our internet and our online ecosystem more humane. And one of the areas that is really striking is that women, whether they're women leaders, women journalists, women climate activists, are targets for online attacks. And it's silencing them in many cases. It's forcing many politicians who are women have heads of state even, to end their careers early, or just to live in the fear of the online violence turning into offline violence. So this is something, again, that has to be stopped in the theater of war and also in our online ecosystem. And I'm really committed to trying to make a small difference from my perch.
Melissa, why is a day like this so important? I mean, what kind of results does it manifest?
Well, I mean, I have to say it is the 25th anniversary this year. It was a General Assembly resolution, General Assembly designation to establish the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. And it was in memory of sisters, Mirabelle sisters, who were brutally assassinated on this day in 1960. So the day has remained very meaningful every single year going forward, just because women and girls continue to be targeted. And it is a time when we can put out the statistics that are very alarming and call for action. For example, in 2023, a woman was killed by an intimate partner or family member every 10 minutes. So every 10 minutes in the world, a woman was killed by an intimate partner or family member. Domestic violence, really, really bad. Also, nearly 1 in 3 women across the world have experienced physical or sexual violence at least one time in their lives. We also have the problem, and this is another form of violence, and that is child marriage. Girls being forced to marry at young ages. 9 million girls are going to marry in childhood by the year 2030. And we've been really disturbed by a law that is being considered in Iraq that would lower the age to 8 for girls, the age of marriage to 8 years old. So this is child marriage is, girls are not spouses, and this is something that we have to really advocate against. And then finally, there's another form of violence that we at the UN are really disturbed by, and that is female genital mutilation. There, unfortunately, has been a 15% increase in the last 8 years. There are over 230 million girls and women who have undergone this practice. And so again, we are putting out these kinds of statistics on this day in order to raise awareness and to put a stop to it. So it is important. You're back to your question, what can we do to stop violence against women? We have to come together. We have to raise awareness. We have to put it into laws. We have to get new policies on online platforms, and try to do what we can to reduce it and hopefully put an end to it someday. We have to have that aspiration.
Melissa, the United Nations is covering all kinds of issues, whether it's children or refugees or ceasefires, conflict. You are doing an awful lot around the world globally, many different departments. Talk to me a little bit about, the different agencies that are trying to do something around the elimination of violence against women.
Well, maybe if I could start with my department, the Department for on Global Communications at the United Nations. We are very concerned about our online ecosystem, that our information ecosystem has become toxic, and this is because of social media platforms that prioritize engagement and tend to push polarizing and extreme content. And much of this content is around violence against women who are trying to express themselves online. We have seen a rise, and we're really worried about AI and the ability to create sexualized deep fake content. And that is happening and persisting. So we have introduced UN Global Principles on Information Integrity that aims to, counter online abuse and to make the digital space safer and more humane. So it's like a blueprint for that. But obviously across the UN system, we have a number of organizations. Of course, the ones that are out there first and really out front, UN Women, UNFPA. And, there has been some progress out there too. So it's not all bad. We have more of society, whole of society. We have many governments who are actually putting into place laws that allow for justice in many cases and result in prosecution and conviction of perpetrators. So we have seen also in 2023, 104 countries did have comprehensive laws addressing domestic violence. And also 78% of countries now provide some budgetary commitments for services that address violence against women. And I know that across the UN system, as I mentioned, UN Women, UNFPA, but also UNICEF, in the refugee space, UNHCR, and WHO are really focusing on helping governments to strengthen their protections for women, and also helping women ourselves. So there is some good news. We know that violence against women is preventable, and there is more evidence than ever before that whole of government and whole of society approaches that have some dedicated funding for the civil society groups and women's rights organizations, that they can vastly reduce the violence that women are facing.
Thank you, Melissa. So finally, for those needing information or support, where would you recommend they go for information and guidance?
Well, again, I'd like to first and foremost point to UN Women. They have many resources on their website on how to spot and how to help in cases of violence, such as relationship abuse. As I mentioned, this is rampant. So there are other websites such as Lila.help and No More Global Directory. And there you can find lists of domestic and sexual violence helplines and services from all over the world. But mostly, I think, well, these are very important resource sources for women and girls, but for everybody, we have to be part also of not standing for, not allowing any kind of violence against women to happen. And if we encounter somebody in our community, because I mentioned that statistic that, so many of our friends and family, our daughters, our sisters may be experiencing some kind of violence, whether it is sexual violence, domestic violence, online violence. If they disclose to you that they are experiencing abuse, it is really important, just to have an open ear for them, listen without judgment, and let them know that you believe in them, ask what you can do to help, and also support this person's decisions while perhaps guiding them to some of the resources that I just mentioned. Thank you.
Melissa Fleming, thank you for participating in #EVAW, and we wish you the very best with your incredibly important work. Good luck, Melissa.
Well, Jeremy, thank you for bringing this important issue out into the world and your support.
Thank you, Melissa Fleming, for that fascinating interview. It is an honor to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org, or for more information, nomore.org. If you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today, we want to make sure that we help you. Now, I'm excited to introduce our next guest, a Paralympian and survivor, Tracy Otu. Please join me in welcoming Tracy Otu to #EVAW, being interviewed by our podcast host and survivor, Carol Fisher. Let's go to that interview right now.
Tracy, oh my gosh, I'm so excited to meet with you today. I want to welcome you to #EVAW, the day of the elimination of violence against women. You are an amazing rock star and inspiration to me personally, so I'm just so excited to have this opportunity to talk with you.
Oh my gosh, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Oh my gosh, this is an honor. A lot of people know your incredible, powerful story because of your participation in the Olympic Games, the Paralympic Games. And can you share with us why this day of elimination of violence against women is so important to you?
Yes, this day is so important, not only for me, but for so many other women, and the fact that, we're here, we survived, and, we're doing the best we can. But also, like these meaningful questions, they're so hard for me to answer because I don't like to be cliche. I don't want to be like, oh, they mean everything to me. But like in the fact that they really do, because we're, like I said, we're doing the best we can to eliminate that violence against women and take over the world and show the world what women can do.
Are you comfortable sharing a little bit of your story, Tracy?
Yeah. On October 24th, 2019, my ex-boyfriend broke into my home in an attempt to end my life. In the process, among other horrible, horrible things that he did, I'll spare you the details because it's kind of gruesome. He did paralyze me from the chest down by stabbing me through my C5 vertebrae. And I am also half blind because he shot a high-powered pellet gun through my left eye. And like I said, did a bunch of other really horrible things. But he's in prison now and he's serving a 40-year sentence. And I am just working on, like I said, doing my best and taking over the world.
You're such an inspiration. I know I've said that to you several times. And what was your journey in discovering, the para archery? Can you talk about that journey? Because you've taken something that was horrific in your life, just unimaginable, and you've taken it and just turned it into just nothing but good. Can you talk about that, your journey in the para archery?
Yeah, so I first discovered archery. It's funny, I went on Google. It was a random thing. Ricky, my boyfriend or my fiance, and we were going down the highway, and I had so much newfound time on my hands that I didn't know what to do with because I can't work, a traditional 9-to-5 job. I don't have the function in my hands to really do much. So, I needed something to do. And because I'm not the kind of person that just can sit and do nothing. I have to do something. Taking over the world, like I always say, I'm a go kind of person. So we were going down the highway and I turned to Ricky and I'm just like, well, why not archery? And he looked at me really funny and he goes, but your hands don't work. How are you going to shoot archery? I'm like, I don't know. We're going to figure it out. We're going to find something. So I went on Google to see if there was an adaptive sports program or some kind of something in my area. And they had one in Tampa and it was an adaptive archery program. And I shot an email to the head coach. And that following week, I was at my first practice shooting with a mouth tab and I hit the target. And from there, I was hooked. I had to keep going. And I asked one of the people that was there that was in the USA archery circuit and the Paralympic circuit, what is the end game? What is the biggest competition for all of this? Or what does this look like? What is the journey for this look like? And he said, well, the Paralympics in Paris in 2024. And I was like, okay, let's go. We're going to be there. And from that day on, I decided that we were going to do this.
You're an incredibly competitive individual and you have not lost that spirit. Can you talk about that?
I can't stop. I can't justify not moving forward and making the best out of the circumstances that I've been given. And it's almost like an addiction, I guess you could say. There's just something in me. I don't know what it is that I have to keep going and I have to find light in whatever circumstances come my way.
Tracy, was that an immediate response to the horror that happened to you? Or is that like a journey and you get up every day and work towards that? Tell us about that.
It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both, because every day has its own challenges, especially with recovering from a catastrophic injury like I had. There's some days where I don't want to, I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to deal with being paralyzed sometimes. And it's just so in my face that I don't have any other choice. But I it's a little bit of both. I started out that way. I tried to have a smile on my face no matter what, coming straight out of the hospital and maintaining a positive attitude. But it is a work in progress every day to get up and continue.
And I would think that that's important for our listeners to hear, that it's not every day that you're upbeat and happy, that you work on that each and every day.
Oh yeah, I get so sad. Girl, I get so sad. But that's life. It's an ebb and flow. And I think once you kind of lean into that, I guess you could say, and you not only accept it, but just really embrace it, it actually turns out to be a lot of fun. And you end up, experiencing and feeling emotions and just living life in a way that is just absolutely beautiful.
You are an inspiration to me and so many people. You're having a baby. Congratulations. I'm so excited for you. So excited. And I was looking at your social media and oh my gosh, you have like over 100,000 followers on TikTok, but you have a message on Instagram that really, it just struck a chord with me. And I wonder if you could talk about that. You said you're blessed beyond belief. Mm-hmm. Blessed beyond belief. Talk to us about that.
Yes, and I have no way to describe it than unbelievable when I look at my life and I look at the things that I've been able to do and see and the people that I've been able to interact with. I was having a conversation with my mentor yesterday with one of my mentors. She's amazing. She's in Texas. So we were FaceTiming and we were talking about human emotion and human connection and how I am so honored and so blessed to be able to, like I said, experience this life, this beautiful, colorful life in front of me, these things that I get to be able to do, not to discredit the fact that it comes with its own set of challenges. But in the process, taking like my person out of it, like my opinion and anything out of it, I get to elicit an emotion in people that is just so, given the story, given the circumstances and everything that I've been through and like just my life in general, it elicits an emotion in people. And I think that is such a blessing that I get to have that like very deep connection with people and people just like grasp onto it and find that light and find that hope through the chaos and through the disturbing details. They're like, yes, there is hope, there is light there. And I get to elicit that in people. And that is just such a blessing and such an honor to me. And it's so unbelievable that that happens, You
have this incredible energy, incredible light. I can't thank you enough for sharing it with us. You're every day making a difference in so many women's lives. And certainly you've made a difference in mine. And as we're talking today, I'm smiling because you just radiate just positivity and light and hope. And so thank you on behalf of all the women who struggle to get up out of bed each and every day. You're just a blessing. So keep shining that light, Tracy.
Amen. Thank you so much. And, it's not easy. It's not, but it is worth it. That's the biggest thing. It is worth it. There is a bigger picture. There is better for you out there. You just have to keep going and have this amazing, crazy belief in yourself and not settle for anything less.
What a wonderful way to end. Thank you so much. Keep shining your light. And you, again, just a total inspiration.
Thank you.
I will be following you on social media now, Tracy. Thank you.
Yes, I'm so happy to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy and Carol, for that inspiring interview and for your support of #EVAW. Next, we are pleased to present a panel that will discuss aspirational masculinity, which will be moderated by Pierre Bartine, Interim Executive Director of the Center of Public Impact. We will hear from actor and filmmaker Justin Baldini, author and advocate Don McPherson, and the president of Wayfaver Studios, Jamie Heath. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to hashtag EVAW. Let's go to the panel.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. We have over 700,000 active watchers right now, and we have had 1.6 million people tune in throughout the day. Dawn, Justin, and Jamie, it is a pleasure to have you here. Let's dive right in. Dawn, what does aspirational masculinity mean to you, and why is it so important in the context of eliminating violence against women?
Thank you, Pierre, and it's a pleasure to be on with you, Justin and Jamie. Big fan of your work over the years. I've been involved in prevention programs for nearly 40 years, and specifically in the area of preventing men's violence against women and engaging men in the prevention of men's violence against women for the past 30 years. And in so many ways, I talk about the work that I've been doing has been the work that women and survivors have asked men like myself and Justin and Jamie to do, but it hasn't been the work that our boys need. And so I offer aspirational masculinity as a paradigm shift to the work where we are moving from prevention work to promotion. What do we want for our boys and men? Not just what do we want them to do to prevent or to support women and girls, but what do we truly want for boys? And one of the things that I talk about with aspirational is I want boys to live in awe, authentic, whole, and evolving, so that they're living their authentic selves, their whole selves, and evolving. Masculinity and manhood is not something that you arrive at and you're done when you're 50 years old. It's a constant evolving of who we are as men, and that allows us to remain in the conversation. And finally, as I talk about having a positive conversation with young men that keeps them engaged, when we want success in the classroom or in athletics, we don't coach to not lose. Again, prevention language. We don't coach to win by a point. You don't teach in the classroom to pass by a point or to not fail. You teach excellence in the discipline. You teach excellence in the sport. So there's innovation, there's love of growth in that sport. The same thing is true that we need to do for our boys, is have a positive conversation with them that allows them to see themselves in the conversation, in their authentic selves, in their whole selves, and is a positive one that gives them something to work towards.
Authentic, whole, and evolving, and going towards not just prevention, but promotion. Powerful words. Justin and Jamie, in what ways does the portrayal of masculinity in the media impact young men's attitudes towards women and towards relationships? Jamie, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Wonderful to see you and be here. You know, I was raised in an era, I'm now 55 years old, and I was raised in a time when women, honestly, to be fully honest, were seen as objects, something to attain, something to accumulate, something to get. And while I had some powerful women in my life, this is the messages that I saw all the time on television, in music. I also was raised in the music industry, and this just runs rampant to women are acquired. I then have a son who's 21. I tried really hard to have him watch things that illustrate and show women in powerful positions. Not that there's anything wrong with women, of course, doing more traditional roles, but also needed to see women in light that oftentimes he saw men, which were powerful leaders, thought thinkers. And this is something that I was really diligent on. And yet I still did not have the tools that I have now. I have a son now that is 8 years old. Every day, I don't just have him watch things, of course, that demonstrate the power of women and how to see them as equals, but he sees me around and in myself engaged constantly with powerful and incredible, wonderful women that he can see as equals, contrary to what media constantly still reminds us, that they are indeed objects, that they are ones to follow men's lead. We even see politically how this plays out. We see it in sports. So I think it's more how we engage ourselves and what we surround ourselves can change, hopefully, what the media continues to portray. So we're working hard at Wayfair. Justin will speak to this a bit more as well, to change that narrative as much as we can, because we certainly know it has great impact.
Justin, take it away. How do you help leverage media to change that narrative?
First of all, I'm so happy to be here. And Don, your work is so important and beautiful. So it's wonderful to finally meet you. Um, you know, it, when I think of media, I think about, the reinforcing of trope after trope after trope that just has been happening for forever. Um, I do want to focus on the hope because I do see this changing. I do see this moving in a positive direction. Because if we keep going back to like all the things that we see that are wrong, just kind of like anything, that we just, you should start to look for those things, as opposed to you're starting to see a lot more men on TV and in films that are showing, as Don said, more aspirational tropes of masculinity. What I think is important now, and what we're always thinking about when we are making a film or financing a film or developing something, is like you don't want to just totally reinvent the man, because you need the man to be approachable. You need the man to still be a man, which is why from the very beginning, I've never been a part of any war on masculinity. I love masculinity. I love being a man. In fact, I think we need more advocates like the three of us here that actually talk about how amazing it is to be a man. And yet there comes with the responsibility to being a man, especially living today. And that is, being an advocate, an ally, and doing what we can to make this world a safer place for women. But we can only do that if we become safe places for ourselves. So the things that we look for at Wayfair, the things that we're trying to push forward, is men that are able to express emotion, that are able to repair, that are able to self-reflect, that are able to nurture and care give. Little moments that we can find in existing scripts where we're not trying to rewrite the man, but we show this, maybe traditional man who is who has a very specific role in whatever the movie or the TV show is, doing something that we maybe wouldn't see him do 20 or 30 years ago, saying a line in a different way, showing up as a father, listening, asking questions, self-reflecting. These are just little things that we're always trying to sprinkle in. Again, not trying to overhaul or change what it means to be a man, because we love men, but just adding in some aspiration, a sprinkle of aspiration, if you will, Don.
Love it.
Yeah, I love it as well. It's very powerful. And Justin, I hear that you're someone who lives in your emotions proudly. And my next question has to do with how can we as men become more effective allies in this cause? And I'd love to probe a little bit, if I can start with you, Justin, again, around the role of emotions in allyship as well, if you can speak a bit about that.
It's a great question. So yeah, I definitely live in my feelings, but I do try to have a balance. We don't want our feelings or emotions to run the show. There's a time and a place for everything. Look, as I wrote in my second book for Boys Will Be Human, and I said this a little bit earlier, until us men learn how to be safe places for ourselves, this world will never be a safe place for anyone. So I think we talk a lot about these big words, and these big words, it's really a small word, but I mean big in terms of what the word means. Allyship is an example. That's a big word for most men. How does one be an ally? And I think we have to kind of like roll it back a little bit, especially if you want to have real conversations and engage men with where they are. And it starts with meeting men where they are today. You can still push them. You can still invite them and teach them maybe how to be an ally. But it starts with where they are today. And generally, most men, in my personal experience, are trying to figure out their own lives. They're trying to figure out how they can be safe spaces for themselves. They're trying to figure out, and they're wrestling with whatever they're struggling with, whether it's providing, protecting, whether it's figuring out how to pay the bills. They're working so much they don't get to be with their kids. When they get home, they're tired. They're finding themselves frustrated with their partners, balancing gender roles. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that men experience on a day-to-day basis. And men don't have, as we know historically, and the data shows this, true friendships. We don't have places where we can be our authentic selves, where we can share our emotions, where we can talk about our feelings. And generally we also hide those feelings from ourselves. We don't have the ability to feel them. As Bell Hooks writes in A Will to Change, the first act of violence we commit in a patriarchal society is not violence against women, it's violence against ourselves, where we numb ourselves and we commit that act of soul murder, right? And when we don't allow ourselves to deeply feel something, we are committing an act of murder, where we are generally like, we're murdering that little child inside of us that just desperately needs to feel. So how do we do this? Going back to your question, we have to start with ourselves, right? It's the man in the mirror. We have to look at ourselves. We have to ask ourselves what we're feeling. And for those of us who are fathers, this starts also with our children. You know, on a daily basis, I ask my son, well, what's he feeling? What does it feel like in his body when that happens? He tells me something happens at school. And I ask him, oh, that must have been really hard. And he might just say, no, it was okay. And then I'll push back. And I'll be like, well, what is that? Are you sure? What does that feel like? There's got to be a feeling. What does it feel like in your body? Because at 30 years old, when I first went to therapy, the therapist asked me what it felt like. I didn't have an answer for it. I didn't have any vocabulary for my own feelings. And I'm not alone. And I was a pretty quote unquote, don't love the word, but woke man, right? In the sense that I was in touch with my feelings. I didn't have a word for what I was feeling. And I'm not alone here. Millions of men are just like me. So we have to learn the vocabulary. We have to learn how to be safe spaces for ourselves. We have to learn how to describe what we're feeling. We have to be willing to reach out and make a friend, reach out and ask for help when we need it, go to therapy, and learn how to be those safe spaces for ourselves. And then we can talk about allyship. But it's kind of a cart-horse situation, in my opinion.
I love that. And what a beautiful reflection as well on how feelings and the importance of understanding and processing one's feelings play a role in creating safe spaces for ourselves and rekindling that inner child that was so playful and comfortable in himself. Don, I want to come to you and give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about what allyship means to you.
You know, Pierre, I think Justin just nailed it. And as he was talking, he mentioned Bell Hooks and that quote, that the first act of violence that patriarchy has males is not violence against women, it's violence against ourselves. And I gave Justin a double thumbs up. I know he probably couldn't see that, because that is the place from which so many boys start this journey and never actually heal, because we don't talk about that. And then the other part of that quote is that if a boy doesn't do that psychic self-mutilation, that patriarchy will enact rituals that do it for him. And that's the language. And I mean, if you look behind me, you'll see the trophies that are testament to that ritual. I survived and thrived in one of the ultimate rituals of boyhood, of manhood, which was sport. And it taught me nothing but to ignore my feelings, to ignore my emotions, to push through. And I was lionized for it. I was celebrated for it. And so we kind of give virtue to the very things that I talk very often about. Men who I knew through playing football. There were 33 of them when I published my book in 2019 who were dead. 6 of them were suicide. 6 of them were men who could not say, I'm struggling, I'm hurting, I need help. And they became victims of the same thing that made them warriors, was their inability to fully express and fully be whole. And so if we're going to be allies to women and girls, we have to first be allies to ourselves. We have to first be able to look inward and say, how do I live my wholeness? And therefore, and you know, one of the things about, and Jamie mentioned this about women in politics and women in leadership positions, if men can't identify with the qualities that we associate with being women, being loving and caring and vulnerable, if we can't identify with that within ourselves, then we'll never be respond to women's leadership, because we see women in those qualities as being less than, as being less important. And so in order for us to be allies to women and see and value women, we have to see those qualities that we associate with being feminine or with being women in ourselves, because they exist in ourselves. Being loving and caring and vulnerable, to Justin's point, is not a feminine quality. It's not my feminine side. It's my wholeness as a man. And I have to learn how to, and I am probably less so than Justin living my emotions. I've had to relearn. And I'm so glad, Justin, you said we don't need to reinvent masculinity. We need to show the wholeness of it. We need to be able to show it, see it, name it, and most especially for older men, model it for younger men. Model being vulnerable, model being weak, model having trouble identifying with how I'm feeling about something, so that young boys can say, oh, it's okay when I'm feeling this way. And then therefore I can be more open to that conversation.
Thank you, Don.
man.
And Don, I want to stay with you really quick because what you said around we become victims of the same thing that made us warriors really resonates. And I'm wondering, right, what are some effective ways to engage young boys, young men in discussions about healthy relationships so that they don't become victims of what made them warriors?
Well, once again, the word relationship, I think everyone has said this about these big words that we use. I talk about what relationship do you have with yourself and what relationship do you have with those around you. And so I think it begins with that. It begins with boys looking at themselves first.
Thank you. And Jamie, if I can turn over to you, and I want to hear a little bit about what progress have you seen in promoting healthy masculinity, and where do you think more work is needed?
What progress have I seen? And just promoting it. Well, I can say by being on the Man Enough podcast, for instance, just talking about it, having a safe place for men to watch and hear other men struggle, but promoting it in that way gives permission to others to say, I'm thinking that similar thing myself as well. I also see that the amount of friends I have now that are in therapy, reflecting, looking at themselves is much different than when I was younger. In my first marriage, none of my friends were ever thinking about therapy. Now all of my friends are. We're seeing the promotion of being healthy and reflecting is actually having impact on men. Sure, we need more men to engage and to embrace it as well, but I'm seeing it real time. And also, just a quick anecdote. The other day, Justin and I were at this event, and his son had thought a particular thing that Justin had mentioned to him, and actually Justin's information was incorrect. And I had told his son, actually, that's not true. The playoffs are blah, 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 blah. And what Justin did real time, by the way, I know you probably remember this, was in front of a lot of people, Justin took a moment and said, hey, son, what I told you earlier, I was wrong. The information you have now is correct. I was wrong. I told you something incorrect. And it's a small gesture, but what he saw was a man being accountable, reflecting, and not afraid to show that he's not always right, that he can be wrong, and he doesn't have to be ashamed of being wrong. So I think we're seeing in real time. I'm seeing with my kid, just another one real quick example. My son has a best friend at school. These two boys, they're 8 and 9 years old. They hold each other and hug each other every single day. I don't mean just a normal like dap. I mean embrace and hold and say, I'm going to miss you so much. I love you. And they do this in public and don't feel ashamed to do so. I was a kid, I would never have held another boy at 8 and 9 years old because that meant something weak. So I think just promoting and talking about it, we are seeing the impact. We got to do a lot more work, of course, and follow up. But yeah, I'm actually saying talking about it in itself gives other men and boys permission.
I just want to say one thing. I want to piggyback off that, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know how many men are listening. I don't know how many men are listening to this around the world, but it's really, really sweet when we see these young boys engage in this behavior where they are showing emotions, they're showing affection. They'll hug each other, they'll hold each other's hands. I love watching Jamie's son and his best friend, and my son and Jamie's son together. They'll lay next to each other. They'll be super close together and they'll play a game. And there is no feeling that that's wrong. They haven't learned that yet. Society hasn't reinforced that yet. And one of the ways that, as Don, you can speak a lot to this, and this is a lot of your work, especially with Jackson Katz and all the work you guys have done. But what society will do is we will start to label those things feminine, and then we'll start to use that language in a derogatory way to shame that emotion, to shame that affection, to shave those behaviors out of the boys. And so what ends up happening is that they grow up starting to hate those parts of themselves. And this goes back to what Don said earlier, which is it's not just about being able to support a female politician, if you will, because I'm not going to get into any of that stuff. But we got to like roll it way back. We hate those parts of ourselves. How are we going to ever let a woman lead us? It's one of the reasons why so many men struggle with, as an example, a woman making more than they do. If they're not the high earner and a woman makes more, or they struggle with having a female supervisor or boss or CEO, and it's because we have this part of ourselves that literally, unfortunately, hates, dislikes, distrusts women. But it's not the women, and that's what I want the men to know. It's not that you have an issue with women. It's that you have an issue with what society told you was feminine that exists in yourself. So if we can learn how to love those parts of ourselves, to retrain, to relearn that, oh wow, like, you know, if I give my brother Jamie a hug and I look at him in the eyes, it doesn't mean that I'm feminine. It doesn't mean, another derogatory quote, it doesn't mean I'm gay, right? Because then we have to start teaching our children that that's not a bad thing, that those words aren't bad, that those things that those kids are going to say to you when they're young, those are not bad things. What does it mean? Like you said, your book was throw like a girl, right? Well, what does that mean? I've seen girls throw farther than boys, and we have to teach our boys these things as young boys, right? So it's just re-education, it's relearning, so that we don't have to hate those parts of ourselves, so that we can grow up and embrace and love the women in our lives, and then eventually one day be willing, especially it's more in the Western states than in America, be willing to have a woman be a leader as an example. But it starts in the micro before it ever hits the macro.
And Justin, can I just jump in on
Yeah,
one thing?
please, Don, please take me to school.
The other part, and the other side of that is that, and the patriarchy, if you will, has co-opted certain qualities, and we've given them virtue. For example, strength, and we've narrowed the definition of strength. So men think of strength as being physical, or being, guarding my emotions. Well, what takes more strength? To Jamie's point, does it take more strength to say I am struggling? To be honest with yourselves, to be honest with people, it takes more strength to do that. And so we need to not just to Justin's point of value those things that we consider feminine, but also to recognize the things that we consider masculine to be so narrowly defined that it inhibits our ability to really fully be whole and authentic. And one of those words that we very often say to men and we give virtue to it, is to be a protector or a provider. Well, if that's what we want from men, then don't mess with my violent masculinity if you want me to protect mine, right? Because once again, that word protect is very, very narrowly defined. I have 2 daughters in college. I can't protect them. The only thing I can do is educate them and give them as much information so that they can live lives that are protective. But I can't protect them, but in a narrow sense of that definition means that I have to be the guardian at the gate. Right? I have to be the dad with the shotgun. That kind of nonsense that we've told men is part of being a protector. The reality is the protective qualities that we need is more information, not less.
Isn't that right?
I'd love to pick up on something here. And you've talked about the value of kind of doing introspection, all of you at different moments, thinking, reflecting around, about your masculinity and your behaviors. And it's making me think about the number of men, the increasing number of young men who are listening to podcasts, to media that is quite problematic, right? That pushes a certain view of masculinity. In fact, I have family members I know who listen to some of those podcasts around how to get a girl, or how to make yourself more dateable, etc. What would your advice be to those men who are perhaps discovering themselves, right, and are leaning to those kind of podcasts, if you will, that promote a version of masculinity that is not what you would call aspirational?
Who wants to take this? Look,
man, what do you
All
say
right.
to those that are listening to that? I'll just say one quick thing, and I think it's what Justin spoke to also. I think to ask men to not listen to podcasts of that nature, to steer them away from it, is not going to happen right now. I think, in fact, it only just makes them defensive, because men are searching. Men are looking for something, and they're looking to fulfill themselves. All of us are. So if, in fact, there are men that are wanting relationships, they want the positive things that they are seeing, but possibly doing it in a negative way. So listening to people double down on these stereotypes that we want to change but they still are on an effort to fulfill themselves. And to ask someone, don't do that, that's harmful, don't do that, don't do that, to call people out, as a lot of us might say, is not effective. Rather, I would say to someone who I just met recently, who is doing things that I don't necessarily approve of, I'm like, hey man, you're gonna go down that path. But also, in the meantime, arm yourself with some balance. Why don't you listen to these as well? Consider these so that when you're developing your skills and you're going out in the world, you are armed with all the information. And I believe that truth always, eventually, outweighs the things that are negative and that are falsehoods. So if we can arm men with opportunity to have emotional conversations, to see the beauty in the feminine qualities, I do think women are doing that better than men right now. You know, embracing the feminine, embracing compassion and love and forgiveness and kindness and all of these things that make us whole humans. I do believe that they have a better, they're more in touch with it right now and are given permission to express those things. So when men can engage and be around it and possibly listen to a podcast, watch a show like This Is Us, Shrinking, you know, some other shows that we've seen that speak to men and seeing them being vulnerable, then maybe that can outweigh these other things that they are attached to as well. But I do think it's dangerous to victimize men for finding their truth, finding a path that their father showed them, their uncle, that just makes them defensive. So we got to walk that really carefully.
And Jamie, just follow up that. I'm so glad you said that point about not victimizing men, not telling them that they're bad. We in this field, I do blame in many ways the men in this field, the field that we are a part of, for pushing boys, a generation of boys, even further away from this dialogue. Because what we've been doing, and there's this word that I'm so glad that we are 30 minutes into this and no one has used the word toxic, right? Because I always tell people before we use toxic to talk about masculinity or relationships, we talk about toxic with regard to waste. And you separate toxic waste from garbage. And so we have a generation of young men who've only heard masculinity spoken of in terms of its toxicity. We have not been telling boys that they are loving and caring and emotional and whole and authentic and all those things that everyone here is talking about. And so we once again, as I say, we have to give them something to walk towards. They're walking towards those negative podcasts because we're not giving them something to walk towards. We're telling them all the bad things. We're giving them the evidence, but we're not giving them the solution. We're not giving them something that they can say, wow, now I get it, right? Meanwhile, we're telling them that they're toxic, and we're telling them that masculinity is bad, and so they're going to people who are affirming that. And I know that, you know, we don't get into politics, but that was a big part of what happened in the United States in the past month was men walking towards something that was like their fathers, that was like their uncles, that was like that very narrow form of masculinity that they grew up with.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Justin, we have 1 minute left. And for the men in our audience today, what is the one thing that you would recommend that they do to be part of the effort to eliminate violence against women?
I think I talked about it earlier. I think every man who's listening needs to be willing to be brave enough to sit with themselves. At the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, how did I show up today? Did I show up in the way that I wanted to? How am I living my life? Is this what manhood feels like? Am I just following what was seen, or am I doing something different? Am I happy? Am I joyful? Do I feel free to sing and to dance and to be silly? Am I able to show up for my kids? Am I able to get on the ground and play with them? Am I able to emote? Am I able to feel? Am I able to show up for my partner, for my wife as an example? Do I have resistance doing the dishes or the laundry or housework? Am I only happy when I get sex? Like, you got to ask yourself these questions, and it's the asking of these questions that will take you down a path. Because generally we don't ask ourselves these questions. We're zombies. We're monkey see, monkey do. We're robots. We saw it before, so then we are that. And then before we know it, we get to be 80, 90 years old, and we no longer have that testosterone coursing through our veins, and suddenly we go quote unquote soft, and that's when we realize that we're humans. My message to men is to not wait. Don't wait till you don't have any more testosterone to be able to feel your feelings. There's nothing in the data or the science that says that having testosterone means you can't feel feelings. No. Embrace your testosterone. Be a man. Be manly. Do all those things. But let's just re-explore what it means to be a man so that we allow ourselves to express the full gamut of what it means to be human. And it starts by asking questions. So that's my advice.
Thank you. Don, Jamie, Justin, we're out of time, but thank you so much for this powerful and moving conversation. Until next time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panellists, Justin Baldoni, Don McPherson, and Jamie Heath. Thank you for your thoughts on aspirational masculinity. And thank you so much to our wonderful moderator, Dr. Pierre Bartine. Now, it has been an honour to have men in this conversation and to have their support. So we wish each and every one of you all the very best in your future work. Hello, I am Madeleine McQueen, and it is my absolute pleasure to be one of your co-hosts today for #EVAW, and that is Eliminating Violence Against Women. So we are thrilled to introduce Pauline Gomez, Deputy Director of Strategic Partnerships and Scale-Up at Breakthrough India. Please join me in welcoming Pauline Gomez to #EVAW being interviewed by Devya David. Now, that's the Regional Director of Asia of the Centre for Public Impact.
Hi, I'm Divya from the Center for Public Impact. I have with me Pauline from Breakthrough. Breakthrough has worked on the prevention of gender-based discrimination and violence for around 25 years. So Pauline, share a bit more about Breakthrough's approach of working with adolescents on the prevention of gender-based discrimination and violence.
Thank you, Divya. So with Breakthrough, we've been working on domestic violence. And in 2015, during our course of the work and UNICEF's report that had come out, there was a clear linkage between gender-based discrimination, violence, early marriage, and domestic violence. So that was around the time that we also began to gather insights from our experience, and we realized that that's an intersection that we definitely want to work on, because it was very clear from our experience as well as others in the sector that gender-based discrimination leads to gender-based violence, and therefore because we work at the prevention, it's important to bring in adolescents into that conversation. So that was when we began to work with adolescents, work with the connection of gender-based discrimination and violence, and look at the prevention. We've worked very intentionally on our bystander campaign as well, adding to our work with men and boys when we were working on domestic violence, bringing that lens into our adolescents' work, where when we were talking to them about prevention, we were also talking to the adolescent boys about how can they be aware of the discrimination, be aware of how to raise their voices against discrimination, and work towards preventing gender-based discrimination and violence as well.
Thanks, Pauline. More recently, Breakthrough has started working with the government of Punjab and Orissa. Tell us a little bit more about how you've scaled up your programs, how it is to work with governments on the prevention of gender-based violence and discrimination.
So we've taken our work from what we were doing so far in our communities, and we realized that if we want a generational shift, then being able to work with a larger set of audiences, a larger set of adolescents would be more impactful. And therefore, that is something that led us to scale up the kind of work that we've been doing in our geographical areas to work with the education system, which means that at the state level and at the district and block levels as well, we are working with the officials, we are working with the education system, so the teachers, the students, in enabling and creating a gender equitable education system, gender inclusive education system, addressing gender-based violence and preventing at that level as well, and readying these adolescents to be able to contribute to that generational shift, to understand, to recognize, to raise their voices and prevent gender-based violence within their schools and in their communities, support their peers as well in the process. So that is something that we are doing in partnership with the Odisha and the Punjab state governments. Thank you, Pauline. Given your work on bystander intervention, what is your message for the audience on what they can do to prevent gender-based discrimination and violence in their lives? Thank you, Divya, for that question. And that's been a critical bit for us at Breakthrough. So we clearly work on bystander intervention. We have campaigns from, starting from Bell Bajao that were addressing how to intervene and stop domestic violence, especially with people like men and boys. So those are some things that are critical. We have the most recent campaign, which is Ignore No More. And all of it is about raising our voices. So as individuals, raising our voices when we see any gender-based discrimination or violence, calling it out, as bystanders, intervening, taking action to stop that incidence. If we feel unsafe, keeping numbers handy, having information about helplines that can be reached out. To be also, if there is someone that we see facing these kinds of discrimination or violence, sharing that information with them. So those are definitely the three things that we can do. One is to call out when we witness anything of this nature. Second is be able to intervene and stop. And third is to share information about services to people who might be experiencing different forms of violence or discrimination to stop that from happening. Thank you so much, Pauline. More power to all those working to end gender-based discrimination and violence. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline Gomez and Divya David, for that fascinating interview. We wish you both well in your work in the future. And so now I just want to remind you all, the viewers out there, please tell your friends about this broadcast and tell them right now. We literally only have around an hour left. However, we're so close to our 1 million mark. We really want to make sure that we hit it so that more people can find out about what we're doing and why this day is so important. Remember, every single view helps. So share as much as you can and share that link. So I also want you to consider visiting peaceoneday.org for more information, or knowmore.org if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today. So for our next interview, I'm excited to introduce Miss Kansas 2024, Alexis Smith. Please join me in welcoming Alexis Smith to hashtag EVAW, being interviewed by Global CEO of the No More Foundation, Pamela Zaballa. Now let's go to in that interview right now.
Hi, Alexis. It's a pleasure seeing you again. How are you?
You as well.
And Alexis, we're here today marking the Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And I really want to start by asking you, for all of you, that people that might have not seen this kind of brave and courageous act that you had, can you give us a little bit of context on what happened without maybe, you don't have to get into the details of the story, but just what happened on the night of the pageant?
Absolutely. So as Miss Kansas, I have a platform called Respect for Claims Advocating for Healthy Relationships. It stems from my own personal cycle of falling into my family cycle of abuse at the age of 14. And so this particular individual that I had a relationship for years ended up showing to my Miss Kansas competition. During intermission number, we went out into the audience, and of course, I wanted to utilize that time to quickly say hi to my friends and my family But unfortunately, the first individual that I ran into was him. And so for the rest of the competition, ultimately, he was the only individual on my mind. And that carried through into my final on-stage question when I was asked about the role of Miss Kansas. And I utilized that time to, one, apologize to the audience that saw me very emotional during that time, and two, let him know that as my abuser, he was not going to take away this opportunity to become Miss Kansas and advocate for others that are also suffering from domestic violence.
Alexis, I will be honest. When I saw the clip the first time, I thought, I mean, go girl. I think I kind of stood up and just got so excited for seeing that, like just the bravery of doing that and speaking out in that moment. I mean, if I got so excited of seeing that, I would wonder what the impact has been for you. Like, I can imagine people coming to you, like, what has happened after that?
I tell people this journey has turned into my healing journey, not only to have an impact on myself, but to also be able to utilize my platform, my story to have an impact on others. So since that video went viral, I've had opportunities not only to advocate for victims across my great state, but also opportunities to travel to other states and meet families of victims that fell to domestic violence and be able to make that impact through storytelling and being able to relate to others, because ultimately this is a huge societal issue. And we have millions of individuals, not only women, but millions of individuals as a whole that are suffering from domestic violence. And so being able to share my story, hear stories from others, and really focus on the areas of impact that I can utilize with my platform has been such an incredible year.
Did you ever imagine that could happen? That, from, 1 minute to another, because you are transforming yourself into an advocate, a person that will keep on talking about and encouraging others. Did you ever thought that could happen?
I actually stood away from the Miss Kansas organization at a period of time because I couldn't figure out what my purpose was. And it wasn't until I started meeting other young women that had stories very similar to mine reflected within them that I said, you know what? Not only do I have a purpose to be Miss Kansas, but I need to be Miss Kansas. And ultimately, I think my story also needs to be shared on a national level, potentially even as the next Miss America. So did I think this was going to happen? Absolutely not. Am I glad that this happened? Absolutely. And from the impacts that I've heard from others within our world, it's something that needed to happen.
I admire you and respect you greatly for kind of taking that approach and moving on and, and not shying away from it. Let's talk a little bit about Respect Reclaimed, which you are, using now as a platform. And I know you talk about, healthy and unhealthy relationships. What would you like to people to know, especially around the unhealthy relationship side, that they might not know? Or what do you think we should all know more about healthy relationships?
Particularly, it's being able to identify what an unhealthy relationship looks like. And to be able to identify unhealthy, you ultimately need to know what a healthy relationship looks like as well. And so taking the time to really focus on resources such as Know More and other resources that I've had the opportunity to work with, such as the National Domestic Violence Hotline, to really focus in on what that looks like and how you can contribute your own personal habits to creating healthier relationships.
And I think that is key, right? When we talk about relationships, it's just trying to make sure that we understand when we might be entering into an unhealthy space. And I'm sure that that's part of what the platform wants to achieve.
Yes, so knowing absolutely when you're entering an unhealthy space and ultimately what to do when you do enter these unhealthy spaces. What I recognize a lot with our teenagers is that this is a time where maybe they're entering their first relationship as I was. And so it's very exciting. It's very easy to oversee those red flags and think, that ultimately maybe we as individuals can change someone. But that is not our role. That is not our job to change someone's unhealthy and abusive behavior. Maybe help them identify them and hope that they will change, but ultimately creating that life of healthy living for ourselves and navigating that relationship in that way.
Alexis, I am one of those that I keep on talking about romantic spaces, about love, and about some of the traps that we find ourselves in. Especially you as a young woman, is there anything that you want to address around, right, like the myths around love and, unhealthy relationships, really?
One common thing that I see, especially on social media, is this idea of obsession. We want someone that is absolutely obsessed with us. And I think that's mistaken for we want someone who loves us. But that doesn't mean that we're always in shared spaces 24/7. We're talking to each other 24/7, that we're not really focusing on that individualism of independent life and growing together, bringing that individualism together. So, yes, you want someone who loves you. You don't want obsession. I can tell you that right now, as someone who has gone through and got a protection order from now stalking and continues to have this individual try and navigate around the system. You don't want obsession, and obsession is not love.
I always say that my piece of advice to young people when they're starting to date is when it feels wrong in your gut, it probably is wrong, and to go out and share. Just quickly to finish, Alexis, why do you think we should mark a day like today?
Because this is a predominant, it's an epidemic that's happening within our country. This day is incredibly important to me because as I mentioned, I fell into a family cycle of every single woman in my life has been victimized by severe physical domestic violence. And though I didn't fall into that category, I did fall into the category of severe emotional and psychological abuse, which is not talked about enough. So this day gives us a day to call to action and really emphasize the importance of having this conversation, not only today, but every single day.
Alexis, we are at No More. We're absolute fans of you, of your work, of what you've done. Thank you so much for being with us today. I wish you the best of luck, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis Smith. We are so grateful for your support and we wish you the very best in your future work. Now, to all of our viewers around the world, please do tell your friends about this broadcast. We are coming to the end of it and we want to make sure that we hit our 1 million target. Believe me, we are very, very close. So share the link because every view helps. And go ahead and visit peaceoneday.org for more information or go to knowmore.org if you have been affected by any of the issues highlighted today. Now, our next interview is a very important one. I'm excited to introduce the Domestic Abuse Commissioner for England and Wales, Nicole Jacobs. Please join me in welcoming Nicole Jacobs to #EVAW, being interviewed by Global CEO of No More Foundation, Pamela Zaballa. Let's go to that interview right now.
It's a pleasure to have Nicole with us today. I always enjoy my conversations with her, so I'm super biased here and super excited. Just to intro Nicole a little bit, Nicole has served as the first Domestic Abuse Commissioner for England and Wales since 2019, bringing nearly 30 years of experience in domestic abuse services, It's a pleasure to have Nicole with us today. I always enjoy my conversations with her, so I'm super biased here and super excited. Just to intro Nicole a little bit, Nicole has served as the first domestic abuse commissioner for England and Wales since 2019, bringing nearly 30 years of experience in domestic abuse services, policy, and intervention role. She's been reappointed in 2022, and she continues to champion the rights of victims and survivors with a focus on impactful change. So, Nicole, again, a pleasure. And I think the first question for today, 25th of November, is why would you say or argue that it is important for us to mark this day globally?
You know, in England, a lot of this year marks quite a lot of anniversaries of some of the first refuges in England and the world, 50th anniversary. And I think the reason why the UN Day is so important is it gives us time to collectively, take stock. Where are we, but also where do we need to be, and what do we share in terms of our priorities for ending violence against women and girls, reminding us that while we can be very focused on what goes on in any one location or country, that this is a global epidemic, and I just think it unifies efforts kind of across many boundaries, and also helps us realize both what we've accomplished but what we need to do. I think it's a very active 16 days of activism for all of us, but it's an awareness raising, allowing other people to join in, take time, focus on what needs to happen, what we need more of, and so it accomplishes so much of that all at once.
Nicole, I think you're an amazing example of somebody who has been a frontline practitioner. You've done policy advocacy, and now you're the first commissioner for England and Wales on domestic abuse. And I almost want to ask you, how have you managed to take those experiences for anybody that's seeing us that might be the future commissioner, in all the years to come? It might be this, 20-year-old who's just starting, right? And will hold this office in 30 years. What have you brought out of that kind of work experience into your role?
Yeah. Oh, it's a nice way of asking it. And for anyone who would be quite early working in this movement, I mean, we use terms like career, but for me, it's always been very much this intuitive wanting to get involved, kind of moving from volunteering into paid work, into other types of roles, always being primarily motivated by, just really wanting to do whatever that particular role was, whether it was in a housing setting and with domestic abuse, or frontline specialist services, or working in health settings. Really, I'm quite personally motivated by that systemic change. That notion of the systems in and around victims and survivors must change. They were never set up to understand domestic abuse, frankly, or address it properly. And so there's so much of when I look back at my career, it was never planned. It was always really, and I suppose that is a luxury. I do appreciate that I had the luxury of just following kind of what was a very intense passion and interest for change. And I certainly, in this role, this is a government role for those who aren't as familiar. The Domestic Abuse Commissioner's Office, I'm a public appointee, and my role was created in something called the Domestic Abuse Act, and my remit is in England and Wales. So I'm not a government minister. I am a public appointee who works alongside and with government, and the powers of that legislation allow me to have this public role, but also I'm able to collect information from public bodies. I'm able to publish reports to our parliament, and those recommendations within my reports have a 56-day timescale. So the whole idea of my office is geared towards this movement of, momentum forward to make change. And when I first came into this role, I do think the benefit of having years and years of frontline experience, hundreds, if not thousands, obviously, of interactions and standing alongside and with victims of domestic abuse, and the whole range of partners, it does give me, I think, quite a well-rounded view of the reality of what's out there. The best of it and the challenges. And I think I bring that into my day-to-day work. And when I was setting out, I was literally kind of appointed, but I had to select my team. There was a setting up of the office. And I purposely wanted people within government who had a lot of expertise, but I also wanted to have my team a mixed team with people who had lived experience, frontline domestic abuse services experience, commissioning experience, meaning people who are, creating at the local level the kind of partnerships and the opportunities for change, because I really didn't want, as a commissioner, to lose that thread of what does this matter on the ground to the individual child, adult victim. And I never wanted to be out of touch. And so I try very hard to maintain that level of understanding, because I can tell you from day one, it is really apparent when you're in conversations with people who have very good intentions, that maybe don't have that insight as to what goes wrong, why there are obstacles, how there are obstacles for victims and survivors. We often think of the perpetrator of domestic abuse or the person causing harm, and we ought to, as the primary cause, but there's also systems that don't give and support victims in the way that they should, and that then causes additional harm. And so I've always really been motivated by the kind of reality check that frontline work gives us.
No, that's great, and it's good to know that people who are developing policy have that experience. For everybody who is seeing us, that is, not England and Wales based and might not be familiar with the work, would you be able to kind of give us a couple of points, either of innovation or bits that are happening within the England and Wales scene that, would be of interest in terms of the work that is happening around domestic abuse?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my office itself, like I said, publishes our own reports. So, we are publishing some reports and have done about the mapping of services. I don't know, I'm sure other countries experience this too, where you have a lot of variation of what's available in any one location, partly because we had our first, refuges 50 years ago. The way that's built up over time in the community, all of the responses can vary so much from place to place. And what I want, and I would want for any place, any country, is to have that consistency of approach. And I certainly want that in England and Wales. And so we have done a big mapping report, but I really encourage people to have a look at it. If you wanted to do something similar or have done something similar, I'd be amazed, really fascinated to see it. We've published reports on migrant survivors, those additional vulnerabilities, family court, and in the next couple of months, we'll be publishing about the criminal justice response, but also our response to children, babies, children, and young people, where we have, real significant strides that we must start making to acknowledge that children who are victims in their own right and deserve and need their own services. I suppose a couple of the innovations I'm most interested in that government more widely are doing, I would pick family court, because it's one of the main reasons victims contact me. And I know this is an issue in other countries. We're piloting in the UK in now 4 court areas, a much greater emphasis on really understanding the context of the family and each child in the family very, very early in family court processes. And that untangles so much in terms of understanding the context of domestic abuse. It makes the whole process much less adversarial, much less likely that any kind of counter allegations get kind of mixed up and misunderstood. It's a much better way of doing things. I'm very excited about that. And we have a new government which has made a commitment and a mission of the government to have violence against women and girls in 10 years. It's a huge mission, and that signals to absolutely everyone in government and elsewhere that this is one of the key missions of our new government, our new prime minister, and that helps tremendously and gives a huge amount of not just resource, but leadership to prioritizing these things. So I think those would be the two I'd pick for now.
We cannot stress more how leadership really, is the driver for change. Every country, every company that really wants to start installing policies, if leadership is not on board trying to drive change, is really, really hard. Nicole, to kind of start closing, I guess it's the big question, right? We have different type of people seeing us today. We have advocates, we have people who are involved on this, but we also have, activists or people just very interested on the topic. What would you say to them of how to get involved, how to help, right? You lead a government agency. We, we work from the NGO space, but what can, that person who really wants to help out get involved?
I guess I would just say, from having done getting involved in lots of different ways myself, is everyone does have a role to play. I mean, really and truly, the volunteer who helps at a local service, all the way through to people who work within government trying to change our services, that are provided by government, trying to change maybe from the inside out, to survivors themselves who want to get involved and really influence change. There's, academics. I mean, I would just say, and this is what I often think if I were talking to my younger self, I kind of chose this real kind of diving in, spending all of my time, because I was so motivated for this, kind of passion for change. But everyone has their own unique kind of role to play and personality they bring to it. If you are a campaigner, you play a huge role. You might have a quieter way or a different way to influence change. You might be more of an kind of academically minded, or you're very interested in helping and supporting one-to-one. It is unique to you and what your personality is, what you give. And I am always very leery of anyone, cautious of anyone who says, I changed this law or I created it. It's never one person. It's like the ecosystem of how everyone plays their role. So think of what you are able to do right now. And that may change again over time. And, be comfortable with that, but also think about how you're motivated to make that change yourself in your own personality, in your own way. And you will find a place, and you will find sisters and brothers who will help you, who are very like-minded and know what a meaningful thing that is. We're very far from where we need to be, but let's be inspired by what we've achieved so far. And it's been pretty amazing. 50 years ago in England, there were no services for domestic abuse victims at all. Think about that for a second. And now we have legislation, we have services, we have a long way to go. But it was only in the people who are just willing to roll up their sleeves and get involved that we're here today. So you are very welcome into this movement, into the No More campaign. As far as any of us are concerned, there's always room for more talent, more passion. And that's what victims need from us, that kind of standing alongside and being willing to get in there.
I love that you spoke a little bit on that kind of legacy piece, right? Like, we came in to work in a sector that already had refugees. Right. And we've kind of, building up on that. Right. And our legacy will be such that will be others who will build on what we kind of, leave. And it is a generational kind of movement in that sense. And so you can do as little as you can, just even being informed of where your services are in case somebody comes and asks you, or you can kind of, as he said, roll your sleeves up and do what you have to do. Nicole, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate your office, the work that you guys do, and it's such an example for other places, other countries that are thinking about doing things, similarly. So we really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole Jacobs, for all the incredible work that you do. It is so inspiring. Now, it has been an absolute pleasure for me to be one of your hosts today. And before Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilley closes our show, let's hear an important message from one of the daughters of the Mirabal sisters, Patricia, Minerva, and Maria Teresa. The assassination of the three of the Mirabal sisters turned them into symbols of both popular and feminist resistance. In 1999, in their honour, the United Nations General Assembly designated the 25th of November as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Let's hear that incredibly important message right now.
Aquí, desde la Casa Museo Hermanas Mirabal, la casa donde Patria, Minerva y María Teresa Mirabal vivieron los últimos meses de sus vidas, cuando fueron puestas en libertad con el propósito de asesinarlas. Desde este lugar, desde donde ellas salieron el último día, el 25 de noviembre de 1960, por esta misma entrada, les envío este mensaje para agradecer a la Fundación No More por el trabajo que están haciendo para lograr tratar de erradicar la violencia que se ejerce contra nuestras mujeres. La memoria de Patria, Minerva y María Teresa sirve a esos objetivos. Si bien ellas fueron dirigentes políticas, ellas fueron luchadoras por la democracia, por los derechos humanos, por la libertad de todos y todas. Su ejemplo inspira para crear conciencia acerca de la necesidad que tenemos de construir sociedades más de paz, sociedades más de justicia, sociedades en las cuales todos y todas tengamos y ejerzamos los mismos derechos. Entonces, ese trabajo que ustedes están haciendo de tratar de convertir nuestras sociedades en unas en donde la violencia intrafamiliar, en donde la violencia sexual tenga cada vez menos espacio, es invaluable. Por eso digo que lo agradezco. Y lo agradezco también porque como hija de Minerva Mirabal entiendo la importancia que tiene que un sacrificio, que una entrega de amor por la patria y por la humanidad como el de ella y de sus hermanas no se quede en el olvido. Así que gracias de nuevo por recordarlas en esta fecha y con el trabajo que ustedes hacen cada día.
So we have come to the end of hashtag EVAW 2024, the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It has once again been such an honour to produce this broadcast. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partner, No More, the most incredible organisation. Please visit their website, nomore.org, if you need their support. Thank you to Avon, a long-term sponsor of Pod, and of course CPI, who have helped make today possible. Thank you to the teams at Peace One Day, No More and CPI, who have all worked tirelessly on today's show. Thank you also to all the participants that we've heard from during this broadcast. But most importantly, thank you once again to all of you who have watched today's broadcast. Please tell everyone about the show that you can and watch all the films from today on our website or through social media across the 16 days of activism for the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. By supporting and sharing these important messages we've heard, we're one step closer to a more peaceful and sustainable world. It's been an incredible year this year for Peace One Day, and I'm so grateful to the audiences. They've been larger than we've ever seen before. We're thrilled and motivated to reach even more people in 2025. With your support, we can do it. Pod's mission is constructive narrative that informs, inspires, and engages people towards impact that's measurable. We would love you to follow us at Peace One Day's social media platforms. It means a great deal to have your support. Please also visit and register on peaceoneday.org to keep up to date with all the latest information and events. Our preparations start now for 2025. We'll see you next year. Take care.